that a photo? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my
Wow.
It's only you who rocks my
Wow.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
pass onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire hands on it. Been taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung bingung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
it. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, 听森你吧。
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Dan bahkan pada saat itu
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to MPL ID Season 12. It's very, I was going to say very and really, and it became verily.
Verily.
It is verily nice to see you once again here. We are in Season 6. Season 6, week 6. There's something wrong with me today.
We're going
There's
back
something
in
wrong with
time.
me today.
Season 6.
Season 6. I wasn't even casting yet. But anyway, MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner Telkomsel. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports. We have Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, YouTube. You can also catch us on our official broadcast, Maxstream, Tefri Sport, and Video. Don't forget our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, coming back to that, what was that, Season 6? I guess I'm just waiting for that epic moment in the grand finals that we witnessed in Season 6. And we might even find a little taste of that in this next upcoming match between EVOS Legends and Alter Ego.
Well, yeah, there's one of those teams that made it to the grand finals of Season 6. And yes, it definitely left us with a very, very great and memorable grand finals. Maybe even the best in MPL Indonesia history, Season 6. Plus 6, though. We're getting the most competitive season so far.
When their opponents is also playing later on in the day, so maybe that's why we're having a good bit of nostalgia right here. But the first match is definitely the interesting one, because right now the season is so competitive, you have no idea what's really going to happen and how it's going to end up. 1 or 2 victories can be the determining factor on whether or not you make it out of the red zone.
I agree. I mean, this week alone, we've been given so many insane outcomes, results that I don't think a lot of casters expected. So coming into this next matchup, I think it's going to be even more interesting because honestly, both of these teams have really up and down performances as we get to what they've accomplished so far.
When they were in the top 3 and now they are in the bottom 3. Interesting, man. 2nd place in MPL ID Season 11 for EVOS. 3rd place for Alter Ego after a so-called miracle run where after the patch, after the halfway point of the season, they instantly improved. We thought a similar thing was going to happen in this season, but it turns out the path really is a lot thornier for Alter Ego this time around.
And you can even say the same thing for EVOS. Right?
Right.
Which roster do they want to stick with? Which gold laner? Okay, just going back to that topic yesterday when I was watching, I was like, why in the world are they swapping it so frequently? Because players, they need time to adjust. Give him the trust and, you know, fight for that.
I think it's due to a lot of things, that random, swap, right? They wanted to try out Doma. Obviously, they expected good results, but with a loss, then they were pressured even more. They were already in 7th place yesterday, and if they took a loss to GeekFam, then they would be bumped down to 8th. And that's what we're seeing right now. Unfortunately for them, even with the crazy, bombastic change, they weren't able to find success. They still were kind of risking it a lot in the drafts, playing the Ixia, making its debut pick in MPL Indonesia Season 12, and unfortunately, again, 2-0.
Yeah. So far, 2 Ixia picks here at MPL ID, 2 losses.
2
Very
losses.
different to MPL PH, if I believe.
Yeah, Ixia made a very, very good impression in day 1 earlier yesterday. But for EVOS, no Doma today. The Tigers will rely on their veterans to carry. Ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Legends!
The White Tigers are looking to take it all, trying to crawl their way back into their playoff run. Because as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to sit out of the playoffs twice.
They really need this victory, man. With a new mix, somehow, some way. There's just a main criticism for a lot of people for EVOS and the lack of synergy in the last season. Can they find the winning formula? Will brands end up just continuing? We'll have to see, because they're up against the main roster from Alter Ego, the one that started their whole comeback arc.
Veterans for EVOS, double veterans for Alter Ego. Let's see what mask they decide to wear today. On stage, the decider of whether they still have a chance. Alter Ego.
They tried making changes. They tried it all. They tried to change their identity over and over. But it seems like this main 5 is still their key to success. Let's hope that their family-given values will be able to bring them out on top. As of course, we do need to welcome both of their coaches.
Coach Age and Coach Cassius, can they really find each other's weaknesses? Can they win out in the mental battle with the help of Coach Nafari and Caleb in the drafts, in the analytics? Can they just find some kind of winning strat? Because right now, considering the flexibility of the patch, you can really see a lot more strategies having value. Are you going for pickoff? Are you going for dive? Are you just going for split push macro pressure? There's a lot of things that both these teams have shown that they are able to do in the past. Now, against the current situation, have they done their homework to figure out what will be the key to victory?
Now that's the question, right? When we're talking about strats, we also need to talk about their keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And for EVOs, I find this actually quite accurate.
Exploring team fight compositions to avoid losing the in aggressivity, if that's even a real word, against Alter Ego, and avoid giving Rasi his pick of heroes. Alter Ego are just getting so much more momentum only if they're able to go aggressive, especially in those neutral objectives. So if EVOs can get a strong team fight composition, they can stave off that aggression, come out on top, and maybe force Alter Ego to a more macro-centric strategy that EVOs has shown to be, in a way, a bit more superior, especially if they're able to deny the pickoff or engage heroes from the hands of Rasi.
What do you think about that, Mirko, right? Because Rasi has quite a large hero pool this season. Do you think that that is the main way for EVOs to win?
I think Rasi's pickoff heroes has been the main weapon that Alter Ego have been utilizing in their arsenal this season. Yes, it did seem like he has a lot of heroes in his arsenal. Even the S12 and the Florin that we got to see last season. But unfortunately, this season, they've only been able to find success, on these initiation heroes, these pickoff heroes. We went from Oh My Rasi to Rowie real quick.
Well, it's because of the neutral objective weight in the current patch. Keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. On that note, Mirko, counterplay against EVO's aggressive objective contests and contest Fluffy's playmaking heroes, especially the Terizla. The Terizla is just a huge factor right now, especially if your team is going for a all-out, like full combo-based team fight composition. If you can land a penalty zone and zone away the rest of your teammates, you can't really fight efficiently when you're separated from each other. So I think for Alter Ego, that can be a very solid pick, especially if they want to take it away from the hands of Fluffy, to ensure that EVOs can't really stall their forward momentum in the middle of those really aggressive fights.
Don't let them into their zone, bro.
Yeah.
Both penalty zones, both Terizlas. It seems like, again, for both EVOs and Alter Ego, it's not just the roamers who decide and dictate exactly how neutral objective team fights go on, but mainly their XP laners. If you get a playmaking hero in that XP laner, whether it be a Lapu or a Terizla, whatever that has CC, that has initiation, it's been the key to victory for most teams, not just for these two teams, even Dewa yesterday.
But I think for Fluffy in particular, I think he's found most success on the Terizla with the way that he plays. So understanding that, I do believe that even if you let the Terizla go, there are ways to work around the penalty zone from Fluffy, because I feel like his gameplay is quite predictable. He always goes for the back line, he always starts first, and that's always his way. So if you can bait that out earlier on with other heroes, I think that's something that they can utilize.
Definitely. I think if they want to try and give Alter Ego some more problems, right? If they only rely on Fluffy as the main engage tool, it becomes very predictable. But if they can get more picks that can be a constant threat, a constant reminder of the potential of engage from EVOs, Alter Ego, they might just find it difficult to be ready and prepared for every single one.
Hopefully they can. Right? Hopefully it's not too difficult. Looking at their match history from Alter Ego right now, they were sitting at a 5-lose streak, eventually found 3 wins in a row, and we thought that that was their comeback, right?
Yep.
The way that Alter Ego usually performs season after season, but then they stumbled 2 losses, they were able to grab 1 victory, and now they're back in the losing streak. And if this continues on,
it's over.
It's over.
No playoffs for Alter Ego if this continues, this horrible trend for them. And if they don't adapt, again, they found success. The 3-win streak that they were able to find in week 3, week 5, it was due to Rossi getting a comfort pick and Nino also abusing the Irithel post-patch. Now that a lot of people finally adapted to the meta, understanding how Nino plays on that Irithel, even understanding the prio level of Irithel and how to counter the Irithel, we've seen that Irithel has dropped a lot in prio, in picks that we've seen in week 6. And again, Rossi, ultimately, no Kadita, no Cho, no play.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this drafting phase gets even more intense. Both of these teams are trying to fight for their legacy in order for them to continue into the playoffs. And with that, let's welcome you to the drafting phase of game number 1. Evo's gonna be on the blue side, Alter Ego on the red, Kadita, Yves taken away, but so has the Fanny and the Paquito.
This is where it gets interesting because Coach Age, he is known to just adapt his pick and bans and his strategy to try and counter the opposition. Whereas Alter Ego, they're used to just going for what works for them. They're very much more focused on how they can get their own gameplay going. So if you go with the same pattern, you're going to see a lot more reactiveness coming from Evos. But considering they have to show their first pick first, we'll have to see what exactly they pick. What do they think is so important to show to Alter Ego first?
It's already a very different style of bans here for the Tigers. Usually you see the Kadita and even the Cho early on to deny Rossi, but it's only the Kadita this time, knowing that maybe they can just counter the Cho. There are counter maneuvers that they can make in this game and even counter heroes that they can pick up. The Edith, though, we've seen a rise in popularity. Knowing that Van Strong is an absolute monster on this hero, it'll be taken out.
4 Evos right here. They can go for an early gold laner if they want. We've seen that being utilized a bit more, but I think right now the mid lane is still pretty much open. Usually we see that teams that can utilize the Novaria likes picking it up, but I don't know if Evos wants to pick such a vulnerable hero against a team that is usually known to be as aggressive as Alter Ego.
I know this is a controversial take, but as you were talking about the mid laners, Valentina pops into mind, right? Safe pick Fredrin can be flexed, like we keep mentioning over and over throughout the season, but Valentina, I think that's a very interesting topic. I think she has one of the worst win rates so far here at MPL ID as a mid laner, but in the certain hands, like we saw Clay on, they're able to actually utilize that to its utmost potential.
It's definitely a solid hero with a lot of outplays, a lot of flexibility available. And in the early game, if both teams want to really try and get a lead, especially in the first turtle, it will be a great resource, and that will be picked up by Coach Cassius, along with a very early X-Borg.
Super early. We usually see this right after the Terizla pick, but I actually think that Alter Ego might utilize his X-Borg as a flex pick. I don't know any other reason. I can't think of any other reason as to why they would first pick the X-Borg. Don't think it's that prio.
Flex how?
Flex into the jungle. Something that we have not seen in a while. What, the last time was season 8? Exactly. But I don't know, it's something that they aren't cooking right now, knowing that Evo's Legends can't really flex the Fredrin either, right? It's mostly going to go to the jungle here. I've never seen Fluffy utilize the Fredrin XP this season.
But do you not think that this can be a pick to counter the Terizla?
What? Whoa!
What a gourd early on, and a Bruno!
So preemptive counter.
Yeah, I was thinking like that makes a bit of sense, right? Terizla, his passive doesn't really counter true damage per se, so the X-Borg makes some sense, but what doesn't make too much sense is this gourd pick. That is very, very early on. Is this a curveball by Coach Age? Or
by
does he have a particular plan? By Coach Caleb, yeah.
Well, he does have a comment for us, so let's take a look at that first. Out of all the Alter Ego players, everyone should be observed, but the main focus is on Rossi as well as Udil. Very interesting comment that he has here, as I guess it does kind of focus into the bans. We see it kind of just reflect that with the Kadita as well as the Yves being taken out. Trying to respect both of those players that Caleb mentioned earlier on, but Alter Ego will close out the first drafting phase with a Brody pick. Brody versus Bruno in lane.
This looks kind of scary for Evos. If they can't really get control in the early game, Alter Ego has so many more outplay potentials, right? A lot more mobility, a lot more invulnerabilities that they can really use to make aggressive plays like tower dives early on. For Evos right now, it's only the Fredrian that can really be a threat in those situations. They require some more crowd control, or maybe even some safety, some peel, some safety tools that Alter Ego immediately bans away by taking away the digging.
They need to, man.
Is this a hint at the Atlas?
And a Bruno. I don't think it's a hint at an Atlas. It's just a combo. Bruno Diggy that we've seen many, many times in ranked. I honestly said it as well that it might just be a ranked strat, but looking at the Gord, it will give a lot more pressure to both these backline members when you can't dive them, when you can't cancel their abilities and stun them up with that Diggy. So Alter Ego, I think that might be the way to go this time. They want to just overwhelm the Gord and the Bruno with some CC and dive.
Which is why Evos are trying to protect that from happening, right? They're taking away Helkert, a hero that has been notoriously utilized by Selly Boy and is actually the perfect answer to take away the Gord in the back line. As we do have a comment from Coach Casius now. Our preparations are in full swing to escape the red zone. Let's hope that that's true because they severely need it. Alter Ego, they have one more ban. What do you think Coach Casius and Ars are thinking?
It's probably some kind of crowd control hero, but no. Well, kind of. It's gonna be that Florin, just to reduce the protection, the healing that Evos can utilize for a proper front-to-back situation. Technically, it can be countered with the Valentina, stealing away the Bloom, but I think Alter Ego just want to get it done faster because if you look at their composition so far, it's not really DPS oriented. It's a lot more burst damage heavy. So if they can't really secure the kill fast, it's gonna be a bit more of a disadvantage for them. So Evos, I think they're gonna try and limit some more crowd control, some more utility. Because I feel like this Helkert pick, the damage is a big problem, but the darkness is what really makes it very difficult to adapt in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, I agree. And Gord is just going to be a standing duck in the back line. And there's a little bit of emphasis, I think, from Evos and Alter Ego. Alter Ego taking away Diggy as well as Florin. These are two heroes that can protect the Bruno in lane, help him snowball. And that's exactly what Alter Ego are trying to prevent. With the Cho takeaway, it still goes for the same function. What do you think about this so far?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now, Alter Ego. I don't know where this X-Borg is going. I honestly feel like it should just go to the XP lane here. It's a good matchup to prevent the Terizla, like you said, and against anyone, really, you're okay. Thing is, what's risky is the fact that Evo Sledges can just pick up something like an Esmeralda in that XP lane to really bully this X-Borg. We saw that from BTR, I believe Cerezo picked up the Esmeralda to bully the X-Borg. And just like that, the Akai gets picked up and it's still flex. We don't know if it's going to go to the jungle, roam, or XP lane at this point, right? We've seen Fluffy play in the XP and this might be just a deny pick over. They do not want Fluffy to get a disengaged tool as strong as that heavy spin.
Well, if Alter Ego wants to use the Akai, I think it's more going to be for a bit more of an aggressive playstyle, right? Using the heavy spin to try and lock someone down, or maybe even spread everyone apart so that the X-Borg, the Brody, can just go in aggressively. But here we go. This is a great pick against Alter Ego due to the lack of DPS. Brody and Valentina are going to find it very difficult to deal with a Uranus, and on top of that, an Arlott as well that can be such a problem if they're trying to dive into the back line.
So this is Arlott Rome that we're seeing right now.
I think so.
It should be, right? Uranus EXP, Fredrin jungle, Bruno Gold, Gord mid lane. So now, Alter Ego, they completely see what's ahead of them in terms of the lanes. And luckily, like you mentioned, Akai is still flex. So in which scenario do you think would be best for Alter Ego?
The Akai? I'm quite confused myself where to go to place these members. I would honestly think right now, put the Akai in the jungle, get that prio around neutral objectives, and just secure something like a Kanja or even a Valir. Okay, I was expecting maybe a bit more emphasis on pickoff against a team fight composition, but they say, bring it on. We'll try to poke and disengage with an Akai plus a Searing Torrent from Valir.
Valir. What do you think about this pick? Because I don't think that it's perfect against the composition coming in from Evos, just because there are a lot of ways for them to literally walk around Valir.
And therefore, the Evos has a Uranus that can just tank up these fireballs. I don't know if Aldrich has enough damage to match up to a Bruno, a Gord, right? Especially with the true damage coming in. Who is going to be the front line that will tank all of this up? I thought they were going to go and dive in, but with that Valir, Are they trying to use it as follow-up? I'm not quite sure. I don't really see the synergy right here, but Alter Ego, man, you never know what they're up to. They might have been cooking.
Well, I mean, technically, one of the best things about Valir is that he's not reliant on level 4. So maybe they're looking for an early rush to pressure the Bruno in the gold lane?
And on top of that, it's not just the pressure to Bruno, but also the pressure to Fredrin. He's not going to get close to anyone. Heavy spin and Searing Torrent.
Let's hope it works out as we welcome you into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are struggling to find a victory in order to make it into the playoffs. We would like to remind you, we are at week 6, meaning there are 2 weeks left for them to be able to get that opportunity. And face value, let's do a little bit of spell check and emblem checks first and foremost.
Well, if you look at the emblems for Rasi, it's more of a defensive situation, but Van Strong getting chilled, didn't just chunk down massively. And you can see that the mid lane is left by the mid laners. They're off doing their own things. Udil, though, goes with the weapon mastery, so he's still attempting to be a solid source of damage, and he's going to need it if he's going to rely on this composition. You're just finding this to be a bit more of a trend, though, right? With the Novaria being meta, having the mage as a roamer ensures that you can go for a fighter somewhere else. But look at this, Taz gets low.
Aggressive maneuvers already early from Alter Ego. Able to get a small XP lead on Sully Boy, but I think Taz can just pick himself back up with a few good clears. Again on this Fredrin, super sustainable.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed is a trend from mages in general. They opted earlier on, I think post-patch, for Lethal Ignition, but a lot has shifted to Impure Rage. Question is why?
Well, Lethal Ignition really works well if you have synergy in the kit for it. If you're playing Valir, for instance, it's going to be a bit rare for you to be able to get so much damage, so many procs on that Lethal Ignition, but Pi, alone against 3 people.
Suffering, but Udil's here to back him up. Only loses the Faraga armor and a bit more HP, but what does this mean? EVOS Legends has much more prio for the neutral objective department. Remember though, a lot of displacements from Sully Boy and Rasi. Sully Boy forced back Fluffy, dealing a good chunk of damage. Oh, up top, solo kill! Nito! Now it's getting the heavy spin from Sully Boy to look for an opening around this turtle. A good taunt to lock Udil down, forcing a flicker around as Fluffy is still in the back now. It's going to be a final slash, and Fluffy with one good maneuver able to get a kill onto Sully Boy, and that means it is a free turtle for EVOS Legends.
So let's recap a little bit, right? Sully Boy gets taken out. EVOS Legends lose Brands in the top lane, but they get a turtle in response. But wait a minute.
Still want more. Taz didn't use the retry earlier for the turtle. It's a retry battle. Sully Boy uses the retry a bit too soon, and he gets punished for it. Taz, calm, collected, ice cold.
Now who's basically holding the game at this point?
I think it is EVOS for sure. If you look at Alter Ego, Valentina and Brody, this is a comp you expect to do so much better in the early game. Oh, look at that. Only 2 of us, Mirko, in the talent predictions for EVOS, and they're doing pretty well right now. And Alter Ego, man, they gotta try and find some ways to actually come out on top here.
Oh, Queen Momo-chan there, #1 in the talent prediction ranking. She did vote Alter Ego, so I mean, we'll see. Will that accuracy drop or will it increase? But back into the game, I do believe that Alter Ego are playing this intelligently, right? They understand how Bruno's kit works. He needs to snowball. He needs to have a little bit more pressure, and that's exactly how Brody also plays. And the fact that Nino was able to get a kill over Brands, and the fact that they weren't able to get at least a little bit of that gold shield in that top lane, I feel like EVOS Legends are a little bit behind in that particular sense.
I think that's an argument made there for sure.
But what?
Whoa.
Might be a solo kill. Pi forced to flicker out. Wow. Bright didn't even use the Mystic Gush, so was that 1v1? Just trying to cut the waves, and now Udil sent to do a little bit of recovery down below, doing the dirty work as Rasi tries to zone EVOS Legends away. And as you can see, full turret goal and even a chunk of damage on that turret up top.
Well, on that point, man, for EVOS Legends, I feel like they have a good gold lead right now, and even if Brands just falls behind right here, later on, he'll have a lot more space to maneuver when he has to output that damage, because Alter Ego are the ones that have to get closer, and relying on a Brody, they'll be able to poke and burst someone down, but Brody will also be very susceptible to getting jumped on by Van Strong, getting stunned up by Taz and Krite as well. Overall, I feel like the mid game will be difficult for them unless they can make this a very skirmish-heavy game instead of a big team fight-heavy game.
or combo heavy, combo reliant, right? Because sure, there's not enough DPS maybe, but there's a lot of burst, not just from the Brody, but also from the X-Borg. But you can see here, Turtle reset it. What went down there?
Taz, I mean, brilliant positioning and brilliant, turtle dance from him, because he actually brought the turtle right to the edge. So when Sully Boy just jumped in with a heavy spin, he didn't take the right amount of aggro, and he actually brought the turtle out. So it was a reset, and now without a heavy spin, EVOS Legends, they're gonna go in. Mystic Gush dealing a lot of damage, and the final slash brings them back. Rossi gets taken out. Pi not able to dish out enough damage. Another Mystic Gush, but Taz will be able to just sustain back up onto the turtle with the Fredrin passive. A big W for the Tigers.
100% objective take from EVOS Legends as well. I felt like they played that brilliantly. The fact that Van Strong was able to combo his final slash into the ultimate coming in from Krite. The perfect way to take someone down and get an advantage over these team fights around the turtle.
That was a relatively simple fight for EVOS Legends as well, because all Trigo, they used the bulk of the resources for the play earlier. The heavy spin no longer available. They're just relying on a select few ultimates, and that is just not enough. And look at Krite!
Mr. Gosh, oh my god, flickers out to safety. Rossi saves him a bit as well there with a few fireballs and a searing torrent to stun Krite. My god, the kill pressure from Krite.
Well, Gord, that's a lot of burst damage from so far away. That is one of the main strengths of this Gord pick. And keep in mind, the longer the game goes, there's gonna be true damage that Ultra needs to deal with. But Taz, look at that, already so tanky against 3 members.
He is. He's a walking platform at this point, right? Not enough damage to take him down, but Nino earlier on was able to secure that Malefic Roar finally. Do you think that with this pickup, Alter Ego in these team fights might have a little bit of more advantage compared to EVOS?
They'll have a bit more burst damage to play around with, but the same problem persists. If Taz and Fluffy walk up to the front, who is exactly gonna be the threat to try and burst them down? You saw Taz survive against 3 members, that's a Fredrin. The Uranus in the hands of Fluffy will theoretically be able to tank even more damage, and that means that Alter Ego, they can't really contest where EVOS Legends wants to go. If EVOS wants to push them away, further from an objective, from a buff, they can do so whenever they want.
Van Strong with a vengeance. Already a heavy spin baited out from Sully Boy. Gets a pin down onto Fluffy, but he's able to just dash out of that. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Even Van Strong can sustain back up with a vengeance onto those minions. Pops the regen. And that's a small W. Meanwhile, up top, we do see that there is a wave getting shoved in, but not much that Alter Ego can do with that wave.
So 1,700 gold lead for EVOS right now as Fluffy is looking to get punished, pressured. His pride just really stroked here by Pi, as a lot of people have started to compare both of these EXP laners as really heavy playmaking, but let's see who is able to play make better.
Final slash, we get Rossi back, but now, he gets caught in the Mystic Gush. Sully Boy loses out the retreat battle to Taz. Torn apart memory, taking Taz out. Nino positioning really well. Meanwhile, Braz with a flicker forward. Gets one ball onto Pi, picking up a double kill. That's a brace. He's looking for a hat trick as Fluffy tries to dive in deep. Nino gets a good stun. Brands, a few good shots here, over. But the kills will be secured by Van Strong. Udil, a bit too overextended. Brands cannot get the final hits though. Still, a big win for the Tigers, who just pounced at the sight of their prey.
You can basically say that that was a 5 versus 1 trade, right? They were able to take 4 members on the side of Alter Ego down. They were able to secure the neutral objective, and all Alter Ego was able to do was take down Taz. And in this particular event, you can even say that their strategy, Alter Ego's strategy that they really wanted to utilize from that early game to pressure EVOS Legends, is starting to not work.
It really isn't working at all. And for EVOS Legends, they're winning, but they gotta be a bit more careful on their wave management, because you saw that the bottom turret was actually taken by the minions, even though in theory, Alter Ego doesn't really have the same kind of control over the waves. They're stuck on damage, damage control right here, trying to just stave off the aggression. They have to try and find a way to get to the back line instead of using the heavy spin so early in the fights. It's becoming a bit too predictable for EVOS Legends to deal with.
So what are their options, right? Sally Boy is an option, but it's going to be predictable. So what else do they have in their kit? Do they rely on Odile, perhaps?
whichever ultimate that Udil takes, I think can make the fights a bit more dynamic, a bit different. So far, he's been going with the Mystic Gush, but maybe a final slash or something of that nature will be able to set his team up for success. We'll just have to see, as Sully Boy is just not having a good time at all, man. His jungle just completely invaded.
Can't even go for this orange buff yet. They have to go and stay in the mid lane. Wow, two-man stun all the way from the back. And the glowing wand is already dealing a lot. EVO's Legends have what it takes to melt down any of the frontliners, whether it be Selly Boy or Pi. Even with the Faraga armor, it really hasn't worked out for Alter Ego with this lineup.
And to make things worse, did I just see BOD for Brands?
Yep.
Oof, that's a big amount of damage, man. Earlier, 2 or 3 hits is enough to burst down.
Oh!
And the squishy members, now Pi even.
3 hits and the Faraga armor disappears. You can't even call it armor. Oh, Sully Boy. Not what you want to see. Dashes and connects onto no one. Rossi now knocked up, forced to flicker out. Sully Boy now going to be chunked out. Heavy spin defensively. Branch just eats him up. The panda, just like in real life, going extinct.
Going extinct.
Let's hope not, but wait a minute. Oh my god!
One more shot. That's a brace again from Brands. Collecting goals at this point. Now it's Pi with a Faraga armor. Last Insanity not doing anything. Mystic Gush and the final slash brings them back. One good hit from Brands. Sort of our memory coming down. Brands able to stay away. Some body blocks here from the rest of EVO's Legends. Brands looking to go to siege down this base turret.
My guy, what's that damage? 4 hits on to the Panda. He can't handle the balls. It's dealing too much damage.
He's got massive damage right here in those balls. And I think there's just no way Alter Ego can withstand. They can't really go for these prolonged team fights. Because even if they do get Brands right here, you just remember that Krite is still doing a lot of true damage with those Mystic Gushes. And Sunny Boy once again tries to zone out, but it's just not enough.
Nino's caught on the front. Mystic Gush takes him out. That's what a big laser beam will do to you. If you stay in place, Alter Ego are lost.
And even if they're dancing around, man, the Mystic Projectile coming in from Krite can just set them up for such a huge number of possibilities. All the turrets are most likely going to go down right here. And Alter Ego, despite having 4 members, there's not much they can do. This might be the end.
Alter Ego works on momentum, ladies and gentlemen. If they come in from a comeback, that's very rare to see, but look at this.
Heavy spin defensively used up, hitting 3 members down with Last Insanity, deals no damage. Oh! Maybe with the help of Udo they can do something, but not towards the Mystic Gush. You get the footballer down, but the Surfer is here riding the waves. 2-4-1.
That is a massive shutdown given by Brands though, and without the marksman, without the main DPS tool, seems like Alter Ego will live to see another fight. Looking at the items though, you can see NOD built by Rasi to try and deal with the healing. It's not really working out so well. And if you're wondering what is giving Brands so much damage, he still has 1 more item to go. It's all that BOD and the Berserker's Fury, man, with the Haas Claws. Unless he gets pinned down and bursted down without hitting, he can just out-sustain the bulk of the damage coming in from Alter Ego.
And in addition to that, this is something that we don't see too often, but look at the boots from the side of EVO's Legends. They're literally running around the skills coming in from Alter Ego, and I think that particular choice for the Gourd is brilliant.
Yeah.
Right? He has no escape skill. He's relying on the Flicker. If the Flicker is gone, because of how slow he is, despite him being on a skateboard, ironically, he's so slow.
Sorry, surfboard.
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 He's running those waves, man.
All right, there are no wheels.
I think Cho is one on the skateboard usually, depending on the skin. But yeah, it's the rapid boots it's such a smart itemization tool, knowing that for Alter Ego, they don't have crowd control. They're relying completely on slows from the Ice Queen's wand on Pi and Rasi, and essentially that has been completely negated, at least by the members that we needed the most, that will be in the front line trying to make the distance management plays moving back and forth. So for now, for EVO's Legends, it's the same thing. They just have to make sure that they don't get caught out, not comboed by a huge Last Insanity, and for the most part, Alter Ego, they're the ones that have to be creative. Do something crazy, man. There's nothing much to lose at this point.
I gotta give a shout out to the Rapid Boots decision to go for the side of EVO's Legends. Sully Boy again, just jumping forward, now getting completely punished against the Mystic Gush and Brands' damage. A GDS also built up by Brands. With the rapid boots, they nullify the Ice Queen wands, the slows from Alter Ego, and with their damage, they nullify any sort of front to back that Alter Ego are trying to mount up.
Sally Boy looks like he's tilting. He keeps doing the same approach over and over, and he keeps failing, but there aren't any decisions made, adaptations made by Alter Ego to go around it. But meanwhile...
Watch out, it's a Psycho Fredrin! The worldie comes in, it's bouncing, Udo still able to get out, Rossi flickers out, Mystic Gush, that's a big laser beam by the Surfer. Krite pushing Alter Ego back.
The timing of that play, man, the conceal, when Alter Ego is expecting Evos to wait for the Lord, that was completely unexpected. But on that note, on Sully Boy and his aggressive playstyle, that's the only play they have because the slows aren't really working. The only real engage is that heavy spin. And that is why you can see that Evos are targeting Sully Boy as much as possible. But look at the damage, look at the Lord. Evos make the play.
They're holding on to it with a mini wave spawning here. They're still able to defend it. Sully Boy, they're trying to bait out the final slash. Oh, it's a 3-man taunt into the Brazers Wrap, but a torn apart memory. Connects to the back, Taz still alive. Pi with the last insanity takes Taz's immortality out of play, and Udo gets a good splash of damage. The defense for Alter Ego, and we mentioned momentum. Do they have it now?
Oh, that's the question here. I mean, you can even see the item swaps happening as well. Nino going in for the Rose Gold. Now he picks up an Athena Shield because that's his main predator right now from Evo's Legends. From the White Tigers, the main tiger for Nino is Krite. Every time Brands tries to go for damage, Nino can't do the same. Why? Because he keeps getting zoned away from Krite's abilities. There's got to be some way, but not again.
Brands, half-court shot now though. The last insanity locks him down. He buys the immortality in time. The Mystic Gush comes down. Brands able to dodge away. Oh, what a save from Van Strong. The final slash sweeps Nino out. Udo stealing it away as well. Turn about memory. Dodged away from by the winner, Truncheon. Van Strong with a vengeance to the back. Now, some fireballs placed down by Rossi, but you cannot stop the Van who is strong.
Van Strong, man, with the saves, with the engage, and now with the play to secure the victory in game number 1. Can they do it?
In the back, Taz going on to Rossi, who's still trying to defend. Pi able to just buy some time, but one mini wave still is there. It's gonna be cleared out by Pi, and he flickers out of the Mystic Gush, baiting Van Strong in. Sully Boy bringing him back. Van Strong has the immortality. No members left for Alter Ego. They're trying to replicate what RQ did to them in Season 6. But with the heavy spin, it is inevitable. Evo's Legends takes game 1.
Beautiful. Beautiful performance from Evo's Legends, being able to sustain through that aggression from Alter Ego earlier on. And unfortunately, there wasn't really much for Alter Ego to work with, right? In the end, we finally saw some adaptations. We saw Pi using the ultimate from X-Borg to dive into the backline, deal some damage onto Bronze. It worked once, but with that, Van Strong, quick adaptations as well. And he was able to take away that strategy. And now Evos, the White Tigers, slowly crawling back into their chances and their possibilities for that playoff run.
It's such a good draft by Evos, man. They got so much flexibility in their kit. You see that Alter Ego, they were adapting, just expecting Fredrin to just come in and stun people. And then once they get too comfortable, the Gourd, Mystic Projectile, stops everyone in their tracks, gets the pickoffs. And once they're worried about that, you can see Van Strong just turns everything around. They can have so much more options. And ironically, that is what we're talking about from Alter Ego, having more ways to engage a fight and try and confuse Evos. But Evos are the ones that just threw all the possibilities in the face of Alter Ego.
I genuinely saw a slight possibility that Alter Ego could have won. I do understand that it was a very risky composition for Alter Ego, but I thought that they could do it because that's their play style. They like to go for that aggressive play. They like to look for skirmishes in the early game, and it worked for a bit until it didn't.
That's
Sucks
the thing.
to be wrong.
I honestly feel like for Alter Ego, I don't know. I think the composition wasn't the worst composition in the world. I thought the composition could work. they just blundered so hard in the execution department. I mean, again, Sully Boy with these heavy spins, he's coming in like an extinct panda. He's just not there. No presence.
He moves forward slowly, like a real-life panda, and gets taken out. That is just tragic, man. But case in point, we're talking about the engages, right? The only real CC, because of the lack of slow from the Ice Queen's one, is the heavy spin. So they're just waiting for the heavy spin to come. He has to walk through the Mystic, the second skill, the puddle from Gord, already slowing him down. So he dashes forward, and everyone's like, we see it coming. You're a big, heavy panda waddling towards us. They kite away from him, they stun him, they punish him, and that seems to be the story of the game again and again. And they were unable to find any different approaches to team fights. And on the opposite hand, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Van Strong on this Arlott, man, he was the one just doing everything. Defensive, aggressive, you know, utility damage to a degree. This Arlott pick, I felt like it wasn't really as strong, but he made it look really, really good.
Anticipation is what I really loved about Arlott here for Van Strong. And we don't see this quite often anymore either, right? Arlott in the roam. If we see it on a different type of team, we'd probably be like, "This, no way this could work." But he was able to make it work. The fact that he was able to defend the Bruno over and over, the fact that he was able to get those beautiful engages to combo in with the Gord for that maximum potential damage from the Gord was just the cherry on top to how he was able to utilize this Arlott.
There's a reason he has strong in his name, and he really displayed it this time around. 4-0-11. You'd think this guy's an XP laner with this stat, right? You wouldn't expect him to be a roamer going full damage, or sorry, full tank, to have this much damage. Arashi, how? With the final slash nerf, makes it very readable. With the nerfs towards sustain and damage, he still made it work.
Well, it's mainly because of how Alter Ego is forced to play. They're forced to just force themselves through a lot of damage and slowly and surely approach EVO's Legends. So even though the final slash is foreseeable, right? It's very visible in the setup. They have no chance but to just walk forward and tank that damage. And unfortunately, when they've blundered so much in the early game, that is just almost impossible. And afterwards, the synergy from EVOs and how to execute these dives and how to use the lead that they had to just keep punishing the main targets they were looking for is just so good. The selection, right? They could have gone for Pi more or Rasi more, but they know if they make sure that Sully Boy is just too squishy, there's no option for Alter Ego to try and make anything happen.
I think Uriel could have done better. I think he could have performed better with the Valentina. I think we mentioned it in the game, right? In these certain situations, you need to utilize everything that you have in your arsenal, and that's the whole point of a Valentina. You can be creative in different scenarios, but he kept going for one particular strategy, and it didn't work out, and it didn't seem like he looked for adaptations towards his play style on the Valentina either.
I think towards the end, he did try and steal a bit more final slashes. You might see it right here, I believe. But at that point, it's just a bit too late, man. Especially because in this fight, they initially got picked off by the Mystic Projectile as well. That is a very underrated engage tool, by the way, because of how deceptive the range is with the bounces. It can even go across over walls, and that is something that some people just don't really have in their mind constantly.
It's definitely like a curveball, right? You don't really meet a lot of Gords in your ranked games, even in scrims, most probably, and you meet one that's this good at using that Mystic Projectile. Krite, he's such a wild mid laner, you wouldn't expect him to play something like the Gord in this way. He just played in the back, and he just kept his positioning safe and clear. It doesn't really seem like Krite is playing. It's kind of like a Renbo.
Like a Renbo. Well, for EVOs, they also have 3 frontliners, right? So it's a very solid front to back, and we already talked about this, but Alter Ego is completely outranged, and they're also out-sustained due to the lack of tanks in the front as well. The only time we saw them really find success is if EVO's Legends are grouped together or forced to group together in that base fight where Sully Boy got the heavy spin, was comboed by Pi's last Insanity, but at that point, it's just very difficult, and there's no way that they can reliably look for ways for that to happen, because EVO's Legends can just position how they want. Nothing is forcing them to actually stick together. If Alter Ego maybe had an assassin, for instance, then maybe that threat will force EVO's Legends to play a bit more huddled up. But that is just not an option that Alter Ego has. So the draft definitely is a bit too one-dimensional, in my opinion.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt on Coach Agi and Coach Caleb, man. Like the amount of pressure that they're already receiving right now from literally the entire MLBB community, it's tough. But what about the emblems? Anything that sticks out?
Well, for the emblems, you can see, of course, the focus for EVO's Legends to just sustain, right? They go for the tenacities when they can. And for Krite, he's going for a very unique setup there with the Inspire for less cooldown. He's trying to be spamming out the spells even more. A bit more like a Yeve, even though it's technically a bit different. And at the same time, he went for the Life Drain in order to actually get a lot of resource from clearing the minion waves. Because Gord has a very deceptively fast wave clear. And in the mid lane, I think he was winning it very hard against Udo. The wave clear battle.
It was a big W for the Gord. I think a lot of the time that we are seeing Valentina in week 6, it has been Valentina bullied, not Valentina bullying. That's usually what we see from Valentina, but with a lot of these very, very strong wave control heroes or wave clear heroes like the Gord, like even the Lilia coming back yesterday, we're seeing that the Valentina, even the Eve, are struggling in the meta that we're seeing here.
I think it's the strength of being able to just leave your spell out there and then move around as much as you want. Because for Valentina, I think what makes the Valentina so dangerous in the early game is how she can technically try and clear and still damage you at the same time. So you can't really get too close and you can get zoned away from the minion wave. But when you're a Gord, when you're a Novaria or a Lida, for instance, you can clear so fast or you can clear so easily by using one spell and moving away to safety that the Valentina just isn't that dangerous in the early game.
And that's interesting how things change. I don't like change. And luckily, the best device for gaming has not changed because we have Samsung, right? Shout out to Samsung and Galaxy S23 Series 5G, the best in the business. If you guys want to be able to play like EVOS did earlier on, Brands being pressured from that early game, getting killed solo, still was able to gain 2 categories. If you want that, get your hands on the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G because Arashi will tell you why.
Well, first of all, I think these stats speak for itself, right? Having the latest, fastest processor technology, the 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, by the way.
Gen 2.
So even better. It has 5G connectivity, so lagging is a thing of the past, man. Come on, it's not meta anymore. And 12 gigabytes of RAM, there's not going to be any stutters on your gameplay, man. That is what you need. That's a PC.
That's a PC.
12 gigs.
That you can put in your pocket.
I don't know how else we want to try to sell this thing. I think it sells itself, right? So I know you have enough in the specs. You know you want to buy it yourself. Guess what? 4 million IDR of cashbacks you guys can get right now if you visit the website samsung.com/ID and order the phone. You guys can get more information over there, over yonder.
And with those cashbacks, you have enough money to buy the best in the business as well.
What?
In terms of shampoo, take care of yourself. Treat yourself. You guys are special. So you guys need to use special shampoo too. Head and Shoulders. Don't let itchy or wet dandruff, yuck, affect you guys. Be 100% confident with Head and Shoulders.
Get a Gato Kacha edition as well, man. That's a special. It's gonna be a lot more efficient. No, please.
It's not happening again.
Speaking of old metas,
all right. I mean,
worth a shot. Worth a shot.
You can offer it to the audience members. Maybe some of them wants to go for a shower break. It's an intense match, man. You can feel the heat in the arena right now.
I think a lot of people would want Mirko to pour that liquid onto their hands.
We should offer someone like,
you know what
hey,
they
buddy.
say, man. Well, Ranger Moss actually gave it to a viewer who was standing behind him. He just dropped it over, and the viewer went to the bathroom and, hey, took a shower. He came back looking fresh.
How do you take a shower in the bathroom?
In the sink.
In the sink.
In the sink.
Guys can do that, right? You got short hair.
That makes sense.
Hair
that
diff.
makes sense. That makes sense. But let's talk about Van Strong now. All right.
Speaking of hair, man.
Speaking of bathrooms, let's talk about Van Strong and his top hero picks. Very interesting. Edith was not the most popular of heroes earlier on in the season, and She became so popular. 75% win rate by Van Strong. How? Why? What has changed for Edith? Because I still don't see it.
Rashi.
I think the fact that a lot of teams are going more aggressively means that heroes that can't really have the same kind of dynamic engage, they are no longer as bad because you're not really forced to try and do something crazy. In this game, for instance, if there was an Edith, she doesn't have to struggle trying to engage with the short-range crowd control. You can just let the Mystic Projectile land first and then follow it up. And as a big plus, when your team is dove on by your opponents, good crowd control, some AoE they're available, and you can be tanky and do damage at the same time. So right now, if you're trying to go for a composition that's maybe fighter heavy, like we saw in yesterday's match from Rebellion, like maybe technically the composition you see from EVO's right now, in game number 1, you can use the Edith as a secondary DPS character. So even if you have a Brody or someone else that just doesn't do as much DPS, the Edith can make up for that difference. Flexibility is where it comes down to.
All right, Arashi. We've heard enough for Van Strong. What about Rashi, your brother?
Rashi. Well, I think something more aggressive will benefit him. Or if he wants to go for something passive, I think it's very important and almost crucial for Alter Ego to have options, man. When Sunny Boy is the only engaged tool, you saw how difficult it was. I think Pai needs to be able to make some plays happen on his own, and if Udil can also do something on top of that, that is, I think, peak Alter Ego, where everyone needs to have your attention, right? Everyone is dividing your attention between all 5. They can just do something crazy at a moment's notice.
You know what? I'm just gonna dumb it down and just say CC, man. I think they need a little bit more CC, and they can't rely on the slows. Because we saw that they were able to actually work around that really quick. EVO's Legends adapt really quick to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll welcome you to the second drafting phase here of this particular match. Again, we would like to remind you that honestly, the outcome of this second game is going to be more crucial and even detrimental to the health status of both of these teams. If EVOs are able to win it 2-0, it will propel them and advance them to the playoffs. If Alter Ego loses again, I think it might be over for that team morale. So we do see a Joy, Yves, Fredrin being banned out. Kadita, Fanny, Paquito taken out as well. I don't think anything has changed except for the Fredrin takeaway. And that means, wait, what's left open here? Edith.
The Edith is up for grabs. Could be first pick by EVO's Legends. Aside from that, Valentina also still up for grabs. I don't know if they want to go for it, though, this time around. EVO's. At this point, what should be first pick prio? Valen. All right, so it's still going to be the Valentina. Seems like Krite wants to give Udil a bit of a tutorial on that hero.
Trying to show him how it's done. We'll see what the response is, though, for Alter Ego. They have fielded the Edith before, but I think that was when Rekt was still in the roster. So, will they try and put Rasi in that role? Because again, it has engaged, but it's not nearly as dynamic as what you expected from Rasi, who has been on that Rawi mode.
Rawi mode.
Yeah. We're going to see an Atlas, a Kufra from Mr. Rasi Rawi, or are we going to see an Oh My Rasi moment here? Terizla, though, is still going to be the choice. We mentioned this in the keys of victory, but in game 1, both teams ignored the Terizla. Now, though, that the Terizla has been picked by Alter Ego, does this mean EVOs might go for the X-Borg to try to counter the Terizla?
That will be a funny situation, but the Bruno is also taken away from Brands. Put in the hands of Nino, that is great potential. For EVOs then, are they going to go and try and outlast the damage? Are they going to try and fight it with the Brody, the same way we saw Nino did in game number 1? Or maybe they can just hide that gold pick for now.
It could definitely work. If they don't want to risk it, you know, EVO's Legends might pick up a Diggy, honestly, taking it away from Alter Ego. I don't know if Alter Ego would commit onto the Diggy Bruno, but they definitely do have a chance here in the first phase, seeing as they do have one more slot left. So do you think the Diggy pick is worth it?
It can work against Terizla, right? Considering there's a huge signal to the beginning of the fight from Alter Ego. The Diggy, it can work, but I don't know if it's a bit too early for now. Lancelot is going to be where it's at, along with that Edith, man. This is dangerous. Because for Alter Ego, with the Terizla, this means that it's going to be a bit divey, and that is where the Edith really shines.
Diggy for Alter Ego. You can see the smile, the cheeky little smile from Rossi. He knows what he wants to go for. Oh my Rossi, will we see that Diggy? A hero that we have seen many times in Season 11 that led to Alter Ego winning? No, is the answer. The Hellcurt will be the option. I would have thought up against an Edith as well, some lockdown there, some CC. They want to go for something like that Diggy to provide Bruno with more opportunities. But here with the Hellcurt, what does the Hellcurt give to Alter Ego?
It gives Alter Ego a chance to just confuse Evos and make a mess out of their formation. The problem in game number 1 is they can't really find a way to flank because of the scouting, because of the tankiness of the front lines of Evos. Now they have a Terizla that can match that, and with the ultimate from the Hellcurt coming in, they could give Alter Ego opportunities to go for a crazy flank and a crazy playmaking opportunity by Silly Boy as well. But in order for that to happen, you have to be careful not to really fall behind, especially with a Lancelot from the side of Evos. Taz can very easily take control of that jungle.
But that's exactly the question though, right? Flank what?
You're right, actually.
There's nothing to flank right now, and Evos might just stay that way here with a very safe marksman later on. Something with a Purify, right? That would be the best option to go for. Honestly, an Irithel would be a good option to go for here, and Alter Ego might need to ban it away. They've already banned a very good hero that can actually escape from a lot of the damage and the dive that they have picked for themselves. That's that Claude, taken out. Now if they go for Irithel, then we have a problem for Evo's Legends. Who is going to go in the gold lane for Mr. B-Rans?
And that's the question, right? Because I think Alter Ego, they're playing this very intelligently. They pick up Hellcurt, understanding that they can't rely on that type of gold laner who's, at the back line.
No
right?
HF for you.
Exactly, and that's why they ban out the Claude. Because I think the Claude is one of the only marksman heroes that you can utilize in the gold lane. That is the most safest. I think second best would be Brody because of his Kiss ability. But other than that, there's not really any hero that really comes to mind.
If you want to make a bit of a stretch, maybe the Leslie, but of course, it's not exactly true,
so
right?
Weak against Hellcurt.
Exactly, so it's not exactly the solution that we're looking for right here, unless Evos want to try and bring something unorthodox into the gold lane, right? They can, if they really feel like it's that important, they can really put the Valentina in the gold lane. We haven't seen that.
No.
There was a time where the Edith made an appearance in the gold lane as well, so if they want to be crazy, right? Coach Aguirre, remember, is one of the crazier coaches in MPL ID. Maybe they're going to try and experiment with something crazy.
I think it's a bit too far of a stretch to see that to happen. The Diggy, though, will be banned out. A hero, again, that I mentioned earlier in the first phase that could be utilized by Alter Ego. Brody, an option. I think the safest pick would still be the Irithel. The Brody does well, but you can't go for the Purify. Once you get silenced by the Hellcurt, say goodbye to your HP bar. You have no counterplay to that dive. And also against the Terizla, not too good of a matchup.
The Terizla is the big problem right here for Evos, right? Even if they don't really want to have a backline, the penalty zone can definitely be a huge problem for them, even if they're going aggressively or defensively. But it's going to be a Cho in the hands of Alter Ego. This is quite dangerous, man. That is a signature power pick for Rawi.
Literally Rawi.
Yeah.
Literally. All right. This is putting Evos in quite a difficult position, right? Because if they are going to be forced on the Irithel and the Bruno in lane is going to be quite difficult for the Irithel. It would really require a hero in that roam position that can help the Irithel in the lane. And the only hero that comes to mind for me personally would be Diggy, but Diggy's banned out.
Yeah, Melissa would be a good option against the Terizla and the Cho. Against the Bruno, you do struggle. It seems like they will be going for that Irithel and a Grok, too, to facilitate some of these initiations. Not too sure who's going to be going to the XP lane just yet, but I think the Grok should be the one in the XP for some more damage.
I think that makes sense. And so far, it's a mobile dive composition, but the lack of engage right now is a bit of a stark contrast compared to game number 1. It's going to be a wild charge only and an onward Earthshatter combo. Both, maybe you can say a bit reliable, but they're also on quite long cooldown. Alter Ego, on the other hand, has a penalty zone to play around with. Have the Jeet Kune Do with the Dragon combo, and they can even try and engage with Hellcurt in the and start with the Hellcurt instead. So this is looking quite scary, especially because we haven't seen the final pick for Alter Ego.
Quick question, can the Valentina take Hellcurt's ult?
Yes.
I believe she can, yes. But then that's not really a useful
utility
tool,
ult.
I feel like.
I guess it's...
Oh!
Ooh, all right. So we're going to see a Faramis here for Alter Ego last pick, giving them a little bit more sustain in these team fights. Help protect when Evos go for an engage. And with that being said, who do you think has a better draft?
Well, I gotta put my bet on Evos right here. There's a Faramis that could be a problem, but there is a Valentina. So there's that, factor to talk about. And aside from that, if Alter Ego wants to focus everything on the Irithel, keep in mind, there's still an Edith, man. That Edith damage is just deceptive. You have no idea how much it hurts, especially if you're also one of the squishier, one of the squishier heroes moving forward to try and do damage. So Nino needs to be very aware of where that Irithel is going to be.
Very tough for Alter Ego, I believe, in this game. There's a lot of answers technically for pickoff. They have that utility with the Dark Knight Falls, plus the Cho. We've seen this combination before from Alter Ego. We'll see it again.
And here it is, the deciding game, ladies and gentlemen, to see the results from Evos and Alter Ego. Who is going to be able to take the game? That answer will be here, but look at this.
Wait, Nino. First time ever I'm seeing the Bruno. Oh, wow, good steal by Rossi there. A little bit of a cheeky invade going on, and Udon Pai cutting the waves here. But yeah, Purify for the Bruno.
Purify Bruno against the Wild Charge, against the, the Earth Shatter. It makes sense if Alter Ego is playing a bit more conservatively. So you can tell from there that they're still respecting the chance for Evo's Legends to hold their own in a big fight. But it's going to be the Edith in the EXP lane, so more chances to get more items, good chance to 1v1 and even bait maybe a 1v2 situation. The Edith is just very strong right now. Taz will be able to secure, but Rossi might get Punisher.
Let's see. Rossi escaping for a bit. Taz chasing, misses the puncture, and Rossi gets out, buying a lot of time. Ji Kundo gets him to safety, and Selly Boy is already rotating over to the enemy jungle, looking for that retribution, and the steal gets it. Level 4 already. Taz. Ooh. Gonna be poked down by Selly Boy, forcing Taz away. No level 4. I don't know if this is a mistake, by the way. Taz, Impure Rage?
He has like a thing for it.
Yeah.
Because earlier on, he was also using the Impure Rage.
Impure Rage
the first
Lancelot.
Fredrin earlier.
We've seen him use it, on Fredrin. He uses it on a lot of heroes. I guess for a bit more mana sustain, he can spam a bit more and still have a bit more damage in the prolonged engagement. If he goes for the hybrid build, it actually has a bit more value compared to if he went for a full Assassin Lancelot. We'll see if that is the route he goes for, though.
Do you think it's because he's anticipating aggression from Alter Ego? So just in case he doesn't get that purple buff, he at least has the Impure Rage to fall on.
I think that is definitely a solid point. But now with the turtle being engaged on, Alter Ego with the level advantage goes for it.
And a retry advantage. There's no way they can contest for this, and that's why Evo Legends played a bit safe, but Fluffy gets brought back to the team by way of the Dragon. And Evo Legends will lose out on a turtle and a kill early on.
Evo's Legends, they went for it in a weird manner there. Already out-leveled, outclassed technically. But look at the talent's prediction here. Papulung, always the odd one out in the predictions by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. In the early game right here, Alter Ego is doing a lot better, but of course the early game still, draft-wise, benefits them so far. Can they maintain that momentum is the real question.
No, we're gone, Mirko.
It's okay.
We're
it's okay.
gone.
The curse. 42%, baby, let's go. Okay, but it hasn't worked yet. Today, Evos and Evos won game 1, okay?
We swapped.
Well, Goni is still leading the pack right there. He must be very happy. His team is going to be playing as well later in the day. But look at this, man. Alter Ego already going for aggression.
Great way, the Dragon onto Van Strong. Oh, he pulls him out of the Nether Realm, and it's a penalty zone by Pai. But Van Strong has that power. Nature Rossi, a big kick over to Irithel. Brands gets caught with the Purify. It doesn't matter. Alter Ego are styling on Evo's game 2.
I mean, in fairness, we kind of anticipated this kind of result, right? With Irithel losing the lane against Nino, with a lot of just mid-game power spikes, early game power spikes coming in from Alter Ego. We kind of saw this coming. Now the question is, can Alter Ego stay consistent with this? Can they hold on to the reins and not lose it to EVO's Legends again?
By all means, the longer the game goes, EVOS has a better chance. They technically have 2 marksmen, and the Valentina scales very well with items. But if Alter Ego can shut it down before, we'll have to see, man.
Beautiful timing into the silence, and Udil picks him up. Good Ghost Bursters. Now Sunny Boy steals it away. Van Strong unable to do anything to help his jungler secure that buff. And now Sunny Boy will be 2 levels ahead. No retreat this time, but look at Nino. Already starting it up. Should be free from Alter Ego to take. Now Sunny Boy just picks it up for free. Van Strong taking very low already. Brands jumping in with the help of the Wild Charge. Nino Purify gets out. Kicks Fluffy back with the Worldie, but Fluffy still wants to go for more. Gets bursted down. And Rossi kicks him out of the Land of Dawn. Pi just in the front using that damage reduction. What an absolutely stunning performance by Alter Ego.
And now, EVO's Legends, they're sweating. They might be starting to regret letting the Cho open here in the second game. Maybe the Cho ban instead of the Diggy would have been a better response perhaps now, because look at this, the fact that Rossi has been creating opportunities over and over, pressuring over and over, now sitting at a 2-0-2 on his signature Cho, and the fact that it's been so successful at putting EVO's Legends on the back foot poses that question.
Especially because EVO's Legends can't really contest the same way they did in game number 1. No one right now is tanky enough to just walk up and take that damage and get silence on top of all of that. So for now, they need some more tankiness, some items for that, and they also need some damage because we see that they are going for some pickoffs on the side of Alter Ego, but they just don't have the damage to secure the deal.
Look at Rossi, just like an eel, so slippery, but the Wild Charge catches him. Flicker out, Rossi gets out, baits out. What? 3 ultimates from EVO's Legends, and he's still there. He's taunting EVO's Legends, forcing onwards. Meanwhile, Taz in the mid lane, 1v3, trying to defend this turret, but will not be able to do so. Alter Ego picks it up for free. Nino up top knows there is nothing that they can catch him with. No Wild Charge, no Primal Wrath.
It almost seems like their plan, instead of using the EXP laner to draw people away, is just to use Rossi, because he's just drawing so much attention. Here we see him again.
Onward. But the shampoo gets him out. That's a wave. The dragon as well. Rossi, there's no way you get out of this one. Yes, there you go. The kill gets him. Pi now with the penalty zone locks Brands down. Another realm saves him. And Nino is just dealing damage in the back. It's a flicker, but what are you going to do against Pi, who's in the zone? It's another kill. 3 for 1. Roamer for a gold lane, mid lane, and another Roamer plus a turtle.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster on all fronts for the White Tigers here. Alter Ego picking everything that he can in every single way as he looks for a pick on Taz. Either way, he was still able to steal that buff away, get a turtle, propelling them to even more aggression. And Rossi is looking for another pick.
They'll let Pi into his zone. Krike gets caught in the zone, steals the penalty zone away. Fluffy now with the onward, and another penalty zone comes through. Phantom execution in the back. Udil, how did he get a kill? Pi's just swinging. He's wildin'. Rossi looking for a pick. Again, Way the Dragon. But Van Strong's able to flicker to the right angle to escape. Brands now getting a few good chunks of damage onto Nino, but that base turret, the passive, the explosion, has been baited out, and Alter Ego are controlling the game spectacularly. 9,000 gold lead.
They're just not letting EVO's Legends get any fight on their terms, man. I think Krite here needs to be a bit more decisive on what he wants to do with the ultimate, and EVOs have to plan around the aggression. They need to know that if they stop Rossi, Pi is still going to go in as well. And look at that, man. He is just doing, Rossi is doing such a good job of being a nuisance and forcing out so many spells. He rushed the Blade Armor as well, so he will be very immune to Brands' damage for now. And just like that, he's just waiting around Alter Ego, trying to cut EVOs away from their own turret.
Van Strong's already very low. Oh my god! Look at the Stampede! Way the Dragon Flicker brings Fluffy back! The NetherRealm saves Krite. They don't even need minions to take this tier 2 down. They're going in! My goodness, Brands forced to play defensively. One more hit would have taken Brands out, but Brands was able to space perfectly. Taz takes and secures his orange buff, but he had to use the red tree.
No way. Brands is nowhere near ready for a fight at this point, right?
Yeah, I don't think he is anywhere close in gold. He is 2 levels behind Nino as well. And this time, Alter has an assassin. So in stark contrast to game number 1, now Alter Ego have the tools they want. Multiple engages, security and mobility, and on top of that, an assassin to ensure that Evos cannot just cruise towards a comfortable late game.
I like that. I like that emote. That was pretty cute. All right. Because in a way, I was thinking, you're like, EVO's Legends, they definitely still have an opportunity. They definitely still have a chance in the late game. But looking at how far behind they are at this point, with them relying so heavily onto the damage coming in from Brands, the fact that Brands has only picked up literally 1 item, that being has claws, do they really have enough firepower to defend the siege from Alter Ego?
We'll see if they do. That answer will come very, very soon. Seems like they are able to defend the bottom lane, but look at what Alter Ego are doing. Very smart with the wave manipulation. Holding a slow push up top and shoving mid and bottom lane. Trying to crash it all and also simultaneously bait out those passives.
EVO's Legends composition really excels when they're together, so if they can be split apart right here by the wave manipulation, that is definitely a great way for Alter Ego to ensure that they can get something of value right here. Already splitting, letting Sunny Boy do his thing. Now with the Lord, Rossi gets some engage towards the back line.
No onward, penalty zone. Only on to Fluffy. Pi Wall flickers out of the turret range into the back. Press gets taken very low. Oh, he might actually get taken out. The calculations from Pi and the goal from Nino. Base is wide open. Taz is hunting for a kill. He gets Sunny Boy, but at the cost of his base, 1-1.
And here it is, both teams fighting for their tournament lives, forcing a game number 3. EVOS and Alter Ego, they don't want to go down without a fight. And this is definitely the match to watch.
Man, the throw pick for Rossi just swung everything in favor of Alter Ego, man.
How crazy is that?
It's insane.
Like just it's 1 hero difference.
Rossi is crazy. I mean, it's just the fact that he can go in and out so reliably. And EVOS, despite using multiple ultimates, is unable to actually get anything done. That is just insane. That is the kind of pick that Alter Ego require to try and take control. We'll have to see if they can get that similar kind of pick in game number 3, man. I think EVOS will really learn from this experience.
And now I understand the keys to victory. Rossi, pick off hero, equals Cho. So far.
And equals to win.
Equals win.
I don't think he's lost a single game on Cho just yet. So Alter Ego are definitely playing within their strengths. Meanwhile, EVOS, they were too concerned with the Novaria, the Diggy, the utility, and the mages in the roam position that we don't really see Rossi on anymore. They were concerned with Oh My Rossi. They completely forgot about that second personality, baby. Rawi.
You know, on that note, right, even though they let go of the Diggy, let's say they did, I don't think their composition really struggles to deal with that as an issue. So I really felt like that ban was a bit too over careful, over exaggerated. Because again, if they can't really crowd control Alter Ego, it's not like Alter Ego has all the mobility to just run them down. They have an Irithel that can kite back quite reliably, even against a Diggy. So I think adjustments definitely can be made for EVOS.
Do you think Brody would have worked better?
I don't think so. I think the Irithel was the safest pick again. You know, up against that composition, it was very hard to choose any marksman. The best option maybe would have been Claude, but still would have been bullied by Bruno.
Claude was banned out.
Exactly.
That's why.
It's intelligent by Alter Ego, by Cassius. They went from game 1, very one-dimensional, to, you know what? We're back. It's literally Alter Ego. It's their Alter Ego that showed up in game 2. Let's see which ego showed us up in game 3.
So you're saying there's a third?
Well, you know, if you look at their logo, there is 3.
There is 3 masks. So are we going to see another look from Alter Ego in game number 3? Maybe, you know, a bit more close.
No, the third
game?
one is the one with Racked.
Oh, hey, maybe.
We don't talk about that.
We don't
talk about it. It's that mask is sealed away for now. We'll see if it makes an appearance yet again.
Rex been playing a lot of gold lane, Arashi. Do you think he can take Nino's spot?
Oh, that's a tall order, man. Nino has been playing so well. And it seems
I
like...
wanted a better answer. You could have just said no.
Oh, N-I-N-O.
Exactly.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 and now in this upcoming match. And the question is, how does EVO's Legends swing back? And how do I repair my talent prediction? Literally,
Yeah, what the heck,
I've been
dude?
wrong twice in a row.
Everyone voted for Evos though. Pa Pudong just, reaping the benefits of
exactly.
being the believer.
Because like, you would say, okay, a turn is just dumb. But then literally everyone picked EVOs as well.
You were all
So
dumb.
it's like, what?
I mean,
You bully
my
you bully
luck?
us.
From game one, you know what I was trying to do. I'm just committing, man. Arashi made a right call on Evos, and then game two was it happens, okay? Sometimes in season 12, you don't need to think. You just accept what happens.
You just
And
accept.
Go with
when
the flow,
Rossi
man.
gets Cho, when Ro is playing, he's gonna
Who's
row your
Ro?
boats, bro.
Ro.
It's Rowie.
Well, whoever
Rowie
he
hasn't
is,
been playing in MPLPH.
so
whoever
confused.
he is, man, he's a player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G on this Cho. And shows again that Evos, they were so behind that he went immediately for the blade armor and just completely shut down any real damage coming in from Irithel. And everyone else from the side of Evos, there's no real big magic damage. And he went for the Athena afterwards, knowing that if he can withstand the initial burst damage, he won't stick around long enough to actually take enough to take him down. So it's a great itemization that really complements the way he plays this game.
I can't believe he only died once.
Yeah,
With
that's
how
insane.
aggressive he was playing.
It took all 4 or 5 members as well to take him down. That's
Full
crazy, man.
Because if this was Naomi, he'd have immortal second or third item with the way that he was playing.
Rossi, he don't need that. He doesn't
Exactly.
need defensive items because he ain't a nerd. He's a
Are
Chad.
you calling Naomi a nerd?
No, Naomi.
Naomi's super cute.
Well, technically he is a nerd, right?
Hey, nerds can be cute.
He play games.
He's very quirky.
Hey, nerds can be quirky and cute. What are you talking about? Eterna?
You're right. You're
They
literally
just
talking to
alienate
the...
a whole segment of our audience like that?
I can do that because I am a nerd.
Absolutely.
Oh, so there's some friendly fire here.
Yeah, it's fine. Like
Let's
if
take-
you yourself are okay, let's Arashi.
It doesn't
let Arashi
count.
analyze this.
Analyze
Right.
Rossi.
Well, the heat
Rossi.
map just shows that Rossi is everywhere, man. Especially in the jungle. Look at the lanes. He doesn't really go for the early lane gank the way we have come to expect Chos to do. Like maybe a Franco, right? Hide in the bush, tip the balance in one of your laners' favor, and call it a day. No, Rossi is all about that jungle, man. All the way from the first minute, he was just disturbing Taz, getting out unpunished, and afterwards, he's always just helping out his team to invade together. That is why it was so difficult.
But do you not think that is because of the fact that they didn't really need him to tip the scales in a certain balance?
Because they're already winning in the lanes.
Yeah.
In a way, yes, but when your lanes are winning / even, having a roamer that can just go in your opponent's jungle, first of all, just be a big nuisance, and afterwards, still survive unpunished again and again, showing your opponent's positions again and again. It means Alter Ego, they're the ones in full control of where the fights happen.
And with that being said, that was literally the only death that we witnessed earlier on from Rossi in that top side.
Yep. That just took way too much, and as a result, Evos just gets punished. There's no way you can use 3 ultimates on only a roamer and then come out unscathed. Every time that happens, they're just forced to concede control, and Alter Ego wastes none of it. They go for the buffs, they go for the lords, and that play from Pi just shutting down Brands, that was just brutal, man. Brands is just not given a chance to do anything in this game.
And as a gold laner myself, I mean, my eyes were just glued on, his spacing in this game was phenomenal, man. Did you see that? Every single time, just barely out of range of any sort of engage from EVO's Legends, whether it be a wild charge or even a penalty zone, while also being in range to do damage. That is exactly what you want from your marksman. Nothing too flashy. As long as you get the job done with your worldie, you can score your goals.
He also went with the Great Dragon Spear for more mobility, more distance management, already making a very difficult Nino even harder to find in the middle of those fights. And on the other side, for EVO's Legends, man, everyone is just so behind. Even Krite only has a Lightning Truncheon, and that is just not good enough. And on that note, he was on the Valentina, but we didn't really see a lot of Nether Realm plays. Whenever he stole it, it's also not used on time to really save his teammates. Because Alter Ego, they're just playing so aggressively, so so decisively, so quickly that there really wasn't a lot of time to respond from EVO's Legends. So the responsive, reactive playstyle just cannot work if you give Alter Ego their picks like this.
Do you remember what spell Krike was utilizing?
I believe it was a...
Was he using Flicker?
Oh, it's a Purify.
Well, I mean, maybe that's why. Krike can't play without Flicker. It's just not him.
It's built in his kit, kit from God, right? When he was born into this world, he's a
pure child.
He couldn't go for Purifying. Even here, this is a very interesting one, right? We've seen a plethora of different choices for the second talent emblem. From Udil, I forgot what it was. Festival of Blood, right?
Festival of Blood sometimes,
yes. For Udil, he goes Festival of Blood, but for Krite, this is always his thing, man. He was born into this world with Life Drain.
Well, now
I think that makes sense.
Does it?
Would it not make more sense to go for Life Drain as Valentina than Festival of Blood?
I don't know. I would actually think Festival of Blood would make more sense because you're more into these team fights. Aside, like you're not going to be just fully clearing your waves, shoving in.
I think Udil is a little bit more
team fighting.
Right? He needs sustain. But for Krite, maybe because he's spamming those abilities, he needs a little bit more mana. Because Valentina is a hero that is actually quite bad with mana.
Well, usually we don't see that is that big of an issue for the other Valentina players, right? But I think if you want to go with a Life Drain, you need someone that's a lot more spammable or someone that can clear a bit better. Because in this game, for example, I don't think he got a lot of wave clear, right? Because he was just zoned away. So no minions, no clear. The Life Drain essentially didn't really serve a lot of purpose. And of course, he wouldn't know that that's going to be the case. So I think that's a fair point, Eternal.
All right. Well, with that being said, let's allow both these teams to, go back to the drawing board, give them time because, like we keep mentioning, both Alter Ego and EVOs severely need this win. And with that being said, let's throw it over to a break. We'll see you after.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back from that 3-minute 50-second break. I just spouted out some random numbers, but that's okay because we are back to 1-1 between EVO's Legends and Alter Ego. On the caster desk again, it's me, Eternal, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. And it's going to be very interesting to see who wins this. Because if EVOs lose, are they going to not make it to the playoffs for the second time? And if Alter
Yikes.
Ego loses, is it going to be the first time that Alter Ego doesn't make it to the playoffs?
Well, you know,
So
my
golden.
question is, are they going to swap their gold laners now that they took a loss?
I hope not.
You're right. There's a chance for
Because I swap
Domas
out my
to
gold a lot.
How do you swap your gold? What do you mean?
Well, from gold to money and from money to gold. You know, investments here and there. When I need money, cash them out. I get UBS gold every month after my paycheck, and I use that for my investments.
Every
Whether I
month?
need- every month, bro.
Dude, you gotta be balling by now.
Value,
You know,
dude.
Honestly, it's so easy. It's literally you just go to the website and you literally just buy the gold per gram.
Per gram.
Because I was looking at it.
See?
Like honestly.
I mean, it's really nice to just look at all the gold you've collected sometimes.
And interestingly, UBS Gold is a lot cheaper than other options. So it's
so you get
super
more value. You get more bang
exactly.
for buck.
Exactly.
Okay, how do I? What you're saying? I can look at a website. What website?
You can go to ubslifestyle.com. You can go to the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, or you can even go check it out at Blibli UBS Lifestyle. So you have 3 options.
3.
Are you saying, Mirko, you're saying you've been buying, are you saying you've been going on location to actually buy UBS Gold?
Yeah.
I see.
No, I mean, do you not remember Season 11 playoffs? They have an UBS Gold booth.
Like a vending machine?
Yeah, they actually have a vending machine outside too. Not this season, but they have a booth. You can get a 500,000 IDR worth of gold, and you get MMBB skins. That's why I've been buying it a lot. I have an unhealthy addiction to buying skins. That was why, you know, might as well just buy it from UBS Gold.
Well, now you can do it from the website, Mirko, so you can be more efficient, man. And I think efficiency is definitely the name of the game, especially looking at these two teams, man. The team that can do everything easier really comes out on top. The fact that Rasi can so easily find info, find engages, it's important, but
I
we have
agree.
a new record.
Wait, which game was this? Game 2? Was game 2 10 minutes and 36
Was it that fast?
seconds?
Yeah, I didn't even. It was 10 minutes.
I didn't even realize.
Me neither. 10 minutes and 36 seconds. New record, and it came from Evos and Alter Ego. My lord. Wait. I actually didn't realize it was 10 minutes. This
Yeah,
is faster than the Indo loss of PH at ISF.
Oh, yo, we don't talk about that. Didn't happen.
Oh, ouch. At
I
least
can
it
say
wasn't
that
my
because
team.
I'm a fan of that team.
Yeah.
My boy. You know what? They're still my boys.
At least it wasn't my team. All right. And there you go, a new record. Just, new things happening here at MPL ID Season 12. Not necessarily the best things, but at least we got a new record of the shortest game ever.
Yeah.
This season.
10:36.
Let's pray for M4.
Were you
M5.
expecting it, like coming into today's match? I really wasn't expecting something of that nature, but just like that, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time at all, we are back to the drafting phase.
I mean, that's what you expect from a team that is allowed to snowball from that early game and is also allowed to be as aggressive as that. Like Alter Ego, that's exactly what you can expect. So now, coming to the drafting phase here for game number 3, let's see if Evo's Legends are able to alleviate that and take away that facilitation. Choban, maybe just something to take away from Rasi to help that out. Alter Ego and Evos this time, though, have swapped sides. Do you think that this is going to give an effect?
I think it's gonna have a good effect depending on what Evos goes for in the banning phase. If they fully target Rossi, that means that whatever gets picked, I feel like there'll still be enough heroes in the meta right now to still have a very solid second pick, 2 heroes, as long as they don't really leave out the strong roamers for Rossi, because I think Alter Ego will not mind first picking it at all.
I agree. The Cho, if it's left open, or even the Kadira, definitely going to be a first pick prio for Alter Ego. And they're already going towards that. They're trying to leave the Cho open or force Evos to do that. And this is the first swap that we've seen from the sides from game 1, by the way. Alter Ego have finally gone for no. Evos went for red side. The losing team gets to choose. So what are Evos cooking here with this swap?
They might be looking for a strategy that really maybe counter engages. They know that Alter Ego doesn't really play the macro game so well. If they're going with their win condition of just preparing like a net, to catch the full-on speed aggression from Alter Ego, I think they can really come out on top right here with a more counter-engage setup, as long as they have options to actually take advantage if they do find an opportunity. So maybe a bit of a stun, a bit of a speed boost, some mobility to ensure that Alter Ego also doesn't just walk away from them.
Let's hope they also don't tunnel vision on that, right? Because I think there are a lot of situations in the past where Evo's Legends, they tunnel vision on counter picks, and they're lacking that bigger picture sense of how their own composition is supposed to work. And now, we come back to an interesting topic as well. Edith has not been touched in the first phase so far, Fanny being the choice by Alter Ego once again. And is Edith, again, that much priority? Because I honestly didn't see the impact of Edith in game number 2.
You're right. Despite Edith being super prio in this meta, we didn't get to see that. Mainly, I think, it's because it was used in the XP lane. An XP laner like Fluffy who wants to create plays, who wants to be an initiation threat. With the Edith, it doesn't suit his style. For Edith, you actually want to be engaged on, or you want to look for pickoffs, right? Not Fluffy's playstyle. That's why I thought the Grok would have been swapped over to the XP, and then Van Strong will be the one on the Edith. That's his comfort pick too. Not too sure as to what they were looking for in game 2 with that, the choice, that creative choice of giving Fluffy Edith, but I think they've learned from that now and they're saying, you know what, okay, let's give it to Van Strong.
I feel like they have to really pick it, play around it as well. Try and rely on the Edith as additional damage too, not just as a tank. But now with Cho left open, with Alter Ego in the first pick, will they just snipe it immediately? Do they feel like that is too dangerous? Does Evos have a plan if they want to try and bait Alter Ego into picking that Cho?
So it's either...
I don't feel like there's a pick that can really shut down the Cho that reliably.
I mean, Diggy, I guess, right? Oh, wow, okay. Because I was going to say there are 3 options, right? They'd either go for a Fredrin, safe pick, They can either go for Valentina, also safe pick, or they can go for the Cho. But Alter Ego says no to all three. They say, we're going to prioritize the Bruno in that gold lane, and EVO's Legends answer with those two picks that I mentioned earlier, Fredrin and the Valentina. Is this a good trade?
I feel like it's a bit dangerous because they had the Valentina in the previous game. The Fredrin, though, is something that was eventually banned out by EVOs themselves in game number 2. It was a big part on why, on how Taz was able to actually be so dominant in game number 1. That Fredrin pick, able to stop a lot of the mobility coming from Alter Ego as well. But letting go of the Cho, though, that is a risky situation.
I don't know about this, man. The Bruno first pick, it may seem very risky, but honestly, looking at the matchups for Bruno, there's not really a bad matchup for him, right? Against the Brody, it works. Against the Beatrix, it works. A Claude, all the heroes that you would try to play against the Bruno absolutely slams in lane. As long as you build around this Bruno, you're all good. And that's kind of like what they're doing right now with the Terizla and the Faramis pick, giving Bruno some survivability with the Faramis, with the Netherrealm, and also giving Bruno
space,
an easy way to deal damage in the front. Having a frontliner who initiates and who takes all the damage in Terizla.
The penalty zone is also going to be very useful in locking people down in place for Nino to just throw those balls and do an insane amount of damage. Again, especially if they want to match out pound for pound, like the DPS coming from Bruno. There's not a lot of heroes that EVOs can pick right here. They can match that. They are going to go for the X-Work though, and I think they're going to immediately ban out that Cho.
So it's literally Alter Ego's composition so far from game number 1, right? They're trying to do the counters, Valentina pick up, and then they go for the X-Work to try and counter the Terizla. But I think they need a little bit more to work with, do you not?
The only difference here is there is no Akai, right? So it's a Fredrin instead of an Akai for EVO's Legends. I think that is better stability. Now that they're banning out a few of these junglers who can actually deal, have a lot of threat against the Fredrin in the jungle department with the Lancelot farms faster, maybe they might want to go for Martis next, because that is another pick that can give EVOs a few problems in the jungle department.
Huh. So you think they're going to let go of the Cho, essentially? We'll have to see, man. For Alter Ego, I think it's all about getting more, just denying a lot more options for EVOs to maybe split push, or denying them any chances of disrupting the formation with already a Netherrealm and a Bruno to actually play around with. As long as they can stay together and not get separated, I think they can have a really good shot at winning all these big fights. They ban out the Claude just to remove the dive potential from EVOs.
Or do you not think that EVOs should just double down on that? Like, understand that Alter Ego, they're going to look for team fights, they're going to clump up S5. Why not counter that?
Yep, I agree with that. Minotaur becomes a good option to try to force a dive. You want to dive? Let's go. Let's go full out. And then they can pick up an Edith too. But with the export already picked up, kind of removes that already. Not only a roamer. You want an Edith or a Minotaur. You have to choose between the two.
I was literally thinking something even more aggressive.
Oh,
like Atlas.
Ooh, the Atlas would be great up against this composition. But now that we know that Nino can go for Purify on Bruno, you can go for engages. With that Netherrealm, you already survive for some time. As long as the Bruno stays in behind, not going to be a good time for the rest of your team.
Well, the Minotaur, I think, has a bit more of a defensive utility, but again, that means that EVOs won't be able to actually do anything unless they have planned out for a contingency when they're getting kited back. Because Alter Ego, they can just keep waiting for the right situation, and I think the big factor here will be that mid lane, right? Both short range, so no one's actually going to be able to do a crazy amount of poke damage either.
So then what? What do they do? Does EVOs want to double down? I mean, does Alter Ego want to double down on securing heroes that are relatively okay against the Bruno? There you go, Beatrix and Claude taken away. EVOs, they're either going to be forced on something like the Irithel or Brody.
Yep, Irithel, Brody, the two options. I mean, we mentioned the Leslie last game. I think right now, it's actually not bad to go for Melissa.
Against Terizla as well.
Against the Firmus and the Terizla. Remember, that's double value. The only real concern is what are the last two picks going to be, and that matchup isn't too good for Melissa. This Bruno can bully the Melissa in the early stage, and on Melissa, it is a very different hero. Now, you really have to wait for your item power spike. If you don't get it, yeah, it's going to be really tough. And if you get bullied in lane, getting the item power spike even later in the game, it's... wow!
Eterna called it. Eterna called it. Ixia right here. A pure front to back with a good amount of crowd control for the side of Evos. That's great and all. It's going to be a bit of a fight between the damage output. And I think in a way, Ixia actually has a bit of a lead. Unless Altrigo can find something that can just negate all that.
They literally still have the choke.
If they go for the choke, can Evos just pick up the Diggy and have a solid front to back composition that can't really be picked off? Possibilities are flying around right here. Gonna be a Hayabusa from Altrigo. What?
Yeah, knowing that the Ixia is very, very easy to pick off. They want to go for some more backline threat, and they can be ones to go for... is it too risky for them to go for... okay.
Okay, curveball.
What is going on?
Valier.
Well,
great against the Fredrin, but the Ixia.
Maybe they're just doubling down on that early game. Right?
Maybe, and the Valdir can be a bit more dangerous, especially in level 1, level 2. We saw that Altrigo, they did that weird wave cut in the early game.
Yeah.
Seems to be something that they really like doing right now. But later as the game goes on, I think it's going to be very difficult. He will be able to have a lot of give a lot of problems to the X-Borg and the Fredrin. But again, this Ixia remains somewhat okay. And once the Wind of Nature is built, even the Hayabusa won't be able to be that big of a threat.
Oh my god, what's gonna be the last pick here for Evo's Legends?
Cho!
I heard Cho, yeah.
What? Bad strong!
To cancel the assassin potential? It makes sense, it checks out. Oh, this will all come to execution, man. I feel like Altrigo can rely on the Netherrealm a bit more, but Evos, I think in the mid-game, if they're not too far behind, they have a good chance here.
Oh man,
I feel so split.
Yeah,
right
me
now.
too. I mean, for both of these drafts, again, it comes down to the execution. This Hayabusa needs to be very careful, by the way. Against a Valentina Cho, that's a lot of mid pressure that Evos holds over Alter Ego. Sure, they have a Valier. It's great to cover, but if the Fredrin can invade early and shut this Haya down, it's gonna be scary, very scary.
It truly is, and looking at this, you're right, it's gonna be a Bruno with the Purify. So that does alleviate a little bit of pressure from the playmaking that Evo's Legends has brought with their composition. Of course, they need to be wary of the Valentina, they need to be wary of the Cho, and they also need to be wary of their tournament lives here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Land of Dawn for the final game of this best of 3. Will Evo's Legends take it 2-1, or will finally the 3-faced mass look for an opening here?
I think you have to keep your eyes open and pay attention to the gold lane, man. Right here, whichever gold lane really wins out means that, whoever gold lanes actually wins means that the team can be a lot more aggressive when it comes to those team fights. And considering that there's an assassin in play, I think both teams will be trying to pick off the gold laner and protect the gold laner at the same time.
We'll see, right? Because so far, it looks like they're putting a lot of pressure in the top lane. I think they're trying to get their mid laners to level 4 as soon as possible. As we also take a look at their emblems. Again, Impure Rage, but a different style here on the Valentina.
Oof, Impure Rage with the tenacity and the firmness. Going for full tankiness, expecting to be in the fray. Dealing crowd control, dealing damage, or maybe even stealing a penalty zone. We'll have to see. Taz getting zoned away, getting just chased down by 3 members.
Oh, wow.
Very aggressive from Altrigo.
Yeah, they also baited out a Retribution. The Taz actually won there, the 50-50. Still, though, Sunny Boy is holding a pretty good lead in the XP department. Should be able to get level 4 a bit faster compared to Taz. But in the Retri battle for the neutral objective, it should still favor this Fredrin, a utility jungler.
I don't know what the difference is, but I saw kind of a similar situation in game number 1, where Sally Boy was able to get level 4 a lot quicker than Taz. Is it rotations or what's going on?
might come down to the rotation and how much early game focus is there from Alter Ego to clear the waves faster almost, right? If they can get more minions down before the turtle spawns, that's a chance. But look at this play.
Shadow kill coming down. Cry. Oh, no, he beats him in. The shadow kill comes out and Cry is brought back to the team. Well played to Sully Boy. My goodness. Now Pime in the front, just trying to zone. Sully Boy's looking for the opening, but Taz will be able to secure the red tree with an Appraiser's Wrath combo. Even with Sully Boy's red tree, it was not enough.
Wait, sorry, how did that happen again? What was that interaction?
Sully Boy jumped in, used Shadow Kill right as he got out. Oh, we have a split, by the way.
Oh,
but
finally.
Right as he got out, Krite used Shadow Kill. And Sully Boy just went back to his old Shadow, the quad Shadow in the back.
So he had to follow the Shadow Kill.
Yeah, the Shadow Kill follows through with the quad Shadow. That is unfortunate for sure.
Oh man, unfortunate, definitely. But back to that talent prediction, 3v3. Going to be a split here on the talent desk. English versus Indo. As once again, the king back on top. What is this? What is this swap? Why is it Momo-chan and then suddenly it's Goni anyway? What's this, Van Strong?
That's for the accuracy. Van Strong! Oh, that flicker was horribly timed! Alter Ego punishing again Van Strong. Man, that was unlucky. That Shadow Stampede brought him back.
A lot of small mistakes right here. It might increase Pi getting jumped on.
He's in the zone though. That penalty zone really saved him. NetherRealm as well from Udil, but it's a responded over NetherRealm from Krite. Udil gets out, saves his XP laner, and Alter Ego reset once again in the mid lane.
All right, so far there's not much of a gold difference. So what are we feeling about this early game?
I feel like Alter Ego is doing pretty okay. They've given Sully Boy 2 assists, winning in the jungle invade game as well. And I fear that in the mid game, he's gonna put all that resource, all the attention towards the gold lane. We already mentioned that Brands on this Ixia is gonna be a very easy target to gank from Sully Boy. That could be the key for Alter Ego to take control of the game with their mid-game assassin power spike.
So with that being said, why haven't they done it yet? Why are they leaving that alone?
Maybe it's because if they put too much emphasis there early on, it's going to be very difficult for the Terizla to deal with the X-Borg and by proxy the Turtle as well. Alter Ego has always played for this Turtle, and it just happens to be that the gold lane is further away right now, and they're going to try and win out here, and if they do, that's where you can see more focus being put in the gold lane.
You see some damage placed down though. Oh! Blast Insanity was cancelled, and now they're still going to go in. 3-man penalty zone by Pi. This might just be it. Yeah, Pi will get that kill. Fluffy still able to sustain back up just a bit on to the Turtle. Now Sully Boy with the quad shadow going back and forth, baiting out the Jeet Kune Do and taking Van Strong down. Alter Ego playing it clean.
Very aggressive, very clean, a 1,000 gold lead, and this is going to be a quick and easy Turtle for them, unless Taz and Krite have something to say for this. Do they want to go for it? Well, they've actually successfully zoned Alter Ego away. They realize that Rasi is super low, and there it is. No one's been able to touch that Turtle.
But this also means that Alter Ego can go back and once again go for a skirmish, go for a pickoff before the Turtle. They can just keep repeating this until Evo's Legends just had enough. On the other side of the map though, Brands and Nino, they're going at it, trading battle spells, so definitely still a lot of action there. But you can see that Brands is a bit pressured whenever Sully Boy just isn't showing on the map. He knows that if the Hayabusa shows up, that could be a game over situation. Might happen right here.
This is it. Oh, the quad shadow hits perfectly. Say goodbye to Brands. Wow. They even gave the kill over to Nino, which is absolutely value. Well played by Alter Ego, but now they might lose some pressure or all the pressure onto that Turtle. Sully Boy already used the Retribution, and that's the Appraiser's Wrath to seal the deal. Turtle traded in for a kill.
Hasn't that just been the story of the game, though? I feel like Alter Ego, they've just been letting all these objectives go. They're like, you know what, Taz, if you want it, take it, and we'll pressure you elsewhere. And they're already tipping the balance even further for Nino in this gold lane, and we saw that be very successful in game number 2.
Considering that it's a Bruno with a Purify as well, Van Strong won't be as difficult of a menace for him compared to the Hayabusa for Brands. But again, in a proper 5v5, especially if everyone's on the same level, same gold curve, Brands will be able to output more damage. So if Nino can really shut down this lane, I think Alter Ego can then use that for something else. Otherwise, then it's just Evo's playing the Evo style, right? More macro heavy and taking advantage of the fact that Alter Ego are very straightforward. They want to go for aggression, they want to go for fights, and if they don't get it, sometimes they do look a bit lost.
All right. We saw the gold difference earlier on as well in the bottom lane. I thought it would be a little bit more imbalanced, but there's only a 100 gold difference between Brands and Nino.
Ooh, Van Strong with a good way of the dragon, but it's only on to Pi. He'll take that easily. NetherRealm comes down. Nino, it's a worldie! And a penalty zone right onto 3, but it doesn't connect onto Brands and Krite. Poorly timed. Brands now doing a lot of damage with a full barrage in the back, but so is Nino. Getting Van Strong very low. Now Nino has to respect this damage coming from Brands. That's a flicker from Fluffy and a last insanity. Nino should fall here, and Brands picks up the kill. Fluffy still in the midst of it all right now, tanking up the damage. But there is no more follow-up from Evos, and Brands doesn't have the flicker. Udil is chasing Brands down, doesn't find the Shadow Stampede. Brands gets out. Alter Ego been baited. Taz is lurking around that bottom side river. But for both teams, they will choose to stop this fight.
Looking at the top side though, that's a free turret for Alter Ego, using the pressure to just bully Evo's Legends, ensuring that they can't really control the waves as ideally as they want to. Great moves from both teams, but Alter Ego still having a 2-3 gold lead. This is the 8-minute mark, where usually teams with a stronger mid-game power spike will start taking over. Evo's Legends need to be more careful than ever. They've already stifled one play. They need to try and do so more here, especially with the Lord spawning.
Especially with the Lord spawning, and especially with that much belief coming in from the Alter Champs right now. 66% in the audience prediction,
Whoa,
but here we go.
Udo forced to use that Purify early. Oh, in the back, what a beautiful shadow kill from Sully Boy. Pi, the penalty zone literally zones Evo's Legends away, and without Brands, this might be a free Lord for Alter Ego. They just need to be very careful about Taz's whereabouts.
They will be looking for him right here. He gets spotted out. He's trying his best to still go for a fight, go for a steal maybe, Fluffy as well, but it won't be enough. I think Evos will be forced to give it up, and that's unfortunate, man. That will be the story of the game if Sunny Boy gets his way.
What? They reset it.
What?
An interesting move from Alter Ego. Ooh. Oh, one more shot. Nino tries to go for that sliding tackle for the final shot, but Krite uses the flicker. What? Yeah.
Are they looking for a team fight? An engage?
Taz was all the way bottom lane. Was that a mistake?
Well, we already mentioned that Alter Ego, they can use the objective to just keep baiting Evo's Legends for more and more pickoffs, right? They have no urgency right now as the wave is still pushing on the bot side, but look at that.
Way the dragon. Pi gonna be brought back. NetherRealm as well from Krite, and say goodbye to Pi. Brands just picks up the kill. Worldy bouncing on every single member right now with a full barrage. Comes in from Brands. Onto the back. Big ultimate spent by Evo's Legends, but a big kill for them too.
It's so easy to walk out of that ultimate, isn't it?
It really is. Shadow kill. Used up onto the... Oh my god, they're taking all the damage! Krite can't survive it, and even Brands is taken so low that he's practically picked off. He's forced to recall away. And Pi is back in. Perfect timing for Alter Ego.
Man, Alter Ego resets it again though. They're just trying to get more and more pickoffs. They're letting Sally Boy make the moves right here, going for a split push as well. Evo's Legends, they might lose multiple objectives. You're forcing Brands to go on the bottom side. This might be the chance if Alter Ego really wants to go for it, unless they really just want to keep going for more pickoffs on Evo's Legends.
Oh, such a roller coaster of a ride in this game. They're threading the needle. They're dancing around this Lord fight. It looks like both of these teams are looking for the best opening. You can see that Pi initially was looking for a penalty zone onto Evo's Legends. He was the one getting caught out from Van Strong, so there's a little bit more center focus on to Van Strong, but he's still able to kite away. There, oh, there you go.
Oof. One more shot. The worldie connects. Oh my god, Brands is getting bullied this game. Nino! With a shot to the back. Krite has been taken out, and Fluffy's next on the chopping block, forced to flicker out. Alter Ego have been waiting all this game for the Lord. They've waited enough. They finally found the right moment, unless they reset it again.
Seems like they just go for the mid turret. The bottom wave was pushing for Evos, but that won't be a factor any longer. Finally, after getting the multiple person pickoff that they wanted, Krite and Brands on top of that, the core members of Evo's Legends, they just go for it, and now after securing even more of a lead, they're going to try and split EVO's Legends apart, take away the turrets, and go and make sure that the base will be cracked open quite reliably.
It's so difficult, man. I mean, you know, technically there's not even too much of a gold difference between Bruno and the Ixia compared to what we saw with the Irithel, right? So does this also mean that in a way EVO's Legends still have a chance to come back?
I think they definitely do. And with the Ixia, they do have a bit more of a high ground defense situation, and they have crowd control. If Sunny Boy can't really just slide in undetected, they have the Way of the Dragon, they have Taz with the taunts and knockups as well. So Alter Ego are the ones who have to play a bit more carefully in this situation, but considering that they are using the Lord, I think they can just play it safely here, and then, unless they go for that.
3-man penalty zone from Pi. That's a full barrage, but Brands takes a lot of damage, but he dishes out even more with the help of the Netherrealm, surviving in the back for so long. Udo gets chunked and gets sliced down by Taz. Meanwhile, the mid lane, base turret falling. Bottom lane, super low, and even top side. 2 base turrets for a kill onto Pi. Is that value?
Definitely is, man. Only one member, and it's Pi that has always been the main engage tool, the main guy trading his life for value in favor of Alter Ego. With that play though, you see again that EVO's Legends, when they group together, when they don't get caught off guard, they do have damage and they can still be a big threat for Alter Ego. But from the look of things, Alter Ego will just do the same thing once the Lord is up, and now with no base turrets, it's even more difficult for EVO's Legends to try and find something. Their best bet is just to trade around and try and find gold and catch up. Because if Brands just gets too far behind, I think that will be the mark where the game is over.
I think Brands needs to get Wind of Nature as soon as possible, right? Get that out of the way. So even if he does get engaged on in a 1v1 situation with the Hayabusa,
he already has it.
There's a little bit more survivability. I saw that he had the Golden Spear, so he's already gotten the Wind of Nature. So now this kind of tips the balance a little bit in favor of EVO's Legends. If Alter Ego continue on engaging in that angle, it literally facilitates the doom of their own demise. We saw that happen earlier on, because if the full barrage hits in that angle like it did before, that's going to be a team fight won by EVO's Legends.
Well, with that pressure, Alter Ego just brute forced the turret. And in the siege situation, they actually have enough damage to hold their own. Fortunately, they do have the Valir, but EVO's, they might need to be a bit more careful here walking into the jungle.
Penalty zone only onto Taz right now. Rossi's doing some good poke damage, but Pi gets brought back. Netherrealm perfectly timed! It's Sully Boy in the back with a shadow kill! Brands assassinated, and it's another double kill for Sully Boy, looking for a triple. It's great! Gets balled down by Nino. Fluffy flickers to the other side of the map, and it's 4-1. Sully Boy's hunting him down. That's a triple kill that he's smelling. Will Alter Ego give him the opportunity to hunt Fluffy down all the way? It seems like they will. Alter Ego are in no rush to end the game. They'll let the minions do the dirty work as Sully Boy just taunts Fluffy. And now EVO's Legends will be dropped down another position in the standings.
They don't give it to him. They don't give him the final kill. But like you mentioned, this is a step in the right direction for Alter Ego. Can they stay this consistent? Can they utilize their creativity? That is a question. And I bet EVO's fams are
devastated.
Yeah, devastated, disheartened. Is this going to be another EVO's?
I mean,
at 7th place?
We'll have to see how this plays out, man.
No, it won't. Because they're not 7th, they're 8th.
They're 8th now? That's even worse.
We'll see if they can recover from this situation, but Alter Ego, man, we talked about Rossi needing to have an engaged hero. They show that now. That's no longer the case. We say they're inconsistent and they can't play patiently. Game number 3, that is all about patience, man. All about finding the right fight at the right moment. So they're showing a lot of improvement, a lot of growth in such rapid fashion. I think this is a great sign for the Alter Ego fans who are very excited to be in the building.
And they made Valir work.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's great news, man. I like Valir. I think it's a
failed
great
in game
hero.
1, and they said, you know what? We can just make some micro adjustments to make it work. And in game 3,
There were some weird decisions that were made, but it was all creative decisions, not going for the Lord, instead baiting them to continue to fight, continue to misposition themselves for Sully Boy to find these openings. And wow, just wow, man. Ultra Ego have come a long way, and Evos as well. I just can't believe it. The top 3 of MPL Indo Season 11 are now fighting in the bottom 3 of MPL Season 12 regular season.
I don't think anyone would have expected this outcome at all. Because a lot of people, a lot of top streamers in MLBB have actually mentioned that the three teams right now shouldn't be in the red zone. We'll talk about that a little bit later as we take to the host for an interview with Alter Ego, our champions of this match.
Saat yang dinantikan tentunya untuk Alter Ego, mereka ngedapetin kemenangan. Dan juga ini adalah saat kita untuk bisa ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan Alter Ego. 2-1 melawan EVOS Legend. Mereka bahkan membalaskan dendam di leg yang pertama, leg kedua berhasil dengan 2-1. Dan pecah rekor juga. Paling cepat, kenapa tadi mainnya cepat banget ya di game kedua kalian?
Di scrim juga kita sering menang cepat sebenarnya.
Oh, di scrim?
Iya, di scrim juga sering menang cepat sih.
Oke.
Lapar juga, lapar.
Oh, lapar.
Iya, lapar.
Dan ngelawan EVOS kali ini bisa ngedapetin, mungkin bisa dibilang balas dendam setelah 2-0, bisa dilawan dengan 2-1. Leg kedua ini setelah break. Apa yang kalian habis semedi atau habis ngapain? Sampai akhirnya bisa ngedapetin kemenangan ini?
Yoga bareng.
Beneran ini?
Iya bener, kita kayak gini. Belajar keseimbangan diri, lebih rendah diri juga. Cuman kalau emang pada sombong emang dari diri masing-masing aja sih Bude.
Oh.
Iya, yang penting yoga sih kita.
Yang penting yoga bersama?
Yoga bersama.
Ide siapa? Kalian dari yoga ke keseimbangan tim, terus untuk merendah juga, ide siapa itu?
Bocil.
Celi Boy yang minta?
Celi Boy yang minta.
Oke, dan hasilnya ternyata baik. Ini akan dilanjutkan berarti olahraganya ya?
Iya.
Nah, kalau bisa ditanya lagi ya, setelah kalian mungkin sempat berada di jurang terdalam, posisi 9, pas break itu, apa yang kalian diskusiin? 2 minggu berarti kalian di bawah gitu kan?
Nggak kaget sih Bude kalau kita di bawah, yang kaget kalau kita di atas. Udah biasa soalnya.
Lebih shock ya?
Iya lebih shock kalau di atas di STX 1.
Tapi permasalahannya, ini semua tim bisa dibilang dari posisi 3 sampai 9 itu masih bisa berubah-ubah dengan sangat cepat. Gimana kalian ngelihat mungkin persaingan dari tim-tim lain yang ada di MPL 12?
Gokil lah season ini pada pengen perform yang terbaik semuanya, semua tim, semua pihak juga itu aja sih. Gokil, keren.
Keren ya?
Iya keren.
Semuanya pengen ngedapetin yang terbaik, semuanya ingin memberikan yang terbaik. Gimana caranya kalian bisa terbaik dari yang terbaik?
Percaya diri, percaya teman, sama tetap rangkul keluarga kita.
Tetap keluarganya ya. Rangkul dong. Dan tadi kita ngeliat lagi ya, ini Nino, kamu seharusnya bisa ada kesempatan untuk melawan 2 marksman. Tadi Coach Cassius bilangnya kayaknya bakal ngelawan Brands. Apakah sesuai dengan kamu juga? Oh ini kayaknya akan ngelawan Brands terus nih.
Mungkin ya udah keprediksi sih kalau misalkan Brands yang bakal main. Jadi kayak ya udah lawan siapa aja ayo.
Ayo aja, berani aja dulu katanya ya?
Berani aja dulu, kalau menang belakangan.
Oke. Dan gimana kamu ngelihat mungkin dari leg 1 dan leg kedua ini untuk melawan Brands?
Mana ya? Enggak sih.
Apa nih?
Banyak bisikan-bisikan. Nggak boleh Bude, nggak boleh. Yang pastinya ya dia masih jago sama kayak leg 1 sih Bude.
Jago ya? Pertama kali?
Enggak Bude, enggak.
Berapa kali ke solo kill?
Enggak.
Nanti lihat, nanti tolong dibedah ya sama analis ya berapa kali harus dihitung itu. Tapi ada player yang tentu saja menonjol dari match 3 game dari Alter Ego. Siapakah yang akan menjadi player of the match? Rasi? Alter Champs apakah Rasi? Apakah player lain? Langsung kita cek bersama ini dia player of the match dari Alter Ego. Rasi!
Males banget lihat mukanya.
Kepengennya siapa emang gak baik?
Aku lah. Ya kalau enggak, kalau bukan aku jangan dia lah. Malas banget lihat mukanya.
Kiri ya?
Sering ya masalahnya?
Iya.
Rasi,
Ya, Bude.
berhadapan dengan EVOS Legend di leg kedua kali ini. Apa yang mungkin tantangan kamu paling hadapi di leg kedua ini?
Apa ya? Gak tahu sih. Gue main aja sekarang, Bude.
Main aja? Apa yang
The
kamu
best.
pikirkan saat bermain?
Bantai musuh, udah gitu doang.
Bantai musuh. Dan gimana sih ekspresimu ketika bisa dibilang hero cowokmu dilepas?
Gak seru. Mungkin gak tahu sih. Karena pas terakhir gue lawan Oni kan cowok gue pincang kan. Jadi kayak dia mau dicoba buat keluar dikasih, ujung-ujungnya kan kalah mereka.
Kebanyakan nggak tahu Bude, ini orang.
Kebanyakan nggak tahu ya Celi?
Iya,
Kasih tahu dong Celi.
Nggak tahu tuh, lagi cosplay.
Nggak, soalnya gue
Mau dibilang lucu kali makanya nggak tahu terus.
Kalau nggak tahu nggak lucu sih itu ya. Nggak lucu jadinya. Tapi Rasi, ini nextnya bisa dibilang kamu akan melawan Geek Fam yang dimana role mereka adalah Baloiski, satu player yang sepertinya punya banyak banget bisa dibilang hero-nya, bahkan kayaknya Ruby-nya juga kemarin serem dan segala macam hero pool yang dimiliki oleh Baloy. Apa yang paling kamu antisipasi dari Baloiski?
Ruby-nya kali ya, soalnya banyak outplay musuh juga tuh harus gue waspadain. Tapi ya mau gimana pun gue harus menang sih Bude, karena kita masih di zona bawah.
Zona bawah dan sisa match kalian tinggal 3. 1 down, 3-nya seperti apa? Celi Boy sendiri gimana sekarang? Untuk tinggal sisa 3 match lainnya untuk Celi Boy.
Sisa 3 match ya? Gimana ya Bude ya? Tiba-tiba kaget aja sih sisa 3 match lagi. Soalnya kan yang lain masih pada banyak juga kan matchnya. Kenapa kita doang yang sisa 3? Ya, cuman yang buat 3 ini ya semoga Pai nggak lagi mood aja sih. Lagi mood buat main aja.
Gimana cara ngejaga moodnya Kak Pai?
Harus dibelai Bude.
Harus dibelai. Ternyata rahasianya itu ya. Sama
Iya.
semuanya kalian ya?
Iya. Biasanya dia minta jangan deh, jangan.
Jangan. Tapi Celi Boy banyak banget juga yang merhatiin kesehatannya Celi Boy. Celi Boy sehat? Katanya
Sehat Bude.
terlihat sangat lelah.
Emang gini-gini aja sih Bude.
Gini-gini aja.
Enggak gimana.
Emang gitu ya? Katanya dari, kan biasanya ini banyak yang kolom komentar tuh, wah matanya Celi Boy terlihat sangat lelah. Apakah latihannya lebih keras lagi dari Alter Ego?
Iya, latihan lebih keras ditambah harus iniin mood dia juga kan.
Menjaga mood Kak Pai.
Iya.
Oh ya, harus gitu ya. Tapi oke, ini melawan EVOS kalian sudah mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan bagaimana untuk Udil? Match selanjutnya untuk Alter Ego. Mungkin ada
Jumawa dulu nggak sih dulu masih main minggu depan?
Menang loh. Ini minggu ini kalian 1 match dan menang. 2-1.
Jumawa dong dulu, Jumawa.
Kan dari kemarin kita kalah-kalah terus kan Bude. Yang harus ditekenin di sini tuh MPL tuh Liga Maraton guys. Jadi kita kalah di awal tapi kita bisa sprint di akhir. Jadi santai aja. Sama terima kasih banyak buat Alter Champs atas dukungan kalian. Kami semua masih semangat. Dan ya gue sayang sampai kalian. Sampai ketemu lagi lain waktu guys.
Udah ditutup sama Udil. Langsung aja ya kita lemparin kepada para caster untuk membedah game yang sangat cepat di game kedua. Dan seperti apa kemenangan mereka atas EVOS Legend di leg yang kedua. Langsung saja silakan caster. Why is the mic on the floor?
I have no
Did they
idea.
leave it?
They just leave it on the stage?
Oh my god, all right. I mean, it's always an entertaining interview to watch. And I just realized from that interview that they literally only have 3 matches left. So this was 4th. They won it. So does this mean that they have to win the next 3 matches or like what's the maths here? Because it's so close, right?
I think even if they win their next 2 matches, it's okay to lose 1. Out of their 3 matches, they can lose 1 still, and they'll still be okay. But it really depends on the teams ahead of them as well. The teams on top will have to lose for them to take their positions. But first, let's talk about this man's performance, because if he continues to develop his hero pool like this and have a consistent performance, 209 this time in game number 3, Arashi, your brother Arashi.
Well, I play Valir as well, so hey, coincidence? Maybe. But he played so well on this Valir. It's a defensive Valir with vitality and tenacity, right? In pure rage for more regeneration with the basic emblem as well. He is pretty independent, and considering the composition that his team has, he is never really too vulnerable in the front. Considering that there is an assassin in the jungle, you would think that Alter Ego would lack in frontline, but actually, considering how aggressive they're playing, how they just use Pi to just be a complete menace in the engage game, they're able to just maintain a strong front to back and use the Nether Realm as well to just force EVOS to be out of position. And we can see in the highlights here, will be making crazy moves just beyond EVOS' frontliners to ensure that he can get to the backline, get to Brands and Krite.
Going against a really good Valir player sucks, right?
It really does.
It really sucks because you literally can't move in a lot of these engages, and you can see that EVOS Legends, when they usually go for an aggressive play, that's what happens. You get stuck. It's like glue, especially when you already have that Ice Queen wand. And there are so many moments here that EVOS Legends' plan gets denied away from them. It's gross to see. Oh, yuck! Good Valir players.
Oh man, Rossi, I don't think he's a good Valir player. He's more of a great Valir player because the things he was able to do, yeah, you're right, it's nasty. Even here, the Searing Torrent just zoned them away, backing them up many times, and you can see the slow, the spam, right? It's so annoying, especially when you're a Fredrin, man.
And you have to give credit to Celebi, of course. He was the one that was just completely destroying the whole backline, and he was so ahead that even with the items, it doesn't matter. The pressure in its own is enough to just shut down EVOS Legends and any kind of counterattack. And on that note, the Valor pick works extremely well here because it's an Ixia, right? It's a hero that stays in place, and when you use your ultimate, you pop the ultimate on the Valor, you know, the fireballs, they just keep popping on the same location. So if you're an immobile marksman like the Ixia, it's just even worse for you compared to someone who'll be moving around, dodging some of the fireballs, or at least moving away from the after explosion.
So that means that Ixia is literally still sitting at a 0% win rate here at MPL ID Season 12.
0%, and we've seen different varieties of like builds and all the kind of experiments you would expect from the Ixia, from a crit build to an attack speed build to a hybrid build with the attack speed and raw damage, and nothing has worked just yet. We've also seen changes in the battle spells. Earlier, he took Quantum Charge, right? That was also what Eman took in MPLPH. That was the only Ixia game that ended up successful.
Yeah.
It was with Quantum Charge. So I think Brands tried to replicate that, but unfortunately, not the same result.
Well, especially against the Hayabusa, right? That was a great pick. Everything it seems like EVOS was banking on, okay, you have Bruno, let's do a front-to-front, DPS battle. But then Alter just says, no thanks. Why would we? Why should we? And along with that, it's just a counter picks and the pick off from Rossi. So now, quite literally, it's a pick your poison situation. And even then, he can play supportive, he can play engage, and now he can play quote-unquote like those mage poke heroes as well. So he is just really showing up.
Stacking them up.
Stacking them up. Literally.
All the heroes. Stacking them up.
Yep. I don't know why you feel so strongly about this. Stacking them up, he says.
Stacking them up.
Stacking it up.
He's just stacking them up.
He's like an IRL Sicilian or Aldous.
I've started to, he's growing on me.
Rossi?
Yeah.
Roshi's brother?
Yeah.
Why?
Just his versatility.
He's been improving so much, man. Remember last season?
Like, we were actually like, oh man, Rossi's like, can only play this hero. He can only play support hero.
He's only Oh My Rossi.
Yeah, I think we talked about how one-dimensional he was, I think, back in the day, and now he's really evolved to this. He's growing on me.
He's growing.
I might like him better than Keyboy soon.
Oh, whoa.
I know.
Oh man, you've certainly got that connection with Rossi. I don't know where that came from, but if you guys want better connection, you guys can visit or check out the best provider.
Oh, it's Mr. Ahmad.
Dunia.game/Telkomsel with Mr. Ahmad.
Yeah, because yesterday he was talking about the promo to me. So apparently that with every purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel, you guys can get extra savings and additional 3 gigabytes of data quota. So it's just so beautiful. If you guys want more information, come over to the venue, talk to Mr. Ahmad, or if you guys want to stay at home, that's okay too. We don't judge. You guys can scan the QR code down below. See? Promo Special Gamers.
What does that mean?
That means Arashi is a cute boy.
Whoa! Well,
Interesting
cute boys get
translation.
special promos like this, Arashi. Go and claim yours today, and that means everybody is a cute boy and a cute girl. And well, you guys are cute because you guys can get the same promo, man. It's all special for you guys.
Well, you're only cute if you take advantage of this promo.
Okay,
That's
there
what
you
it
go.
is.
There you go.
Boom.
Arashi said it. Use it.
Use it.
Use it.
Stack them up.
Stack them up.
Stack them up.
We're gonna stack him up during this break as we go to the break. For the break.
Whoa. 3 breaks?
On the break.
That's a lot of breaks, man. Stack them up.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see you in a few for the next match, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned.
Stack them up.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taken
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we
Go! Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Shoulders, 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal,
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire hadn't done it. Been taken down.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambah kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break as we are entering match number 2 of the day. And just to remind you, it's 2 out of 3 because the third match is the Royal Derby. So, before we get to the Royal Derby though, we are going to have to go through... Okay, that sounded bad. I didn't mean it like that. I meant this match is going to be equally as interesting because it's going to be Rebellion Zion facing off once again against Aura Fire for the second time here in the second leg. And in the first leg, it was a 2-0 for Rebellion. So let's see if Aura Fire is going to be able to repair, as we want to thank our sponsors, because MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head and Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports. We have Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. Catch us on our official broadcast in Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. We also have our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. How are we feeling today, Mirko?
Feeling
It's not
great.
loud at all.
What?
It's not loud at all.
What? It's not loud at all?
Yeah.
What? Well, it's not loud yet for the fans especially because, hey, we're still in the interview segment and we're still waiting and chilling. Don't worry, we'll build the hype, and as you can see from the people behind us, we've got a full house for Rebellion Zion and Aura, so it'll get louder. Hey, Turna, we will see both these teams basically fight to the death because there's no place like home.
It's finally
home is
quieter
playoffs, and Aura are not home yet.
Okay, it's finally quieter now. In my headset. Yes. But anyway, Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. Now, what can we expect today in this upcoming match?
I think we can expect a lot of aggression for sure, but I think there's a lot of matchups we can highlight. In the EXP lane, for example, the Aran effect is definitely still in play, but for Rebellion, the Cars has been very solid. We saw his performance yesterday, just having very few deaths, huge impact in game. And along with that, there's Audi TZ as well. We've been talking again and again about having multiple options on how to make plays, how to engage with crowd control. And usually, it's the roamer and the EXP lane. Rebellion has a bit of both.
Oh, and that's exactly who we're going to be highlighting today. Who will take the crown in the second Rookie of the Week showdown? Because both of these players were extremely highlighted.
I think in the first week, we did see a glimpse of brilliance from Audi, and he was really able to fully clop with the team, fully adapt to the team very fast. In week 2 and week 4, he stole the show as our Rookie of the Week for 2 weeks and our half-season rookie. He's also picked up 10 unique heroes. For Aran, there's a little bit of a difference here. Week 3, he came in with an absolute bang, but then he had a bit of a slump. He's finally recovered in Piala President. We did see his improvement, but Arashi, is it enough improvement?
We'll have to see from today, right? There have been some time for improvement as well. And for both these players, they have a very wide hero pool as well. So the more time they have to prepare, the more those mechanics, those split-second decisions will be set in stone, especially with how risky, high risk, high reward both these players play, right? Even though they're not in the same role in the game, they have, in a way, the same kind of impact, right? What they do in the Land of Dawn dictates whether or not their team will have any kind of control, any kind of, maneuverability in the macro game department.
All right, so those are definitely things that we need to consider coming to this next matchup. And I've also been hearing quite good things from Aura Fire in a certain tournament. Pepe.
Yeah, President.
Yeah.
They were able to win in the closed qualifiers, and they went completely lossless. They were unbeatable in Piala President in the group stage all the way to the knockout stage, winning the entire event in the grand finals against EVO's Legends. So Aura Fire, they've improved quite a bit. But first, we gotta welcome their opponents here who are charging into the stage with the Matador himself, Audi TZ. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls make their way on the stage with their main 5. Captain Suelo back in the mid lane. I'm honestly quite curious as to what... There you go. That's it. That's what we're curious of. What reference is this?
This is a One Piece reference. The Straw Hat, the poses, Rebellion. If anything, they know exactly how to make an entrance. And look at this. Who let them cook?
So that's why.
We've got a Witcher reference too.
There you go. But let's welcome their opponents here. It's the big, it's the bad.
Dragons of Indonesia walking up on stage with full confidence. After winning the closed qualifier, it's Prince Aran. He knows how to grab the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, Aura Fire.
Aura Fire. Here it is. Wait,
a familiar
that's
face.
Face Hugger in the mid lane.
What is going on? Facehugger. Back for more, man. And look at that. The familiar face in the audience as well. Hezet trying to show some support. We'll have to see, man. The backstage staff. We'll see what can they bring out to try and get a victory. Coach Chico right here, the mastermind who's been able to bring Rebellion through so much success. He's going to go up against Coach Saint DeLucas.
He's been quite genius at drafting, honestly. Coach Chico has really outdone himself so far, being able to win yesterday as well. It was quite a surprise. But here it is against Coach Saint DeLucas. What exactly are we going to expect from Coach Chico, right? Because we've seen so many weird things from them, and I think this is also one of the only teams who's picked out weird mid picks. Rizla mid, right?
I think they're just really good at situationing, adapting their bands to be the worst possible matchup for their opponents. So considering that for Aura, the spotlight has always been on Aran and the macro plays and the EXP lane, I think you can expect something of that nature, something to counter that from the composition of Rebellion. But there is a victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Hero composition optimization for neutral objective setups and utilize a fighter in the mid lane to apply pressure on Aura's mid laner. that strategy worked wonders yesterday, shutting down Clay completely in their match against RRQ. If they can do that now and shut down Facehugger, they can transition that lead into the jungle, and if they can shut down Van, that's also a huge blow to the effectiveness of Aura Fire.
And I think the difference between Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion now, especially now that we're centering on the mid lane here at the Keys to Victory, is the fact that Facehugger is a little bit more predictable than Suelo, right? We're gonna expect Valentina, Farsa picks coming through. I think the craziest thing he's picked up in the mid lane is probably the Feramis, but even that is considered normal for other mid laners, and that's definitely something that Rebellion Zion can take advantage of.
A wide hero pool within Suelo. Even though he has low in his name, he's a very high hero pool that he was able to utilize. Very different from Aura Fire's Facehugger, who is very limited now in his hero pool. And I honestly want to ask you, Arashi, why do you think Aura Fire chose him today instead of Sin?
That's an interesting question. I think Sin does a lot more risky things. Maybe the plan is to be a bit more consistent, knowing that they're going up against a team that is just so much more aggressive in the early game. Their keys to victory here, though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is to contest the Paquito pick, get that dominance in the EXP lane that they can use to just pull around their opposition, and then let the rest of the team just dominate in the neutral objective setup. Afterwards, play a composition with power spikes in the mid game. If they bank too much on the late game, Rebellion is well known to just completely take over when they're given a chance. So either go for a mid game power spike and carry that with their discipline in the late game, or go all out in the early game and fight fire with fire, because this is Flaming Dragon.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Do you think Aura Fire can pull that off, though? Fight fire against Rebellion Zion's early game aggression.
Well, their logo suggests that that is definitely the case, but look at Rebellion, man. Their fans certainly knows how to, I don't know, be creative. It's kind of entertaining to see that every week they just come in with something just that much more eye-catching.
I mean, I don't know if you guys spotted, though, the frogman in the back there, but that guy definitely has my eyes set on him, bro. He is a spotlight for sure. I want to get that mask, bro. Where do I get it? But honestly, for the Aura Fire fans, even though they don't have as many gimmicks, you know, they don't change their outfits much, it's still representing their team fully. Aura Fire, the same bunch of people that we've seen all the way from week one. The support that they have been giving to this team, despite Aura Fire's lackluster performance in MPL so far, but they're looking to change that right here, right now.
Their support is so strong that they nearly pushed me out of the building.
Whoa, whoa, why? What happened?
Because every time I cast Aura Fire, they lose.
Oh, no.
So let's see if that curse continues here, that effect continues here. As we do enter the drafting phase of game number 1, Rebellion, Zion first pick, Aura second, Kadita, Cho, Fredrin taken out. A lot of respect from Rebellion Zion onto Aura. And Aura Fire will respond with such respect as well, taking out Suelo's Yves, taking out Audi's Franco, and I'm excited to see the last ban here from the side of Aura Fire.
This is why it gets confusing for Aura. You ban the Yves, the Gord is still in play, you ban the Franco. The Kaja can still be utilized here on top of the other unorthodox picks, but the Edith still has precedence right here. I'm not sure if they are worried for the Edith as an EXP laner or as a roamer, but Rebellion can probably do both. But they have the first pick right here. The Paquito is available, and Cars, he hasn't been as flashy, he hasn't been doing crazy mechanical outplays, but he is so solid. Even going up against RRQ, dying only once in the game that they dropped, so he is definitely solid, and with a solid puncher like the Paquito, we'll have to see what he can do against Prince Aran.
This is a very great pick. It's not just a deny pick, but it's an amazing pick for Cars. Cars has the ability to dictate the game all the way from the start when you give him a pick like this. The Paquito on the hands of Cars, it doesn't seem too flashy, not as flashy as Iran's movements across the map, not as flashy as, say, even Boots as a duelist in the XP lane, but he is on point. His efficiency is on another level. And that's what Rebellion have been able to utilize, rely on for a lot of their victories.
Now Aura Fire, they're going to have to respond to the Paquito pick. I would assume that they would want to secure a hero early for Facehugger, but they go for Bruno and Terizla. This is starting to be a common trend here in the first phase of the picks. Bruno and Terizla, are they really that unparalleled in their own lanes.
Not sure about the Bruno that has been gaining so much more traction. It's definitely stronger in the lane due to how resettable the first skill is. But the Terizla maybe is a bit more of a prio pick for Aura this time, because aside from having it in the hands of Aran, which is great, it can also be taken away from Sway Low, who has been using this Terizla pick. It's a bit of a cheese maneuver in the mid lane, which we have seen in the keys to victory as well. But Rebellion, they're going for this Boxia here. They might go for that speedy playstyle.
Yeah, fast rotations will be the name of the game, especially if they do want to pressure this Bruno from the early game. The fact that the Valentina can also go for that early game oppression is definitely leaning towards a scary early game for Aura Fire.
Look at the Bruno and the Terizla. This time they might actually go for something like a Fredrin that is banned out. In the jungle, do they want to pick up a hero for Van first? Say a comfort pick like a Lancelot? Up against the Boxia, not the best pick, understanding the Boxia can farm better.
Ooh.
So they'll save it. They'll save the jungle spot, but this means it might be at risk of getting fully banned out in the second phase. Fredrin was already banned in the first phase. Now you can expect more bans towards Van. Lancelot and maybe
Martis?
Not really Martis. I don't think Van, I've seen Van a lot on the Martis. I think Lancelot, maybe another assassin.
Ling, Haya?
Well, it depends on what is banned by Rebellion as well, but the Martis I feel like has a bit more potential, and considering that they have a Novaria that could maybe go to the roaming position, there's that option. And the Martis provides true damage that has been used as a counter against this Boxia. So, of course, we're not sure if that's a pick that Van wants to make use of right now. Looking at the bans, actually, Rebellion is targeting the roam position.
Hi. When did Hai come back?
Hello.
I think it was this week.
I'm skipping.
Yeah, week 5, it was Samo.
Right?
Played.
I thought it would be Samo Syndrome, and now it's Hai Facehugger. So even Aura Fire, up until week 6, still hasn't found their strongest 5.
I honestly think they have found their strongest 5, but against a team, it's Sin and Hai, and the rest that haven't been changing at all. But yeah, I honestly think in this specific matchup against Rebellion Zion, a team that's super systematic, bringing someone with a lot of experience and someone that doesn't make as many risky plays as Sin would be better. That's why they went for Facehugger. They want someone a bit more stable. They want someone to be able to make creative decisions in the macro department.
Fair.
I think macro is where they're going to try and bank everything. And look at that. They banned the Kaja as well, so no suppression heroes, leaving a possibility for the Assassin to go unchecked. As Mirko mentioned, the Lancelot is definitely a signature pick. Will Rebellion respect that? And if they do, is that a bit of a bait? Does Coach Saint DeLucas have something else to use if the Lancelot does get taken away?
For Van, there is still a possibility that he could pick up the Akai, Ling, or even the Hayabusa. So there are still options here. Rebellion Zion, who do they want to bank on banning out? They go for the Martis. So they take away a hero that should be good against the Boxy. I agreed with your opinion earlier on. And now the Lancelot is free to pick up if he does. Or he could leave that for the last pick. Go for something else. Go for the roam first.
If this is going to be a roam pick, then it will just show... Or we can go for a... Do they want to really gamble with the Novaria roam? I mean, it gives them a lot of intelligence, right? Against a team that's so speedy and so dangerous with burst damage like the Paquito, like the Valentina. The Novaria as a roam position doesn't sound like a bad idea. But if they do so, what exactly do they want to put in the hands of Facehugger in the mid lane? Because he does not play fighters. He's something with a bit more survivability. It's going to be the Guinevere shown first, most likely in the jungle.
Wow, Guinevere. We saw that from Rebellion Zion. Remember what Rebellion Zion used the Guinevere with? Yeah. Terizla mid. Is this a sign? Novaria, Terizla, and Guinevere. It's literally Rebellion Zion yesterday. Yep. They go for the Angela and the Irithel. The Angela pick is a great one here, in my opinion. With a Boxia, you're already almost unkillable. And on top of that, the Angela to give you more sustainability and to let you just be even more confident when you invade and just jump in as a frontliner. We've seen this combo many times, I think at IESF, and it has worked really, really well.
And the issue is, the last time that Guinevere was picked up by Rebellion Zion, who was the counter jungler? Because I don't think it was as sustainable as a Boxia, no?
The counter jungle last time?
I'll check.
I believe it was a fighter as well. It might be a Fredrin. because there was a great deal
Yeah,
of...
it was Fredrin.
Yeah,
You're right.
okay. There's a great deal of distance management back and forth. And look at that. It's going to be a Novaria confirmed to... Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, there you
Signature
go.
facehugger Farsa.
All right, facehugger Farsa. So the issue right here for Aura is the fact that they are quite limited on frontliners, but the Terrorista has damage reduction, so that could be what they're trying to abuse right here and trading more damage back than they can receive. But against a Baxia, this sounds like a very difficult task, especially as Mirko mentioned, with this Angela combo, man. It is ruthless in the early game.
And there's a lot of dive as well for Rebellion Zion. I don't think that the Farsa is going to have a good time when he goes in for that Feather Airstrike. And that's a lot of magic damage. I like it. It's interesting, it's unique, and I'm curious to see if it works out.
Man, right now, they can try and keep Rebellion Zion at bay, but they don't really have a lot of spells that can really push them back, stop the aggression. Airwithel, Baxia, everyone moves so fast, and with Aura Fire's roster being so vulnerable, I think it's going to be very dangerous in the middle of those skirmishes.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn we go for first game between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. Aura Fire currently 8th in the standings. Their playoff run not looking too good. They need to win this as soon as possible.
Looking at the clear speed though, it's still Baxia that holds it just for a bit. Here, already a chunk of damage over to Audi TZ. This is what you can expect with two mages in the mid lane, but Sway Low doesn't want to leave it at that. Chunks the enemy roamer as well. And look at this, Vincent already early on with a cheeky little invade, but Van will be able to spot that out. With the retry, I think Van won it as well.
I think so, but Vincent will be able to get that litho. And looking at the emblems right here, a lot of quantum charges from the side of Rebellion. Trying to make use of that mobility, they will require a lot of movement speed to chase down the members of Aura Fire. On their side as well, a bit more tankiness in the emblems, but for the most part, survivability and a better chunk of damage.
Oh!
Ooh, that is unfortunate.
A quick splash from Sway Low takes the orange buff.
That's Captain Suelo for you, ladies and gentlemen. Surprising. Finally, we get to see him just be that dominant force in that mid lane as he usually is. And back to the emblems, right? It's already a different flavor of the Guinevere that we saw in the hands of Rebellion Zion. Vincent utilized a Brave Smite. Here, it's different. Why so?
Might be hinting at going for a bit more of a damage-oriented Guinevere, or maybe at least a hybrid. But considering that Taz goes for the Impure Rage, even on tanky heroes, that might be just for the sustain, and it could still very well be a full tank Guinevere for utility, just the way Van likes it.
Look what they're doing to Van already, man. The invades in Iran as well. Very low, gets chunked low. Audi is dealing a lot of damage, forcing Iran to flicker out. He survives just barely there. Flashes the Bigotron emote. But Van, he has the retry, uses it for the purple buff, giving away the Lord to Rebellion Zion for free.
That was an interesting move by Cars right there. Just a bit hesitant on moving forward. Maybe there's more to that, but the turtle being picked up by Rebellion, already such a big win. They're going for more right here.
No Astral Recall. High gets bursted down, forced to flicker out. The wheels come down. And Audi TZ claims first blood.
There it is. One of the main reasons he was chosen as the rookie monster 2 weeks in a row, and then half-season rookie. It's interesting to see how far he's come and how aggressive he can be, even on heroes like the Angela, as we do see a full split once again. I mean, the Indo Talents won the last prediction, guys. We got to step up our game a little bit.
Well, we'll see.
I don't want to step up my game. I think I'm happy with that, with the loss.
We're all gone. We're both gone from the stand.
Oh, it's okay though. Look, we still have Sheffin and Gani up
Okay,
there. Still 3 English, 2 Indo, so
Okay,
a W.
It's fine, it's fine.
Easy dub. We'll see if we do get proven right, but look at that. Swalo.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Feather Airstrike coming down. Swalo has to take that death. Van gets back out. A quick little kill, quick little trade. Vincent, Shield Unity finding High. Astral Recall popped in, and High will pop down that Astral Meteor to clear out the wave in the mid lane.
So we're already seeing a flavor of something that I see very similar to the Echo Express, right? Rebellion Zion, they're really just pulling the pedal here in the early game, and this is what we were worried for. Does Aura Fire necessarily have a mid-game power spike?
technically they do with so many mages, but look at that. This is a problem right here. Vincent is just way too fast. And on top of that, if there is a hard guard involved, there's more slows as well. So even if they do have a bit more burst damage that they can utilize to make plays in the mid game, Aura Fire, they still need to be very careful because it's all about execution and positioning. And Rebellion generally will come out on top due to this movement speed.
Look at that, he's just wheeling all over.
They can't get him, man.
No one can. He's been getting all the objectives left, right, and center. This is the second turtle of the game. Let's see if Aura Fire are able to contest it, as it looks like they want to.
But there's trying the mid lane. Ron forced to flicker out. Your main playmaker is out before the turtle even gets contested. Van versus Vincent. It's Swaylo who gets it. Van with a Requiem, but now will be punished by Vincent. Throws down a shield. Meanwhile, Cars chasing Facehugger down. One more shot will do it. He has a sprint and he has a final jab. He gets out of the penalty zone too. Iran unable to deal enough damage. And even High misses the spear. Cars, a walking W.
3-4-0 trade in favor of Rebellion Zion. 2 kills and a turtle in their favor, as they're doing everything that they can to punish Aura Fire every time they look for an engage.
The hard guard on a Paquito, man, that is also deadly. We thought that it was going to be on Vincent on the Boxia, but in the hands, the hard guard into Cars is definitely still a solid problem for the back line. You're seeing again, Aura Fire having enough damage technically to burst down Highs or Sway Low, but can they get in position fast enough without getting run down? This is the main problem, and it's not going to be solved anytime soon unless Aran makes something happen, but he's getting outmaneuvered by Cars completely.
The bottom lane, already so much pressure once again. I mean, in the last series that we saw, there was a certain trend, right? Whoever picks up Bruno is usually the one to be able to win the game. But here, even with so much help, is Kabuki winning the lane against Irithel? In a winning lane?
I think it's a bit of an even situation. In fact, early on, it seems like Highs was the one with a bit more to say in the lane. He wasn't dictating the pressure, but look at Vincent going for High probably yet again. So squishy.
Wow, even a heavy crossbow used up. High now going to be chunked very low, but Van jumps in with a Requiem, and another airstrike is able to snipe Highs down from downtown. High with a spear. Vincent taken low, and the Requiem knocks Vincent up for Kabuki to shoot him down with some balls.
No, that's exactly what they need to do right now. Aura Fire going to be able to propel Kabuki a little quicker into that snowball. And with him picking up a kill onto Vincent and a kill onto Highs as well, Aura Fire, they're looking in the right direction.
Mid-game power spike is finally hit for Aura Fire. And here it is.
Well, if you look at the source of damage from Aura Fire, though, you have to remember that 3 members are doing all magical. If Rebellion Zion stacks up on that magical defense and then use everything and the kitchen sink to make sure that Kabuki does not have a role to play in a fight, they can just completely negate his physical damage. So Aura Fire still needs to be very careful, but baiting out Rebellion Zion into trading multiple members for a roamer, that's still a very good, solid win. Let's sway low here and does something extra.
Uh-oh, Feather Airstrike comes down as well. The hard guard is placed down. One more shot! Penalty zone from Iran! Onto the back, finding the kill. The Executioner, as the Worldie gets placed down with the hard guard, is there to give Vincent a bit more sustain. A turret traded in for nothing. Up top, Cars already trying to pressure, though.
You can see that Rebellion Zion's prowess in these team fights have started to fall. One reason being, and I do believe that this is a factor, Iran already picking up that dominance ice. Oh. Here it is.
Astro Spear, good body block from Vincent. Facehugger, though, has been absolutely lethal this game.
He's doing a lot of damage, and I think a big part of Aura Fire's damage is the fact that they do AoE. And Rebellion Zion, they are crowding around together a lot and taking so much more damage, and generally, in the past 2 fights Aura has been winning, Sway Low gets picked off first, so he needs to play a bit more careful because he is still one of the main sources of damage for Rebellion Zion. A lot of them are still tanks and utilities, so the damage dealing heroes need to make sure that they stay alive.
And if they don't, they die. And there's a kill notification that you guys can also get your hands on as well. Don't forget to check that out ASAP. Because Aura's, in particular, is quite cool.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one, you know, man. I think Aura's one might be my personal favorite. It's so memey.
Yeah.
But Rebellion's one is actually really epic too, man. The blue bull, you can see it every time you get a kill.
And it gets angrier and angrier with every kill you get.
That's a mad cow.
Well, Rebellion has a chance to show off this mad cow because now with the Lord in play, the macro play becomes even more impressive, even more important, and you can see Cars already making the play, but Aura, they're trying to just force Rebellion into a fight right here. It might work out, we'll have to see. Can Vincent and Audi just sustain, look for info reliably before getting picked off?
Look at Facehugger. Wings by wing, spots Cars out, Cars gets him out of position. Astral Echo reveals all of the members, all 5 of them. Aura Fire might be just going for the 50-50. They have the trust in Van, but look at the back right now. Cars dealing so much. The Requiem comes out, but they get melted out. But the airstrike steals it away. 2 junglers, but Cars has just smacked the Aura members to a different dimension, and Sway Low has eliminated, wiped Aura out.
Wiped out. That's it. Rebellion Zion, despite losing the Lord, they are going to be able to clear these waves quickly. High should be able to chunk it at this point in the game, getting a lot more in trade. They should be able to get the mid side as well. It's looking like a disaster now for Aura Fire.
They were just urgently pressed to go for that Lord because they see that the bottom wave control has been set up by Cars. But now look at everyone getting slowed by the Astral Echo. They make it out this time, but that could be a dangerous situation. Aura Fire can look for more of those plays the longer the game goes. But right now, it's back to the default setup, and Aura Fire needs to find something before Rebellion forces a macro play with the neutral objective yet again.
Did you see the economy just instantly shift back in favor of Rebellion Zion?
Yeah.
That's so crazy, right? Like one team fight, it does that. So, because earlier on, it was Rebellion Zion with the... Obviously the...
2,000 gold lead?
Exactly, 2,000 gold lead. Aura Fire was able to level it back out, and because of that wiped out, Rebellion Zion back on top in items as well.
Looking at the items for them right now, look at Cars, man. 2,000 gold ahead. He's clearing so much more, and Aran can't nearly have the same kind of impact. He has the Oracle for increased healing from his emblems, from his items, the Bloodlust Axe, and the shielding coming from his skills as well. And for Vincent, the fact that he has the Radiant Armor right now means that he's a lot more durable staying in the front. For Aura, you can see that there's the Hawk's Claws, the Berserker's Fury for Kabuki. He went for the Wind of Nature, so that will give him some more time against Cars, but, you know, I don't think that will buy enough time unless his team can also provide him with some measure of security.
And this is why I think in these objective takes, there was a reason why Vincent picked up the Brave Smite, right? Because in that particular situation, I think the Guinevere would have lasted a little bit longer, but she couldn't hear. And then they lost the Lord.
Well, Van is definitely losing out right here, and it's not because it's a 50-50 situation. Rebellion is just doing a great job of making sure that it's never just an objective take. It's a team fight, it's a pick-off, everything happens at the same time. And the fact that the Paquito is in the hands of Rebellion, in combination with this Angela, you saw what happened to the whole backline of Aura Fire. Both High and Facehugger just get completely denied participation from that fight. The same thing will happen, and Aura Fire can either make a macro play to pull Cars away, or they can try and focus him down first and let go of the objective, because let's be real, even if Rebellion gets the Lord, we already mentioned that Aura Fire has more damage and they can clear it out before Rebellion can do anything. With 2 mages, that's good high ground.
I agree, but they don't have as much mobility as the Paquito. So we see in these team fights, you're going to see it here, that Cars is going to be able to clear that, and he should be able to get an inhibitor turret, because Aran is focused on the team fights a lot more. And so far, Aura Fire, they've just committed onto that. They've just committed onto the neutral objective without doing their housekeeping.
And you can definitely see the results of that, right? 3 levels ahead for the XP lane. Look at that, Cars versus Aran, 15-12. An absolutely crazy stat. Usually you see that for the junglers, but now the Lord actually assisted Aura Fire, knocks up Vincent, Cars in the back. Look at the damage, and he's placing down. It's a DPZ for Aran. Cars is a machine in this game, a monster. The Astral Sphere to try to steal it, but with Vincent, and even with some body blocks, there's no way that can happen.
Honorable mention to Sway Low, though, with that penalty zone and being able to get a few members from Aura Fire, just really negating that disengage and any option of any engages as well.
Aura Fire, they cannot get baited like that. We know that Vincent was low, but Aura Fire's composition is meant to burst someone down and keep poking. if they just keep getting baited and moving forward to kill a tank like that, I know it's a jungler, but if their backline gets jumped in without any kind of countermeasure, they will lose the fight by default. So what they can do to deal with the macro pressure, by the way, is maybe send one of these long-range mages to clear the wave out. Of course, Cars can still outplay it, but now Rebellion going for high.
Astral Echo placed down by High, but he had to use that flicker defensively. Good sphere to Highs, but yeah, there's damage from the Novaria. It's just, is High that behind?
You have to check the items later on. But here it is, a push coming in from the side of Rebellion Zion. A 6,000 gold lead, 14 minutes has elapsed. They're banking on Kabuki, but...
Defensive penalty zone, and Highs just takes him out with a heavy crossbow. Now Facehugger taking a lot of damage, Shield Unity in front. Facehugger still able to flicker out of that one with Wings by Wings as well. Cars! Again, the machine up top. The Mecha Bull.
We saw it in the keys to victory. You need to be able to contest this Paquito pick. You see what Cars is able to do in these team fights. He doesn't necessarily have to deal the damage. That macro play is enough to give Aura Fire a huge headache.
Shield Unity locking him down. Knockout strike from Cars! Van with a Requiem, but only hands onto Vincent. Kabuki's dealing damage to the ball as the spear comes down once again. Highs gets shot Kabuki with one good shot, but it only takes the Rose Gold Meteor away. Now it's Cars again! Bringing him back. Penalty zone. Cars still able to survive. That's a hard guard to the back, and the base was wide open for the taking. They just focus it down. And what a win for Rebellion and the English desk.
A foot in the right direction for Rebellion Zion to repeat history of what occurred back in leg number 1. Leg 1, 2-0 for Rebellion Zion, and it looks like they're on the way to make the same mark.
Man, the draft was just so solid from Coach Chico. Aura tried their best and they did make adjustments, but they just could not come fast enough. We talked about the mid-game power spike. They reached it. They were able to stave off that aggression, but afterwards, the macro play, the execution, the mind games, and how Rebellion engages, Aura just could not match up to it. They're forced to admit defeat. Game number 1, now they've seen a bit of what Rebellion can offer. They need to make adjustments.
Not just adjustments, man, but even the execution there was absolutely strange in my opinion. Aran getting outclassed by Cars entirely. And Cars always just ignored Aran for the most part. He was always just doing his own thing. It was the opposite. We expect Cars to be the team fighting one and Aran to be the split pushing one, but Terizla was on the hands of Aran and Cars got the Paquito.
That's why I found the Terizla early pick quite peculiar for Aran. Like, sure, we've seen him find success on the Terizla. We've seen him kind of become a new Aran where he's more team fight oriented. But in the grand scheme of things, it felt like it didn't work at all.
I think his main strength is that macro department as well. We remember that his highlight plays when he first showed up in the in Season 12 is when he made those crazy escapes, just ran around and no one was able to touch him. I think that's his main strength. And against a Paquito, it's in the win conditions, by the way, but you can't really match up to that, especially on a Terizla. So I think Aura, if they want to try and give Aran a teamfight hero, that can work, but they have to take into consideration what is being given to Cars, and can Aran match up when it comes to impact in the game.
So what do you think about this Paquito, though? Do you think it warrants a first pick
Yes.
ban?
Yes. Yeah.
Ban?
Yeah.
Oh.
Pick or ban. Considering how important the EXP matchup is, I was very surprised when they did not ban it out and let Rebellion go for it.
Omawa actually said yesterday that it was just really weird, the fact that Cars' Paquito was always respected in the earlier weeks, but now as we get to the later stages, they're like, you know what, let's give Cars his hero every single time. Every team has just done that to Cars. And writing him off.
And coincidentally, Rebellion has been doing better. So hey, is there a correlation? And I think we talked about this backstage as well. Part of the reason why Cars is getting so much more space to actually get his picks is because of ODTZ, man. Look at the bans. Franco, Edith, and Kaja. There are 3 bans here dedicated towards ODTZ. Doesn't leave a lot more to just allocate for that EXP lane.
Perfect distraction as well, right? For Cars to pop off. And I think he's got to be player of the game, right?
Come on.
Who else?
He's got to be. There he is. All right, cool. Player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. KDA 401 not been. He didn't die once.
This is not Cars' stat. Usually, he always has like 80% KP. This is a run stat, but it's on Cars. Cars was an absolute car this game. He was all over the place.
And considering the fact that he essentially, I would say, won at least two team fights for Rebellion by just jumping in the back with the help of the Angela. That's crazy. That's only 42%, and yet it feels so impactful. Look at his items, man. He went for 2 defensive items and then straight for damage. He knows that he's not going to target a Ran. He's not going for a 1v1. He's not trying to be a tank that soaks up damage. He's trying to get in the backline. And considering that the only real person with a lot of damage that he has to be concerned for, that he cannot really outplay and dodge out from, is the Brody. That's in 2 defensive items is more than enough, in addition to the hard guard.
And he's 16.
Asesinos Credos.
Whoa, what is that?
An assassin Paquito.
Oh.
Asesinos Credos.
Asesinos. I won't even try.
It's okay. I don't even know what it means.
Credos.
Oh, I thought you said assassin.
Just sounds good.
Is that Assassin's Creed in Spanish?
I think so.
Asesinos Credos?
Asesinos Credos.
Cars.
But yeah, 16?
He's 16.
Years old?
Years old. And he's already smacking all the 20-year-olds here in MPL.
It's an age gap?
Age gap?
Age diff?
It's the youth gap.
Youth diff. All these oldies better watch out, man. Cars is on the way. The absolute Terminator.
He's a machine because it's in the name. He's a car.
Okay, I think we gotta stop there.
Is he a Pixar movie?
I think this is enough. All right. But yeah, he completely deserved it. But I do want to give an honorable shout out to Suelo. I think Valentino was pretty good. There were a lot of times that his penalty zone landed perfectly. He's such an underrated player.
That's why it's low. Nobody really writes him off. I mean, nobody really expects him to. Low.
Anyway, here we are in the highlights. What exactly gave Cars?
This.
Oh, that.
It's just the drafts, man.
And even up top, look at that.
So much.
Look at Cars. This is Aran. This is Aran's gameplay, Arashi.
Exactly. So it's very confusing to see them switch roles technically. But credit to Aura, man. In the early game, they were able to get very beneficial trades, right? Good team fights. But as we called out, once the Lord has spawned, that is a objective that they can no longer just ignore and let go for other objectives. So they're forced to initiate and engage in these big fights. And in the drafts, they just lose it out. And look at the gold gap, man. 8,000 gold difference. That is definitely significant.
It's huge. What do Aura Fire do? I think I need a little break to think about it, and we can discuss it behind the scenes first, and just give both of these teams some time to relax. And with that being said, we're going on a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to see you after.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back from that short break. We are going to continue on our second match of the day between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. Right now, Rebellion Zion are leading 1-0 for those of you who just tuned in. And we are about to go into the second game to see if it's going to be a 2-0 once again for Rebellion Zion. Will Aura Fire, prove a fight, pick up a fight against Rebellion Zion, because I like to fight for skins as well.
Why do you need to fight for skins? You don't need to fight for skins.
I don't need to?
No, all you need to do is get on Bleebly. You know the app Bleebly?
Yeah.
The best e-commerce app?
Yeah.
10% cash back on all diamonds and skins.
Oh.
You don't need to fight for it, Eterna. You can just buy it.
I don't have to fight anymore.
No.
Yeah, don't, dude. Fighting is bad.
I'm so
Coming from
happy.
you,
Make
Arashi Violence Bang Bang.
What happened?
Make peace, not war.
What did I miss? Is he violent now?
Oh, did you not watch M4? He only wants violence.
I want violence, man.
What am I missing?
Oh,
you're missing
you
points.
Have the app?
Oh.
You have the Indomart app?
Missing points.
Yes.
Oh, you do?
I do. What do I use? What do I do on it?
Oh, so he's missing that part, Rashi. Since Arashi
You
is the
say
Indomart
you say
connoisseur. Huh?
Did you say he?
I said she.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Are
point
you a he?
is, check out the Indomaret Point Coup application, right? And make sure you come over to the venue. Check out this booth, man. It's lit.
Point coup means my points.
My points.
Oh, it's Kakavira.
Are you making names up or
No,
are you serious?
I actually know them.
Wow, you
That's
are so
Kakavira.
social. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, because I was talking to her backstage. And okay, so it makes sense
Wait.
why she's here. Kafira, okay. So, guys, come over to the booth because I swear Kafira is the
A real
greatest
person?
human of all time. She is so nice. She's so kind. Look at her face, man.
She sounds fictional.
She's waiting for you guys to ask what promos you can actually get using Indomart Point Coup, the membership. So come over, right? You can also get exclusive deals with Point Coffee. Get a 30% discount using the promo code PointCoffee30, and you guys
Why
can
30?
get your hands. What?
Why is it 30?
30?
Because you get 30% discount, Eterna. Point Coffee 30. You see that? Dapatkan discount 30%, which means get a discount of 30%. What does exclusive deals mean? It means exclusive deals. I don't know.
Exclusive.
What the heck? Come
I
on,
thought it meant
guys.
Arashi is
Exclusive.
cute again.
Exactly, that's what I was going to go for.
What?
You know?
That was
But
so random.
here it is. This is what we went for. Me, personally, I go for the iced sign Coco.
Signature?
Sign.
Signature?
It says sign here, Arashi.
I think it's
what is
short
it?
for
What is it?
signature.
Are you telling me the barista got it
Oh
wrong?
man, that's so good.
Yeah, it's not the signature, it's the sign Coco. Sign Coco.
Min Coco.
Oh, we're going to see him
We
later.
will see him later, Mr. Min Coco himself. But we'll have to see Van.
Wait, they have
After
a
Van Strong took an L, now it's just Van. They were also both from Aura, by the way.
Interesting.
Aura likes the Vans.
I guess they do. And it looks like they like. No, I'm kidding.
You know what they don't
I'm
like?
not gonna say it.
You know what they
Okay,
don't
by the
like?
way, I'm sorry
They
to
like
cut you guys
vans.
off.
They don't like cars.
Oh! That is
Anyways.
pretty good. That is pretty. I gotta get 10 out of 10, Rashi. 10 out of 10.
What?
Yes.
Val, help me out.
No, Lofel
That
has no
was
power
pretty
here.
bad.
Lofel has no power here
I'm
as we
so
go
sad.
into the drafting phase for game number 2.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams have opted to swap sides. So, will Aura Fire just leave the Paquito out here? You know, contest it for yourselves. Pick it up first phase, take it away from Cars, pick it up for Iran. Unless, of course, Rebellion Zion ban it out.
Well, for now, Aura switching over the pick order, going for the Franco and Yves. It's still the same situation, but now that they are first pick, Rebellion is the one that should maybe be a bit more careful letting go of this Paquito. They go for the choke ban first, though, still making sure that High, I guess, won't be able to make anything happen. But the last ban earlier was the Fredrin. We'll see if they dare to let the Paquito go against Aran.
That'll be an interesting choice to go for, you know, understanding that Iran likes to go for these duels, likes to play along the far lane. Giving him a Paquito would be a pretty risky move, but we've seen Rebellion Zion leave a few crazy heroes open, mainly Skylar. Every team, without a doubt, will ban Claude away from Skylar. Rebellion, they said, no, we aren't an ordinary team. We're the Blue Bulls.
And they won.
Mad cow.
It's so crazy. But either or, oh, there you
See?
go. They banned
Bring it
out
on, they say.
Terizla.
Wow.
What are they planning? Terizla being banned out. What's the plan here? Orfire will definitely pick up the Paquito.
Yup.
And they do. Rebellion Zion, what's the plan? It's confusing me now.
Against split push, right? You want to go for something very dominant. So I believe the only real solution is to go for a lot of damage, a lot of shred damage so they can rush the Lord, or go for such a solid engagement that whenever Aran is just off pushing somewhere, they can just completely engage. And it has to be somewhat guaranteed, because otherwise, You saw what happened to Aura in game number 1, man. Rebellion do not want to experience that on the other side.
Whoa, whoa,
And they
whoa.
completely let the Bruno go in the first phase.
Wait, they have the Boxia as well. They just swapped.
Paquito, Boxia, and they have the Bruno to boot. So that's a lot of rotation and movement and mobility in the early game that should be able to facilitate the Bruno.
That is a lot of aggression, a lot of side lane pressure, and also neutral objective pressure for the side of Aura Fire. Now, Rebellion Zion, do they try to play along the gold lane now with a good matchup against the Bruno? And yes, they do. They go for the Irithel. Irithel was also the choice earlier. They were able to get a dub on it. But remember now, they don't really have anyone who can really dive and pressure the Bruno.
And on top of that, the Irithel has damage, but usually not really against the beefier members, the beefier tanks. Usually she excels in bursting down the squishier members, so she dives towards the backline. But now against a Boxia and Paquito, I think it's going to be quite difficult for Haizamor to try and melt them down. But Rebellion will ban away the Angela, denying that combo we saw that Rebellion themselves used in game number 1. Will that be enough though?
I'm worried that it's not going to be enough, right? Irithel, I think, needs a little bit more help. And the fact that they were able to win with the Irithel earlier on, that was banking on Vincent's just constant pressure in that gold lane, constantly rotating towards the bottom side, giving Bruno a difficult time. But with that lack, how are they going to replicate the same success?
I wonder if Rebellion will go for the... Oh no, there's a Valentina. I was questioning if they want to go for multiple fighters, right? To try and stave off the side lane pressure, maybe somehow. But since like Aura, they understand what they need to try and get a run going, so they're banning away the Grok, which is hard to catch, has good macro pressure in a way, good engage, and good wave clear. Everything required to deal with this Paquito in a way.
And I think they might want to pick up the Farsa again, right? For Facehugger. As we do have a comment here.
Wow.
Fun fact, sorry, for Haizamor, the Dragon Slayer. Since Haizamor's debut in Season 10, Rebellion Zion has consistently secured victories against Aura Fire with a total of 5 wins out of 5 matches. So 100% match rate.
They always beat Aura Fire in the regular season. They've never met in the playoffs, however. And that's something that maybe we'll get to see this season. But maybe a quick little trivia. You know who was the goal laner for Rebellion Zion before Haizamor? The Lord. Birol. You remember Birol?
Man, Birol.
Oh, I miss Birol, man.
I haven't heard his name in so long. Where is he?
I don't know. He went to the Shadow Realms just like Val.
Val and Fearless.
Oh,
right?
but Fearless is in Dewa now.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Everyone just jumping around, man. That's wild. But I blanked out because of Birol.
Kufra band.
The flashbacks from Birol just like knocked out whatever I was thinking of, man. Novaria though, for Aura. That's interesting. I want to make sure they can go for more determined engage, or they're trying to deny the extra damage to try and shred down the tankier members. So I think Rebellion, I don't know, man. They need just more damage, I feel like.
They already have a Valentina and an Irithel. Do you think they still need more damage?
Irithel is kind of lackluster when it comes to damage, in my opinion, so something more would be nice if they can afford it.
I'd want more playmaking, honestly. More tools to utilize
Or
in these
CC, yeah.
fights, yes. What do we pick? Franco's banned out.
Arlet is a good choice. And we've seen many times from Cars, he likes these aggressive heroes in these skirmishes, but Kaja will be chosen first, so they're saving Cars' pick to the very end. Wow.
I mean, why not, right? With the macro being so important. Well, you know, in a way, right? With the Paquito already showing, they don't really have to hide it as much, but I guess they want to try and make sure he gets something that will be most effective. With the Kaja, there's pickup potential, but there's a lack of damage. Whereas for Aura now, this tanky lineup gets even more tanky with this Florin. So Rebellion, man, what can they do?
What do they do here? Do they put Fredrin in the... No way, no way. Cars
No.
Fredrin, no way, right?
That's
bit of a
something
waste.
that I've never seen.
There you go,
Farsa.
Farsa.
Facehugger, what is Facehugger? Unfortunately, I don't think we can see any flex, but it's fine because they are able to get a pretty good composition in for themselves. Good front line, good sustain, good poke range, and even early to late game. They have it balanced for Aura Fire. Rebellion Zion, though, right now we're still missing a big XP. I think this game, actually, the Lapu would be a good choice. Against the Paquito, does well, but only after level 4. You need that bravest fighter.
And having that crowd control for a big fight, being able to deny the Farsa as well, I guess it works well, and we see Cars perform really well on it as well. So let's see, man, 10 seconds on the clock. Something that's just so flexible, providing more damage, more playmaking, more tankiness as well. Will it be the Lapu? Will it be something like a Yuzong?
Oh, Yuzong can work too, no?
What? What is going on?
Bauman, so that's Fredrin EXP, right?
Are you sure about that? It's Bauman Jungle for Vincent. What?
Bro.
Oh my goodness. Rebellion Zion.
What?
Yo, I want to support the Bauman, so I don't know. Do I predict for Rebellion or Aura?
Yeah, I know, right? I want to support these crazy picks as well, but...
No, but I don't know if the curse is active. Frogman!
The Witcher reference!
FMRBL. Frogman. Rebellion.
I think it's Aura, no?
No, that's a Rebellion fan. Chef. Remember the chefs.
They both teams have Frogman.
Wait, oh, you're right. What a plot twist.
Oh, no.
What a plot twist.
I don't know who to support anymore. They have 2 Frogmen in the building.
But
Witcher reference.
But either or, it's going to be a Bauman in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen this in quite a long time. I'm wondering if it's going to work against Van on the Boxia, but there's definitely pressure there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for potentially the last game of this series. Let's get it.
Keep your eyes open for that mid-trio matchup, man. Look at this. Kaja, Bauman, and a Valentina. That is a lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage, and an execute. This could be the solution that they require to just shut down this Boxia, right? True damage has always been a solution, and it doesn't matter how much healing you have if you just get deleted by a by the ultimate coming from the Bauman.
Wow. That lethal counter.
Lethal counter.
Simply... Oh, he went for Assassin Emblem too. Wait, he's going to go for damage? Van already early on with a poke as well. Help from Facehugger. Emblems, anything interesting aside from that Assassin Emblem?
Well, tenacity is across the board for Rebellion. They need to win out in the short engagements, because if they try and bank on a long-winded engagement, it's going to be very difficult. And I don't know how well this Bauman can clear, man. We haven't seen it for a while. I don't think it wins out against the Boxio, but look at that high, forced to flicker away so early on.
And now, Vincent will be forced back away. Van actually, whoa, committing the Turtles' puissance even.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it's going to be very difficult if Aura Fire here, they're going to be trying to go for pickoffs, but the early game will favor them. Level 4 will be a bit questionable. And for now, with the Fredrin being the EXP laner, this means that Aura Fire will definitely have the mobility and push advantage. So macro, the macro gameplay is going to be a bit difficult, and I think Rebellion Zion, that's partially why they went for the Bauman, right? To secure the Lord even faster and just not let Aura split push.
Let's see what happens here, right? Because now they are going to be collapsing on this next neutral objective right before maybe a pick in the mid lane, but they don't go for that. So now it's a 50-50 between Vincent and Van. They're both on similar levels. Let's see who gets it.
Lethal counter and Retribution, but Ron already jumping in. That's a lethal counter Retribution to secure it. It's never a 50-50 against a Bauman, only 100-0.
Interesting, the Bauman pick is coming out strong, but for how long, that's a question. We saw that in the previous game. Once the Lords start popping up, that's where this Paquito pick just starts ramping up in effectiveness. For now, the ball is going to be in the court of Rebellion, but look at this. 2 Aura sandwiches in both desks.
Yeah, 4v2 here. Let's see.
You know why? The only way I can support a team is through cursing them, all right? Because if I don't curse them, then I will, yep, Feather Airstrike, Facehugger. This is the curse, literally displayed right in your faces.
So you're cursing Aura Fire?
I gotta go with Bauman, bro. Bauman, man. I love my Bauman.
The Bauman, dude.
But we have Florin. Anyway, Van already rotating towards this top side. And that's it. That's the beauty of mobility. But in a 1v1, He's receiving so much damage.
That Rupture is doing work, man. Oh, lethal counter as well. Van can't take the damage. Highs with a few more shots and he gets it. It's Suelo with a splash of damage. Kabuki now using some of his damage in his kit as well. Good slow from Highs more and a good disengage from the Blue Bulls.
You would think that in this moment, Bauman would pick up something to help out his regen, right? I would think like maybe Brave Smite or Festival of Blood. But he doesn't. He goes in for more damage, and you can see it actually being very effective in these skirmishes.
I think damage, like we said, is something that they require going up against so much healing, so much tankiness. And honestly, in a way, they're still doing better compared to Aura because later on, when Aran wants to participate and dive in the back line, there's a Valentina and a Irithel, both quite adept at kiting back. But look at that, the pressure coming in from Rebellion.
Cars?
Don't worry, the machine's fine.
All right, the machine is fine. Thank you, Mirko. Is there a possibility that they don't go for regen because they're going against the Baxia?
I think that's a point of consideration. But even though the Baxia will reduce it, doesn't mean they won't go for it.
Divine Judgment, the face hugger right there. There's a bit of healing coming down, but Suelo will pick up the killing spree like it's nothing. Aran also zoned away. Now it's a... Oh, what? Woo! How? He won against the Appraiser's Wrath, a lethal counter and the retry. Van! My goodness!
And you said it was never a 50-50.
Yeah, with just the lethal counter. Van, he's the man.
Van is the better machine than a car, dude. More capacity. Well, Rebellion, man. Maybe Vincent was just pressured because he was getting jumped on earlier, so he missed it. But Aura Fire again, small victories right here, and they're still more just playing a bit more passively, even though they have a box share. So that's quite peculiar.
I mean, they don't really have any playmaking tools to work with, right? Other than that, exactly what we see here. But there's not really anything that they can utilize in terms of CC. There's only like minor slows and perhaps that CC coming in from Florian, but it's not as reliable as, of course, a Divine Judgment from Audi TZ or a penalty zone that we saw earlier on in the first game.
Right. Oh,
with the airstrike coming down, Suelo going to be caught in the shield unity. Is that some more damage coming over in? Oh, backside Aran with the flanks. High still able to get out, and Divine Judgment locks him down, but it's a good shutdown for Kabuki. Vincent dashing forward, using some damage, and look at Cars zoning the back, isolating Van. But with that Tortoise's Poissons is able to sustain quite a bit. And Aura Fire will just take a big W in the skirmish.
In a proper 5v5, it's going to be so difficult due to the fact that Florian's healing reaches everyone in the fight, especially when they're clumping up. Rebellion Zion, they're only going to really win out if they can actually go for like a 2v2 or a 3v3, like we saw. The later the game goes, the more important the neutral objectives become, the less Rebellion Zion will be able to dictate. Even though, technically, without any catch from Aura Fire, they can still pick and choose what kind of fights they really want to participate in.
That's true, and they are not allowing that to happen at all. You can see it now, Aura Fire forcing another team fight in this bottom side in a 4v4 though. All right, so Rebellion Zion going to be quick to the disengage as well in the bottom side. Meanwhile, Aran just constantly doing work, constantly putting pressure in that top lane. And now, once again, they're going to be circling around the next neutral objective. With Aran picking up a dominance ice. Is that going to be a difference, an impact in this next team fight?
Most definitely so. I think Rebellion just have to go for a pickoff onto the support, the Florian, but look at Audi TZ.
Aran already chunking him low. Audi's looking for a big Van again! What? That was a lethal counter and a Retrian Van. The man just took it to town. Aran still surviving with a skill 1, getting the shielding and facehugger. Takes Suelo down. Aura Fire. My lord.
1,300 gold lead, a Berserker Fury for Kabuki as well. They're getting to that power spike and they're getting to it fast. And this is what we mentioned, right? Bruno being facilitated with this much maneuverability from all the other members of the team, being able to get that early game pressure on it to Rebellion Zion. That's exactly what Rebellion Zion was able to do to them earlier on. This Baxia pick is just so expensive in this composition.
And it's crazy that Van has been able to just out-retry Vincent again and again, despite having that little counter. Oh, he might walk into a trap though.
4-man Assassin Emblem. You should have taken a tank one, says Aura. As they just melt him down with ease. Looking for a siege in the mid lane. Cars not able to get a taunt, and this is where the Fredrin XP starts to struggle when you're behind. Oh my god, look at Aran. Just walking him down, getting the shield, getting taunted in. Oh, knockout strike. Divine Judgment, though, pulls him back. Oh, no way, a run! With the help of the healing from High.
That bloom, that is obnoxious, man. They thought they had him. That was false hope from Iran. And now look at this push on two fronts by the side of Aura Fire. Rebellion, they are just struggling. They cannot do much.
Bottom, mid, top, everyone is literally pushing at the same time. That's how much power they have individually. And when they're clumped up together, and even if they're separated, global healing coming in from Florence. So Rebellion Zion now, they're struggling to look for things. What do? Do they look for a pickoff? But even then, even if they do waste all their resources on a pickoff, there's still a possibility that someone slips up because of High on the Florent.
Oh, Iran's got to be careful here. Divine Judgment is ready already. Everything's just used up. They gotta. But Aura already looking for a fast response. Not fast enough though. Iran was picked off before that. Oni! Divine Judgment, he didn't use it earlier. It was still on cooldown. And now the Feather Airstrike is trying to zone the other members away from Aura Fire. That might have been a big blunder. No Facehugger, no Iran. Only a Dream and the Van. High, gonna be chunked very low. Terrify over the Van. Shield unit in, and it's Vincent who wins it with a knock up there. Kabuki gets a kill back onto Card with Worldy, and he's looking for more. But Rebellion Zion will deny it away from Aura Fire.
Whew, what a play by Rebellion. Getting the pick off. Iran just a bit too overzealous, a bit too overconfident. And everything used up, they were able to get the Lord as well. That was so good. But in that fight, you saw that Kabuki was just free hitting. The more items he gets, the more this will become a problem. He only has the Malefic Roar right now. He might go for a BOD, depending on what he thinks is required right here. And Rebellion Zion will have to allocate some spells, some skills, or someone to just make sure that he does not completely destroy the team when they're jumping in and trying to finish off Van or Iran in the middle of those fights.
On the flip side here, Barca, Facehugger, he's so behind. He only has one item so far, but here it is. The push coming in from Rebellion Zion. But look at how quick Kabuki clears it out. That's how much damage he's doing already.
Rebellion, they actually let the Lord get cleared out, kind of. I thought they would use the pressure, right, to finally use the bushes to get more pickoffs, because that is what they were struggling to find. But overall, Aura Fire were able to clear out the waves, and now it's back to the same situation. Bit of a Lord dance, but with a gold equality. So Rebellion, if they can find a value pickoff like they did earlier, this can still be their game to win.
Another engage, an attempt from Van earlier with a shield unity onto Audi TZ, but Rebellion are able to escape. Now, looking for some more in the mid lane. That Lord really didn't amount to anything much for Rebellion, aside from just equalizing the gold lead, huh?
No, nothing. Not been able to get a push. There's only a little bit of damage at the mid lane, but in the grand scheme of things, they don't lose much out of it. It looks like Rebellion Zion are looking once again for Iran for that pick. But now Iran, he understands. He knows that he's going to be the main target. He understands that Rebellion Zion are trying to capitalize over the fact that he's going to be trying to push out the opposite lane. And he's working around it. So adaptations are already something that we see from both of these teams.
There's no way you can rely on the same play to just work twice in a row, right? This is
we saw
MPL.
that from Selly Boy on the Akai.
I guess. Well, you can't expect that to happen. Sometimes it does, but you cannot rely on that happening. So Rebellion Zion, knowing that that's the case, this is where they can start playing this mind game, right? Try and pretend like they're going for Iran, but actually waste somewhere else and maybe get a pickoff onto, you know, maybe High, maybe Van. Maybe not Van. Van's a bit too tanky here. But Kabuki, if they can get Kabuki, that is a surefire, just golden, green light to just go in and just start a massive fight.
That would be perfect. And so it relies on our rookie. It relies on Rebellion Zion's Rookie of the Week 2 times in a row. Rookie of the half season as well, to look for that perfect opportunity to go for a pick. We saw that he made a genius move by, saving that Divine Judgment for later on, getting 2 birds with 1 stone from Aura Fire, and that's what led Rebellion Zion to win this. But here it is, the pick.
Ooh, nope. The Bloom helps him.
And there you go.
Escape, and look at Iran. He knows there's no Divine Judgment. He's just going to walk them down. Even though High's there, he takes no damage. Wait, okay, he might have to respect it this time. Gets 2 shields, jumps back in.
1v1 around! Oh my god! 1v2, no problem for the Prince! Now the Lord knocking Van up, but Aura has just won a fight. No gold lane for Rebellion Zion. ODTZ looking for an opening. Turtles and Poisson still giving Van enough damage reduction. Appraiser's Wrap flicker combo. Facehugger with a flicker of his own to respond it over. Van holding it down with the Shield Unity. Iran is finally back in. The Shield Unity will be used all the way to the back with the blue stolen away by Swaylo. It'll be used up, but Cars will be the victim. Vincent looking for a steal. A lethal counter in vain. Kabuki takes him out and Aura Fire claims the Lord.
3-4-0 trade, a Lord on the way, a 3,000 gold lead as Aura Fire come back in the 14th minute of the game. They are dragons, they are hydras, unwilling to be slain just like that. And with that, they stay in the game looking for more on the map.
The Indonesian hydras, man, cut off one head and 2 more will grow. Rebellion Zion, what a costly mistake, man. If he just backed off right there, he was full HP as well. They could have really won out that fight with Aran just too low to risk showing himself in the fight or in the lane. But now with the Lord in Tao, Aura Fire with the superior teamfight composition, they might try and win this out unless, again, ODTZ, the rookie, can make a miracle play. Lord comes in and crashes onto the base turrets. This is it.
For the airstrike coming down below. Highs forced to retreat up top. We have Swaylo micromanaging the waves. And now Vincent's going to be chunked down. One more shot and Kabuki gets a fadeaway goal.
That's a huge amount of damage, man. Kabuki, he hasn't been showing off doing anything too crazy, but he has 5 kills. He is definitely someone you want to avoid. And now Aura Fire with the man advantage goes for it.
And Ron just soaks in that damage, baiting out the heavy crossbow. And he's still looking for the turret still. Gets a few more shots, eating him up. Highs rotating back into the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. Swaylo gets a good splash of damage. Van, Shield Unity, and the Poissons and Rebellion Zion are forced back into their base.
Just like that, the base gets cracked open. Another wave is going to be crashing in the top side, and Aura Fire will try their best to claim another one, and that's the zoning that they have, the high ground that they have. Rebellion Zion. Ooh. No answers whatsoever to that siege, losing all 3 inhibitor turrets and maybe another member.
Bloom coming down, lethal counter though. That's the execute they were looking for. Highs now, looking for some more. But Rebellion will decide to not pursue this chase.
I feel like they really should. Right now, Divine Judgment is still available for ODTZ. 30 seconds on the clock before the tankiest member of Aura Fire, the main frontline, can't do anything. They need to be pushing waves, they need to be trying to find fights and maybe get one more kill and cycle the death timers, man. Whenever your teammates have just deferring death timers, that's always a bad situation, especially this late into the game. It's starting to be a bit more difficult for you to just manage one man missing. Vando will be able to spawn in right here. Rebellion Zion missed their chance, but they're able to get some turrets. And now it's back to that mind game, man. It's all about that Lord play.
They needed to do housekeeping though, right? That was the issue. Valentino was in the bottom lane trying to clear out that wave. With all 3 just cracked open like that. Aura Fire will definitely have an advantage as well in these Lord fights. The fact that these waves are going to be going in favor of Aura Fire as Rebellion Zion are looking for a cheeky play. Ron in the bottom side. Are they going to go for it? They might actually do this time around. Irithel, she has Wind of Nature.
Oh man, look at the pressure that Ron is buying. The distraction even here. When you have no base turrets, that's when Ron gets activated.
He's going for a bit of a flank as well. They can't really stop him as well, because if they send Sway low, he can get one shot. He can get completely outplayed right here. That's the power of the Paquito. You're mobile, you have damage, you're also quite tanky. And Aran is just completely abusing it. Rebellion, are they going to gamble? Are they going to go for an all-in onto the Lord and risk Aran ending?
Wanted to use that minion now, trying to look for a flank, but look at Highs and ODTZ doing the same thing now with the conceal. Kabuki's open to get him! In the back, that's a Divine Judgment locking Kabuki down! And what a nature from Highs. Kabuki is still alive! How did he get out of that? Now Highs is caught, opposition around with a knockout strike and one final shot to take him down. An immortality bought by Highs, but now with the help of High, it should be yes, him taken out. Vincent secures the retribution on the Lord. That might be the saving grace for Rebellion Zion, but they need to get Sway low out of here. Still able to dash. One shot, 2 shot, around with a lockdown. The winner truncheon comes down with the Lord as well, but the knockout strike brings Suelo back to the team, and Suelo has been knocked out by Aran.
3 members are going to be taken down by Aura Fire. Vincent and Audi TZ are left. Luckily, they were able to secure the Lord and just deny the inevitable, but this is it.
Cars is back alive. The machine trying to look for a defense for his team. Kabuki getting a good shot onto the base, but with no minions, it does no damage. Aran still surviving. Athena's shield popped already. Vincent clearing out the waves. Up top, meanwhile, Cars dealing with the members. Jumping forward, getting a taunt and getting chunked by Kabuki. Needs to be very careful from this damage. Highs a respawn as well. Heavy crossbow going to be used up to clear out the waves once again as Aran, High, Van, Kabuki, and Facehugger now is back in the fray. 1 minute wave in the mid lane with the airstrike cancelled out by Cars. Aran with a knockout strike to zone Cars away. Both teams holding on, but Rebellion Zion have once again defended.
Beautiful, beautiful defense by the Blue Bulls. Rebellion Zion keeping it alive, keeping it well and safe as Aura Fire forced to retreat. Their siege, they're still standing at that gold economy advantage, but at this point, we're already nearing the 20-minute mark. This is a long game.
It's a very, very long game. And Rebellion, Vincent was just doing so well, pulling the minions just slightly out of the base range so that Aura Fire cannot really end it. Now with that time spent in the base, Aura lost a bit of control macro-wise. Rebellion, though, were unable to capitalize on that, just worried that there will be a trap waiting in the jungle. Maybe a bit too conservative, we'll never know, but now Aura Fire once again are just waiting for a chance to trap someone or do the same thing at the Lord Pit. Rebellion don't really have a winning team fight plan right now. Kabuki is just out of control.
Truly is. 504 KDA right now. And you would think that Kabuki, with quite hate actually thrown onto him, being able to only play the Claude and Beatrix. A lot of people have said that his hero pool is so limited, but here he is picking up the Bruno, and look at his impact right now in the game, being able to swerve in and out in these team fights so perfectly.
Bob and weave.
And there you go, he doesn't get taken down at all.
I mean, his team is also so well equipped to deal with every single threat coming in from Rebellion Zion. Aran, though, making himself known yet again. Rebellion, with only 3 members here, they're still trying to get what they can, clear some waves, get some jungle camps.
Cars is just walking Aura Fire down here. Again, jumping in, Facehugger will be able to claim that purple buff. Aran gets out from the threat of a Divine Judgment. Meanwhile, down below, the waves have been cleared by Aran, so Highs will be the one who has to do the housekeeping. Has to go down, clear it out, and then rotate over. Aran, I thought it was cancelled earlier, the dash, but he's still able to get out. Vincent now, all alone, needs to be careful. Gets out. Aran gets the healing back as Cars, locks him down, takes him to half HP. God damn, this healing though, from High.
Yeah, it's super annoying, but right now they don't have any Feather Airstrike, but look at this.
It's a Feather Airstrike from Sway Low. Aran still able to space out from Audi TZ's Divine Judgment, but Audi still has that Flicker. Both teams disengaging, Facehugger with no Flicker though. A big resource burnt out.
Are you guys not sweating in your seat right now? It takes one volatile move from either team to turn this completely around. And the fact is, Rebellion Zion has so much more to lose. Look at these waves just naturally pushing for Aura Fire on top of Aran just being a constant nuisance. At any time, he could go for an end, split push like we've seen him do before.
Audi, man, everything relies on that Divine Judgment. We saw him landed on Kabuki, and even then, earlier, Kabuki was still able to survive. Now with the gold advantage kind of negated, almost swinging towards Rebellion, actually. We'll have to see. With the items, can they pull it off? It's only gonna be a split-second moment, split-second play. And with the lethal counter available, Rebellion Zion, they might just gamble for it, man.
Rebellion have more resources to contest for a neutral objective, but Aran has more resources to play with when it comes to ending and playing the macro game. Facehugger already with Wings by Wings. Vincent forced to dash out, and the Lord has been reset. Look at Sway Low in the base. Forced to go and clear out the waves. And Rebellion will have to try to get this pressure back for V4. Aran is always lurking in the shadows, in the flanks.
I don't see them having a grip at all, Rebellion Zion. There's no grip on this neutral objective, but yet they still want a contest. They need to be careful, Van.
Oh, look at Aran in the back. Highs. His positioning has been compromised. He's still able to dash away. Now, Cars dashing out as well. A good shot over. Aran gets up. No divine judgment committed just yet, and man, we have a game on our hands.
Man, you gotta keep reminding yourself to breathe, man. That's what I'm doing. Every time something's about to happen, you guys can just feel the tension in the air.
Wow,
you can cut it with a knife, dude. It's just crazy. Both teams are doing so well. And Rebellion, by all means, should be losing. It should be a lot more decisive, but they are playing it as best as they can, and they are persevering, but look at Iran.
This is scary for Rebellion. Zion down below. Iran is holding Swalo hostage with all these minion waves. Rebellion Zion still holding on. A concealed play. Not concealed, just a walk-up.
They're looking for a run.
It's a concealed play by Rebellion Zion, but I guess Iran is a bit too slippery for that. Vincent caught in the worldie. Gets knocked back. Divine Judgment out to Kabuki! Out it's easy! He might have just done it. Kabuki buys the immortality, gets shut down right now, and that is him taken out. Heis in the midst of it all, getting brought back by the team with the knockout strike, but Heis is able to tear them apart. The Dragon Slayer is going to town. Iran running for the hill. Knockout strike on the 3 members. Not enough to take him out just yet. Immortality pop. No way to crunch him just yet. Iran will be taken out. And Heis has claimed an unofficial Maniac.
Sweet revenge from Rebellion Zion and Swalo in particular.
They can end.
He was held hostage for so long in his own base. And Rebellion Zion coming back here in the 24th minute of the game. Hai definitely going to be taken down here.
Lethal counter, taking the immortality down. Heis recalling, looking for the unofficial Savage. Heavy crossbow. Can Hai make the miracle play? No, he cannot. Rebellion Zion, the Dragon Slayers.
2-0, 2 times in a row. The Blue Bulls smelled blood. They saw red. They were angry. And they extinguished Aura's fire.
That is insane. What a game, man. We said it multiple times throughout the whole game. What can they do? They should be losing. It was the impossible. Kabuki, 2 clean, 0 deaths. But in the most critical moment of the game, they found him.
It's just an amazing, amazing journey for Rebellion Zion this season. They're definitely creeping up in the ranks. I wonder what number in the standings they are now with this clean 2-0. And look at that. Just a player celebrating Captain Swalo. You saw Chico in the back room as well. He was on his knees. So grateful for this win because we all know they severely needed it.
The rise of the rebellion. A cold picture. Swalo is feeling the heat on stage. And the rebels, they have just cooked the dragons.
What can you say, man? That is insane. Who would have thought, man? From the drafts, we said it. We want to support because of the Bauman, but it's looking bleak. And somehow this team, in the execution, something has just changed, man. They are not looking like the same Bulls that is in the bottom side of the standings. They're absolutely menacing right now.
They truly are. I'm wondering to see what they have to say in the interview, as we are going to take to it very, very shortly. You can see just the smiles and the passion from the viewers, from the supporters here at XO Hall, MPL Arena. Live here, Jakarta, Indonesia. Just a beautiful day for all the rebels.
It's going to be a very tough choice to choose who is the MVP because everybody did their due diligence. Swalo clearing in the base, holding it on for Rebellion. But the rest of the team performing in these team fights as well.
And with that, let's take a call, an interview with Rebellion Zion.
2-0 kemenangan untuk Rebellion Zion menutup minggu mereka di minggu yang ke-6. Rebel Squad, tengok. Sadis banget ya ini sang banteng nyeruduk naga di leg yang kedua. Sadis banget Bang Swalo. Sesuai dengan ekspektasi kalian kah 2-0 dengan nilai yang wow mutlak banget untuk kalian kemenangannya?
Kalau dari segi ekspektasi sih, kalau dari aku sendiri nggak ada ekspektasi sih karena
kita sebelumnya pertandingan terakhir lawan Aura, kita di Pilpres tuh kena bantai dan ya kita lakuin yang terbaik aja sih. Dan puji Tuhan hasilnya memuaskan.
Hasilnya memuaskan. Ini menarik ya karena bisa dibilang dari berseason-season kalian tuh di MPL nggak pernah kalah sama tim Aura, historinya loh. Regular season, udah 3 season kayaknya. Dan kemarin di Pilpres kalian tertumbangkan ya. Dan kali ini kalian balas dendam. Apakah kalian terkejut dengan line up baru mereka? Kalian mempersiapkan untuk line up baru ini gak sih? Gimana kalian lihat line up mereka yang ini?
Mungkin kalau dari line up itu yang kita waspadain cuman Aran. Mungkin bisa dijawab Audi sih.
Gimana Audi? Akhirnya di leg pertama kan belum ada Aran nih. Di leg kedua kamu akhirnya ketemu Audi sebagai rookie yang lagi bersinar banget. Audi dan juga Aran, gimana kamu melihat Aran di match yang akhirnya tuh ngelawan gitu?
Ada dia sama nggak ada dia sama aja sih, 2 leg kalah 2-0.
Serem juga ya. Naganya digoreng ya.
Iya.
Naganya digoreng. Tapi gimana permainan Aran menurut kamu sebagai rookie? Kan mungkin banyak yang tentunya dipersiapkan untuk match, untuk bertanding di MPL. Menurutmu sendiri gimana untuk ngelihat Aran?
Biasa aja sih, soalnya main Paku itu gampang, main minion doang.
Main Paku itu gampang. Main Kaja gampang nggak?
Kaja susah dong. Sekalinya dapet tapi langsung menang.
Mantap. Apalagi tadi momen yang kamu hasilkan mungkin itu adalah titik comeback yang semua orang langsung pada teriak. Dimana kamu ngedapetin Bruno, gimana komunikasinya pada saat kalian yang kayaknya kok udah balik, kok kamu tiba-tiba lompat. Itu ide dari kamu apa emang udah berlima ingin nge-counter attack?
Nggak dikomunikasiin sih, cuman paling di ban aja kali Kajanya next time ya. Soalnya sama Onyx di ban juga kan.
Oh gitu, jadi memang dari hero-mu kayaknya banyak banget yang harus di ban ya. Franco, Kaja, gak apa-apa, kamu gak panik kalau semua hero-mu di ban?
Enggak sih, soalnya emang masih banyak lagi sih yang belum muncul di MPL ini.
Serem, masih banyak yang belum keluar. Ngomong-ngomong Pakito juga ya, tadi kita bisa lihat kalau Pakito tuh mahal banget. Ini adalah hero signature juga dari Aran dan juga dari Kars. Hero-nya jadi rebutan nih Pakito, tapi Kars banyak banget yang bilang susah banget nih Fredrin di game yang kedua. Kamu ngerasa gak sih susah menggunakan hero itu dan gimana cara kamu mengatasi kesulitan itu?
Biasa aja sih sebenarnya.
Biasa aja ya? Tapi gimana momen-momen ketika itu kan tadi close combat banget, bahkan network sempat ke arah dari Aura. Gimana kalian untuk bisa memanage, untuk tetap tenang, cari momentum?
Fokus aja sih sama disiplin, sama planning lah cara menangin gamenya gimana.
Planning cara menangin gamenya, oh ini memenangkan game tentunya yang paling ditunggu-tunggu ya oleh kalian. Karena di minggu ini kalian bisa ngemenangin 2 match kalian dengan cukup memukau. Dan kalau dari Vincent sendiri gimana? 2 match di minggu ini.
Puji Tuhan menang.
Puji Tuhan menang. Tapi kalian ngelihat semua tim, apa sih kayak yang membedakan dari tim-tim mungkin setelah break 2 minggu, apakah ada hal yang menurut kalian, wow semua tim berkembang ya?
Gimana ya? Tetap konsisten sama latihannya aja sih. Kayak kita fokus sama tim kita dulu aja, kayak masalah tim kita cepet-cepet selesain lah. Terus biar bisa konsisten gitu.
Bisa konsisten ya, tapi kemarin kan yang main Gwyn kamu ya, Guinevere. Hari ini Aura juga bermain Guinevere nih.
Iya.
Kalian udah tahu cara nge-counternya atau kalian memang ngebiarin atau tadi memang kalian gimana? Ngelihat Gwyn juga di-pick nih oleh Aura untuk ngelawan kalian.
Hero kutukan Bude.
Oh hero kutukan ya? Jadi kamu rekomen gak untuk orang-orang menggunakan Guinevere?
Jangan dipakai dah.
Jangan dipakai ya. Ixia, terus sekarang Guinevere. Siapa nih yang berani memecahkan kutukan Guinevere dan juga Ixia? Tapi ngomong-ngomong ya, dari match tadi 2 game ada 1 player yang sepertinya bersinar sekali. Siapakah player of the match? Rebel Squad? Audi, Hais Amor, siapa lagi? Banyak sekali. Siapakah player of the match? Untuk match kita yang kedua ini, mari kita cek bersama-sama. Kars, serem banget. Kars EXP sekarang kan juga serem-serem. Gimana? EXP sekarang kan banyak banget yang serem-serem ya. Kamu ngeliat EXP zaman sekarang gimana sih, Kars? Banyak yang bilang EXP zaman sekarang tuh serem-serem. Kamu ngeliat EXP lawanmu tuh gimana?
Sama semua sih, gak ada yang serem,
Gak ada yang serem.
gak ada.
Terus apa yang kamu pikirkan ketika mungkin menghadapi Aran hari ini?
Biasa aja, main sama minion doang.
Main sama minion. Jadi kamu berfokus, apa yang kamu fokuskan ketika bermain EXP?
Fokus job desk aja.
Boleh dikasih tau gak job desk-nya apa?
Beda-beda sih tergantung hero.
Beda-beda tergantung hero. Jadi semua pekerjaan dari Kars itu beda dan apakah pekerjaan Kars hari ini, Kars merasa sudah down bang?
Udah, soalnya menang.
Udah soalnya menang, oke. Tapi High Amor, berturut-turut setelah High Amor datang ke Rebellion, Rebellion gak pernah kalah sama tim Aura dan ini terjadi lagi. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan buat tim Aura gak sih?
Semangat aja, Aura.
Semangat aja Aura. Minggu ini ditutup dengan manis. Ada yang mau kamu mungkin sampaikan kepada orang yang spesial atau Rebel Squad yang di sini?
Makasih untuk Rebels yang sudah dukung kami terus-terusan mau kalah atau menang. Semangat terus aja udah.
Semangat aja. Hais, mau pakai Ixia nggak?
Mau, justru itu hero Jangan udah. andalan aku. Ya.
Ada yang jangan, ada yang mau.
Sebenarnya dari dulu awal keluar hero itu aku mau pakai hero itu, tapi sama teman-teman di ban terus.
Temennya yang ngeban, biar kamu nggak pakai.
Iya.
Oke. Velo nggak boleh. Jangan. 4 bilang no, 1 bilang yes. Akankah Rebellion bermain Ixia minggu depan? Kita akan cek bersama-sama, tapi boleh kasih tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Xian. Kemenangan yang luar biasa dengan 2-0. Langsung saja akan dibedah dengan game yang begitu dak-dik-dukser di game kedua. Ada apa, Caster?
Two times in a row, back to back. Still holding strong to the Dragon Slayer's title. What an amazing performance by Rebellion Zion and very, very spicy interview. They were saying, you know what, face hugger, no face hugger, syndrome in, Aran, no Aran, it doesn't make a difference. It's too easy for us, 2-0. Wow, and congratulations to the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's gonna be Kars today.
Ka-chow! Kars says as he bursts into the scene. The machine,
The
man.
beautiful,
honestly,
engineered player.
To be fair, I would say that in game number 2, he wasn't the highlighted player. But overall, man, his impact in game number 1 and game number 2, he was part of the reason why the defense was actually going so well for Rebellion, threatening to just engage, even though, you know, he was mixing in real engages and fake engages, and several times he was able to stop the feathered airstrike as well, allowing Vincent and the rest of the team to just have a bit more space when they're trying to clear minions, and also when they're trying to contest for territory, for vision, when they're fighting over the Lord. So, honestly, in the final game, I think anyone on the team can be given the player of the game title, the player of the match overall. I feel like Kars definitely deserves it.
And here, honestly, right, in the early stage, we saw that Rebellion were just so dominant, but then what happened here? Highs definitely didn't calculate the damage. Aran was able to outplay Highs, and these skirmishes, these were the keys to victory for Aura. In a lot of these skirmishes, they just kept on banging on the bulls.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, the timing of it as well. But here, finally, you can see that after our hard defense, they strike back, and TZ again and again was trying so hard. He gets Kabuki once right here, and even then, Kabuki is still able to survive. And at this point is where I was thinking, man, everything, they did the best that they can in the situation, and so far, they still weren't able to actually get a proper decisive finish. And to make things worse, multiple members taken out, even though they had the Lord. It was looking very, very bleak, but they were able to save it. And look at this here. Kabuki getting taunted by Kars. That was the beginning of it. So Kars still was part of that winning play. And without the gold laner, look at Highs, man, trying his best, juking, doing everything in his power to stay alive, and he does. And he guns everyone down. The gold laners in the late game is just so important. And Aran makes it very difficult to take him down still. but in the end, it does not matter. With only Hai left alive, everyone just trampled him and gets that decisive victory.
This was a comeback victory, right? You could
Yep.
say. Like,
Absolutely.
at this point, Rebellion Zion's backs were pinned against the wall already, losing every single inhibitor turret. Their base was wide open. The minions just constantly crashing, and in those late game, those kinds of things, those small little things, they matter. And the fact that, honorable mention to Iran, right? I think he played an amazing
Really
game.
well.
But yeah, I was really impressed with how Rebellion Zion were able to turn that entire game around.
Look at Iran compared to when Cars was on the Paquito, it's a lot more conservative of a build because he knows it's not only about being able to just one-shot the backline, it's a different composition. He needs to actually zone and buy some time as well. So he was doing very well despite everything going on. Some people might make a point that if he went with a bit more aggressive items, maybe he can 1v1 sway low when he was pushing the other minion waves and put Rebellion Zion in a more difficult spot. But all things considered, I think Aura Fire played it very well. But it all comes down to the one moment, the one play. And when your team is the one with the suppression, in a way, you have a bit more of a chance to make the play happen. Whereas Aura Fire, in a way, they are just forced to just react and wait for ODTZ to make a play or counter it before they can actually do anything decisive.
Did you see the gold difference though? 18,000 gold compared to 11,000. Cars had 11,000, Iran has 18,000.
Insane.
Iran was competing with the gold laner of Rebellion Zion. He was competing with Highs. He actually has the most gold in his team. More than Kabuki. Kabuki has 15k. What the heck?
He might show up in the rich guy here, no?
No, it was still Highs who got more gold, but wow, dude. The fact that he had like 18k more than Bruno?
I mean, that's why in the interview he was like, Iran loves minions.
Yeah, he really loves minions.
Because that's exactly what he was doing, right? He was just clearing and clearing and clearing. He was taking even 2 waves, maybe even 3 waves at some point. And it kind of does make sense, that stat.
And it's crazy if you look at the goal at the end of the game, because Rebellion Zion were just so much more ahead, because after they won that fight, after they equalized the gold difference, they won that fight, they demolished 3 turrets on the way to end that game, and that just swings the gold all the way in their favor. So by all means, the turret difference was also quite stark coming from Aura Fire. They've taken every single turret, but Rebellion Zion shows what you need to do in the late game, even though you have a composition that technically isn't supposed to be winning.
And props to Van as well, right? He was able to get a lot of objectives on the board, despite it not being in his favor in particular.
Right. Against the lethal counter.
Exactly. So, I don't know what to say, because, Aura Fire played a good game. Rebellion Zion just did a little bit better in the late game.
Unfortunately, just a good game won't cut it now in MPL Indonesia Season 12. You gotta be perfect all the way to the end, because the early, the mid, we've seen it in Week 6. Early to mid game compositions, it can work, but it rarely works. You have the early game, usually you lose out the late game hard. It's the balance of life.
It's the balance. It's what makes the game fair, man. There's no way you can get a composition that just does well at every single stage. There's no counterplay then.
That's the beauty.
Then you'll wait for a ban or a nerf. But, man, key to success here for Rebellion.
Car better than van. Car.
The car has shown that it's superior to the van. But Cars executed his role so well in the split push, in the team fights. Like I said, man, a lot of people have been saying, oh, he's not really talked about a lot, but he is so solid. And I was telling Mirko about this during the interview, but I really only realized it in the past couple of matches, man. He is decent in every single aspect.
Underrated.
And in a way, the all-rounders are a bit more dangerous just because you can use them so diversely. And I think in the current season, with everything going so crazy, you need that X factor.
I think Cars just really stepped up this season, though.
Yes.
Right? I think last season it was more adapting into that role.
But it was his debut season last season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I agree. I think he's really stepped up this season. He's definitely very underrated. And I just can't wait to see what he's able to do in the future. Just to watch him grow as a player has
Maybe
been
grab some trophies.
amazing. Maybe grab some trophies, right? Like you guys can grab some food or even transport over to the venue here at the MPL Arena, as you guys can get a 90% discount on
90.
Grab Bike and Grab Car, and other discounts and other promos that are awaiting you. So don't forget to check it out. Don't forget to scan the QR code down below to get your hands on it as soon as posible.
Posible. That is possible in Spanish.
Asesinos, credos. What's wrong with me today? I don't know. I think
Eterna poquito loco, man.
I think it's a.
I have no idea what you guys are saying.
He said he's
Poquito?
crazy.
Loco? I said Eterna.
Eterna's crazy.
You know what? You guys are crazy. I'm the only one saying here, and that's why I use
Nachos.
OVO to pay for everything. Groceries, and Indomart, and guess what?
What?
I use OVO points, but you know what, Arashi? I know you're the RQ fan here. I know you want to go and play with Fersic and Lemon, right?
You already know, man. I mean, I don't know if I can freely express that on the desk, but oh yeah, of course, man.
course.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Come on.
Okay. I don't think he knows Eterna. How do you play with Fersic
I
and
don't
Lemon?
know either.
You don't know either?
No.
Nerds. All right. Hurry up and register at payovo.co/MPL now. All right. Just tell us why, or tell them why you want to play with Fersic and Lemon.
And then?
The 8 best answers will get to play with Lemon and Fersic. That's it. That's it. It's
that's
simple.
how you do it.
Wow.
As the legend, the RQ legend said, Achil. So simple ito. It's that simple.
It's that simple. But you know, I think in Arashi's case, it's the opposite situation.
What?
I think Fersic and Lemon want to play with him.
Of course.
Not him playing with them, you know.
Really?
So that's why he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know because he
plays
doesn't
with
need
Fersic
it.
and Lemon every day.
Exactly. And I think he said that he wanted to play a game with Fersic and
Now?
Lemon now.
Now, oh.
So I think
Now?
let me. Oh, we're gonna let Arashi play with Lemon
Okay.
now. Okay.
Really?
Okay. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A call from the producer. We want to allow Arashi to play those games with Lemon and Fersic. With that being said, we are going to a short break before what?
Royal Derby.
Royal Derby. Stay tuned.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken games away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me. It's only you who rocks my It's only you who rocks my
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken down.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, Fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal. Wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. ampun kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Anderson, no opening yet, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, to the Royal Derby of leg number 2. One of the most anticipated matches here between RRQ and Onyx. Two teams at the top of the classements, two teams who are vying for that upper bracket slot for the playoffs. And we finally get to see them collide once again. And of course, before we get into the details of this match, MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We also have our official gold partner in UBS Gold. Partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. You guys can watch us on our official broadcast on Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. We also have our suppliers, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. And here we are, just absorbing the atmosphere of the kingdom, and of course, the supporters from Onyx, the Sonics, here in MPL ID, the arena here at EXO Hall, as we are live here in Jakarta, Indonesia. And we gotta share our excitement, right? You must be excited as well.
I think excited is a very big understatement for the match we have here, because not only is this a battle for number 1, but it's a battle between, possibly right now, the two biggest Indonesian organizations.
You could say that. I mean, it's notorious at this point. Everyone knows
the besties.
The fan base is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, the besties, man. If you look at the arena right now, soon we will barely be able to hear each other.
What? No, I'm joking.
not yet. Not yet. But that is the expectations, man. We've turned up the headsets, especially for this match.
I agree. I mean, at some point, I'm not going to be able to hear Arashi, and that's okay, right? Because we are all sharing our love and our passion for the MLBB scene as we get to this. The Royal Derby, Sans ready to slay. And the question is, when we compare both of these anchors for their team, we have Sans and we have Clay, who do you think stands out on top?
I think there's a very clear distinction between the two. Number 1 highest KDA in MPL Indonesia Season 12, acting as kind of a carry. Meanwhile, I'll let Arashi take Clay.
Well, he is number 9 in the highest KDA in MPL ID, but I think he just does more for his team than just go for kills. He can be a bit more adjustable, and especially being the captain right now, it does seem that even though he isn't the guy making the flashy plays, getting the kills everywhere, he is one of the players that really seals the deal for his team, and on top of that, allows the whole team to work together in unison as well, despite, we've been saying it again and again, but having some kind of language barrier with Min Coco in the mix.
I agree. I think there's a certain disparity in roles of both of these mid laners, and I think they're both strong in their own way. For Sans, he's a lot more aggressive, he makes those flashy plays, but for Clay, he holds a little bit more of the anchor role, right? He's that
shot
caller that everyone else relies on, especially him being one of the only ones who have been with RQ for quite some time, right? First Six new, Naomi's new, Banana is relatively new, and we also have Skylar.
Technically, Skylar's been in the team longer than Clay. He's joined Season 7 after getting promoted from RQ Sena, MDL. So he's been with the team, I think, since Season 6. But yeah, MDL first.
Well, with time, they can only improve because, again, compared to everyone else, they are actually relatively new, which is why everyone was so surprised when they're able to perform so well. Unfortunately, though, factually speaking, it does seem like they have a bit more of a pattern developing, and
a template.
You know, man, in Season 12, you develop a pattern. If you do not have alternatives, you will have that taken as an advantage against you. So they have to try and be a bit more elusive here in how at least they want to play out the game, what kind of game plans they have in store all the way from the beginning to the end of the game.
Because I think that was one of the biggest upsets we've had this week, right? RRQ losing to What's it?
Rebellion.
Rebellion. Oh,
Yeah.
exactly there. Yeah, I remember. Rebellion is Zion. I don't think anyone anticipated that. But that has been one of the main concerns for a lot of people watching RRQ's gameplay right now. They need to be able to find something else, something a little bit more dynamic. Whereas Onyx, sometimes I don't even know what to expect, even from their drafts alone.
For Onyx, it does feel like this season they've taken a step back, right? They aren't as dominant as they were in Season 11, mainly because they have been experimenting with different lineups. Kyrie's been taken out with Albert stepping in, CW's been taken out with Albert stepping in, San's been taken out with Albert Okay, so a lot of Alberts coming in, playing all different roles.
Are you blaming Albert for everything?
Unfortunately for Albert and Drian, it hasn't been always good, right? They have gotten a few wins, but they have mostly gotten L's. So the MSC lineup is still their best lineup for sure.
So it's still standing at 100% win rate, right?
Yep, 5 matches, 100% win rate.
There was a moment where I was like, oh my god, Onyx gonna lose.
Yeah.
But eventually they were able to win it, 2-1.
Well, you can always rely on them to just still perform when the going gets tough, man. At this point, people used to talk about how Onyx is still relatively new. They lack experience, they might get stage fright, but that is no longer the case. The main lineup here making their way onto the stage.
The Kings in the sky, the World Slayers, the defending, the reigning champions of Southeast Asia, Onyx!
Team Onyx onto the stage here, led by Boots. And you just can feel the confidence just seeping out of them right now. They have nothing to lose up until this point, unless, of course, they're still looking for that #1 position. Will they be able to take it away from RRQ?
That is what's crazy, man. Even when the going gets really tough, when the games get solid, get difficult, you just have that feeling that, oh, they are still in control. They know exactly what they're doing. For RRQ, I feel like it's a bit more shaky. You get a bit more concerned, but they are still confident going up against the Kings.
Up on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, led by the Kingdom's Falcon, spreading his wings and facilitating the Kingdom, Rex Regum Kaon.
RRQ, the Kings of Kings, really stepping up this season from a disappointing performance last season. With these new players coming through, it looks like they are looking to win it all.
Look at the Kingdom, man. Always here to deliver. One of the main factors that makes all the RRQ games so exciting. And one of the main reasons why we can't hear. But with the coaching staff walking onto the stage, this is, again, where the plans are drawn out, where the strategies are developed. Coach Yeb up against... Well, hang on.
Wait, where's Zaya?
Exactly.
Why
it's just
Drake
Wave.
alone? Oh, I saw a story earlier on.
What happened?
I think he fell. So he has like a few jaitan. What's jaitan? Stitches on his face.
What?
Oh man, get well soon.
Get well soon for
Wait, so RRQ, they're going to be drafting without Zaya?
Without Zaya.
Yes, so.
Ooh.
Horrible timing for the Kingdom, but Rain, he has had experience before. He actually coached the RRQ team for Snapdragon, I believe, as well in the challenge season. So he has experience coaching the team.
Well, let's see if he can deal with the keys to victory here via the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Onyx. Limit Naomi's screening hero pool, all those pesky heroes that can match your movement, that can threaten to engage and look for information. Get that out of the way, and usually RRQ start to falter, and they lose their template gameplay, and they really haven't found an alternative that is as efficient. Punish Naomi when he's out of position. Naomi is very aggressive. If they can limit his hero pool initially and make sure that he can be punished, he can be a bit gun-shy. That can allow Onyx to get more of an advantage later in the game. And of course, look for his presence. Eye out his location before starting an objective. Because the last thing you want is for your backline to just suddenly get picked off. If they can do all these things, we have seen that RRQ does shake quite a bit. But here, their own keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for RRQ. Scout and limit Sans' movement. One of the key players and one of the factors which allows them to win in the first meeting was the fact that Sans was not in the roster. With him being here right now, they have to be a lot more careful with his reading out his movement and his plays. And along with that, force Boots to recall to prevent his presence in the objective setups. Boots recently has been a very selfless laner, He doesn't really care about his own performance. He doesn't do flashy solo plays. He doesn't dive in the back line and go for a 1v1 against the gold laner. All he does is facilitate his team. When he is not around, Onyx just loses out on a frontliner and a very solid source of utility. If RRQ can do that, the objectives should fall into place a lot more reliably.
I agree with that. And going back to the keys to victory for Onyx, that was a really good point. I think every time I've seen Naomi play, there was this one game in particular where he was utilizing the Cho. He's not aggressive in a way that he goes in for just pickoffs like over and over. He's more of a screener. I like that word, screening, blocking. He opens up the map, he opens up vision to facilitate and give information to his team. But because of that, most of the time, he's out of position. And that definitely can be capitalized by Onyx.
We have seen a lot of teams punish exactly that. You know, Naomi, information is key for the RRQ lineup, for their front-to-back playstyle, their pick-off-centric composition, right? So that's why it has mainly been working for RRQ. But yes, if you can catch Naomi, if you can punish him for overstepping, that might be the key. We've seen Rebellion do that against the Kaja, punishing. And here in the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, we'll get to see exactly how both teams likes to tackle their games.
Seems like for RRQ, they're just more reliable the longer the game goes, and that's partially due to Naomi, right? When the going gets tough, when everything is a bit more less systematic, he is the one that can make all these crazy, surprising plays, and that usually, you know, one moment in the late game can win you the whole game. RRQ has more of an experience in that department, but Onyx, like we mentioned, has had plenty and plenty more of games as well, but they are playing with limitations, is what the asset is saying.
Now this is what I really want to discuss, right? Playing with limitations. Skylar and Kyrie have become the players whose hero pools are just always respected, almost always respected, restricted by opposing teams. Whenever a team goes against Onyx, we usually see a variety, a plethora of assassin bans or even other junglers. And for Skylar, we usually see the Claude and the Beatrix been banned away. But yesterday, Rebellion Zion were able to prove that even though Skylar gets his comfort hero, gets his power hero in the Claude, they're still able to win it. But it looks like coming to the drafting phase here for game number 1, Onyx won't take that chance. Just take away the Claude instantly.
Oh wow, we were talking about how the Claude might not be as prio anymore, but Onyx certainly still respects the potential for Skylar to make plays, you know, aggressively and defensively using this hero. Along with that, banning the Yve out is an approach we haven't seen as much. Usually teams have been focusing a lot more on Naomi, but I think Onyx, they're confident that through execution, they can shut down the aggressive playmaking. And for RRQ, a Faramis ban. We haven't seen this in a long time.
Interesting choice. The Netherrealm was something that we were talking about with a lot of the analysts backstage. I personally mentioned that the Faramis and the Netherrealm itself, I don't think should be the main concern for RRQ, but it seems like for them, yeah, this is the main problem. It seems like usually, you know, we see Kadidas, we see different heroes in the final ban in the first phase for RRQ. We've never seen a Faramis before.
I think it's just full respect here, maybe. That's what I'm kind of sniffing out here. Faramis being taken away, and that's why I felt like this matchup goes for a very peculiar banning phase in that first phase, because you don't see the normal Edith bans. We see just respect all around. Paquito taken away from Banana. You can see Claude taken away, Yve away from Clay himself, and with that, it actually leaves open a lot of heroes that we deem as prio, right? RRQ are able to pick up the Kadita. That's going to be a huge, huge pick-off hero for RRQ in that early game. Whereas Onyx, they're going for something a little bit safer. They're going for the Fredrin first, and I'm wondering if they're going to prioritize the Valentina, or are they going to be prioritizing the Bruno?
The Bruno. Well, the gold laner certainly has been very important. It seems like the Valentina will be the option that Onyx will go for first. And this Fredrin, it might go to the jungle, but Onyx is one of those teams in recent times who have been able to find success with a Fredrin in the EXP lane. For now, with RRQ, the other factor that people usually take advantage of is the narrow hero pool for Farstic in the jungle as well. With the Fredrin taken away, usually the Baxia comes to mind unless RRQ are intending on going for an assassin.
I think now it gets really, really tough for the side of Onyx because RQ has a lot of different heroes to go for right now. Against the Fredrin, they can go for the Baksha. It's an answer to it. But wait, they go for the Edith. We've never really seen an Edith before. I think the last time RQ played Edith was what, Lemon? Right? Season 11. I remember the plays that he was able to make on this Edith, but it's still going to be the Baksha as expected. They want to try to win this jungle matchup, and against the Fredrin, it is a great pick. Thing is, for Onyx, I don't know if it's going to be Fredrin jungle.
Right, it could be very well switched around. And on that note about Edith, you start to wonder if the alien was really onto something, you know, before his time.
A pioneer.
Pioneer indeed, man, the alien. Showing again his extraterrestrial knowledge. For Onyx though, usually they would hide the roamer. I think the roaming matchup is important right here, and both teams might just want to, you know, leave that up to the end, which is a bit more peculiar, but considering the caliber of the roamers, Kibo and Naomi, it's almost understandable completely from the get-go. Now with no gold laner available, with a gold laner secured for Onyx, they can start to narrow down Skylar's hero pool, which is also a valid approach.
So let's take a look at the comment here by Keyboy. We definitely look forward to the match against RQ because we want our revenge. Remember the first time that they met here at MPL ID Season 12, it was RRQ winning it 2-1. So of course there is some layer of a revenge here that they want to be able to get their hands on. But they don't go for a gold lane ban just yet. They go for the Yuzong instead. What are they planning on here with the Yuzong taken away?
I think they're planning to just play for the Bruno, facilitate the Bruno in the gold lane, and in these team fights, give CW the space necessary. Because with the Yuzong ban, that is a hero that RQ have been able to utilize with their dive compositions. They've already built up a Kadita and a Baksha. On top of that, if they add a Yuzong or even a Lapu Lapu, it will give them a lot of strength in these team fights.
And now crowd control becomes even more important because it seems like for both teams, it's going to be essentially still a front to back. Of course, RQ can try and use the Kadita to try and be an assassin to go in the back line, but for the most part, they might be relying on this Edith to output some damage as well. Onyx now respecting Naomi's engaged presence. The only hero available left for him is the Cho, unless Onyx wants to go and pick that off before.
And on that note, Kiboy actually has something to say about Naomi. He says that Naomi is skilled. He was already skilled before joining RRQ, so I need to focus on him. And I think we do all agree with that. I think we've been just...
M4, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, I don't think anyone can actually forget that performance. And with that being said, what are they planning here? Already respect coming onto Naomi, RQ. What do they want to start limiting? Do they want to go for the same approach? Do they want to start limiting the roam as well? Oh, they go for Hellcrit instead.
Limiting assassins from Onyx, not believing that this Fredrin will go into the jungle. Assuming your hero available still is going to be the Hayabusa though. Depending on who or what hero is actually going to be used in the gold lane by Skylar, it could still be a very good pick. But the Kaja is secured already. The Franco is available. Will Naomi go for it though? Or will this be a roaming Edith?
Wait, sorry, do you think that with the Hellcrit being banned out, RQ want to pick something crazy for that gold lane?
I don't think they want to go for something crazy. I think they just want to
standard Beatrix?
I would say it should be something standard like a Beatrix. But here, all right, we got another comment from Kyrie. Players to watch out for, according to Keyboy, is Naomi. And for me, Fair6 Baksha is really good. And they've left that open. So Coach Yeb definitely has something cooking for Kyrie in the jungle, or perhaps for Boots in the XP lane, depending on where the Fredrin goes.
All right, so it's going to be the Irithel and the Cho pickup for RRQ. And finally, we get to see, oh, that's such a strong pickup comp. And Onyx, they double down with the X-Board.
That's a bit of a scary situation, man. RRQ, they have more mobility, more pickoff technically, and more burst damage. But Onyx, they have a lot of heroes that are quite pesky to try and secure in a pickoff situation. So I think it's a bit more even, but keep in mind from the previous matches, the team that can be a bit more proactive usually has a bit of an edge, and Onyx is the only team right here with a suppression. So we'll see if that becomes the defining factor of this game.
I mean, technically... Oh no. Oh no, you're right. Valentina's on Onyx. All right, so I would say that both of these teams, with the composition that they have set for themselves, they have equal amount of tools to work with, right? It just really depends. I think RQ has a little bit of an edge. for that early game. I think they're going to be able to pressure it with the Boxia rotation, with Kadida as soon as she hits that level 4, and of course Cho. So there's just so much presence for their pickoff. There's so much tools that they can utilize, but there's no way that we can discount Onyx. They have Valentina. They have Valentina on Sans. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Derby here. RRQ and Onyx face off once again in a best of 3. Will we see the same outcome? Or have Onyx repaired what they were unable to do back in leg number 1?
Well, this time there's no excuses for Onyx. Sans is in the lineup. Last time, it wasn't Sans.
It was Albert, was it not?
Drian.
Oh, it was Drian. Well, right now, Onyx, you can bet that they're going to be a lot more aggressive right here with their main roster, but we have to see what can RRQ do, considering that there are 2 Purifies available on the side of Onyx. You can see that already one has been used by Sans, and the rolling wheel from Versik will be a big problem for Onyx in the early game at least.
I mean, Kyrie said it himself, right? He's so fearful of Versik on the Boxia. And we get to finally see why, right? The pressure that he's able to have in the early game, being able to have a little bit of an advantage over Kyrie on the Fredrin as, oh, Keyboy gets jumped really low. It's gonna be first blood just yet. It turns out just not. Keyboy still able to kite away unless Naomi has something to say about it.
Deals a bit more damage, cancels the recall, delays it. And Kyrie, this is what Naomi likes to do. Keeping vision, keeping tabs on the Prio members. Unfortunately, unable to get a steal. Kyrie, a bit mad that happened, gets a good taunt, and now is doing the same thing Naomi did to Keyboy up top. CW forced to use the Purify. Skylar diving in. Gets a turret shot. Needs to eat that, and Clay gets out.
Seems like a bit of miscommunication right there, not going together at the same time. That could be dangerous, man, especially against Onyx. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, with the quick rotations, it seems like in the lane, RRQ has a bit more pressure. Right? Onyx has to be a bit more concerned, but already in the turtle, the fight is brewing over, and without ultimates, actually ultimates are already available, so RRQ, they have the Nature's Wrath to try and make more DPS.
Kyrie gonna be targeted down, everything used up, but Kyrie's still able to initiate or disengage from the initiation for now. Naomi, they've isolated him, forcing him back. He doesn't have the flicker too. It should be first blood, and Sans picks it up. First blood for the Sky Kings, and they want to look for more. Kyrie's really walking up onto the turtle. Retrieve battle. Banana looking for the onward. Their shatter comes in, but it doesn't matter. Kyrie still finds it. Rough waves taking him low. Kyrie's still sustaining for a bit, but Boots finds a trade back with the last insanity. RRQ 1, Onyx 2.
On paper, that should have been RRQ's just turtle to have, to win. How in the world are Onyx able to do this time and time again? As, CW has to be careful on the top side.
The worldie was used up already. Skylar with a heavy crossbow, one more shot, and CW gets taken out. Skylar with a win up top.
RRQ just trying to hit back right now. In the gold lane, if they can really win out, maybe then Skylar can do something, but look at that, Banana.
Faraga armor taken out. Boots still able to get away. Recalls with a little bit of HP left.
I think for both teams, right, the gold lane is going to be important, but Onyx is a lot more used to playing with CW in the losing side. RRQ usually relies a lot more on Skylar, and on the Irithel, he's going to be a bit more mobile, but he is still susceptible to getting chunked down. And look at that passive, though. Clay is completely abusing it.
Trying to force it out of Clay. Has the oddity and the rough waves to escape. On a low cooldown, so it is no problem. RRQ just playing it safe.
Let's talk about that, right? Back into that gold lane, but Keyboy already putting pressure here in the top lane. It looks like they might want to protect CW to get a little bit of that gold shield turret. He needs it to be able to get that snowball, unless Naomi says otherwise.
Purify though, it's a bait. Divine Judgment locks Naomi down. They baited him quite well, and CW is still able to escape. The heavy crossbow comes in. Skylar, one more shot should do it. He's in the bush. He plays with the vision, but Skylar is still able to find a trade. He will lose out on a minion wave though. Sans gets out of a 2v1. Versik and Clay held down by Gila Sans.
And that was like a moment of decision-making for Skylar, right? He's like, all right, I'm already this deep. If I go back, I'm going to die anyway. I might as well dive in, commit, and get that trade in. So it is a little bit more even in that sense, unless, Naomi.
Wow, good cancel on that. Could have been a good pickoff. Breath of the Ocean used up by Clay. Trying to disengage Naomi. Already very low. Earth Shadow Fletcher onto Kyrie. Going for the all-in with the rough waves as well. But the Appraiser's Wrath and the retry! Kyrie The god in the jungle. Clay now caught low. One more shot. CW gets a brace.
That is just unfortunate for RRQ. They grouped up together. They got hit by the Appraiser's Wrath. And at the same time, Kyrie was able to secure the turtle as well. Almost the worst case scenario for RRQ. They seem to be trying so hard to win in the pick-off situation, but the target to pick off is Kyrie on the Fredrin. So the choice to put Kyrie on a fighter, quote-unquote, is just really paying off hard for Onyx right now.
Interestingly so, right? You can even see he's now a level ahead of Versick. He's been able to get more advantages in the Lord fights, being able to secure literally every single neutral objective so far. And RRQ, with what I thought was a more aggressive lineup, is actually falling short. 4,000 gold lead already for Onyx. They've already gotten 2 turrets under the nose of RRQ. And 5 minutes, 6 minutes in, it's not necessarily the best scenario for RRQ, especially understanding that CW is on a Bruno with that particular item already secured.
Good cancel by Keyboy, just body blocking it right now, but look at the dive onto the back. CW gonna be caught as well. Way the Dragon locking him down, Purify trying to get him out, but Versick picks up a double. 2 kills for RRQ, 2 kills onto the jungler.
Not bad, something back on the board. And actually RRQ not done yet. It's gonna be Kyrie going in alone.
1v4, an absolute Chad. Psycho Kyrie with the help of Sans now. 2v4. They want to make this work. Naomi terrified in. Shunpu by Naomi, getting him out. Audience prediction by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 74% towards RRQ.
Kingdom Pride, man.
Kingdom
you
Pride.
Can't, there's nothing you can do about it, right? That's the amount of support that they have for their team. And it's paying off so far, right? Already #1 in the classman, unless, of course, Onyx are able to win this one. And here we go.
Sans with the rough waves and the Purify now onto Naomi. Wants to go for the kill. He gets it. Versick locking him down, but Sans gets out. Meanwhile, Onyx. Kyrie's already on it now. Divine Judgment locking Skyler down. So able to find a kill with the help of Clay, getting the rough waves. Now it's Sans zoning Banana. Kyrie securing the final turtle of the game as Kyrie walks forward. Last Insanity slowing them down. The Earth Shatter connects, but Banana will be blown up by Boots.
RRQ, they were playing with momentum right here, but the moment they don't really get huge value, they don't get a decisive victory against Onyx, they really struggle to pull back. This is a composition that can only move forward, and if they really want to win, they have to commit everything and leave nothing for the exit trip from the team fight. So Onyx is playing it so well, and overall, it's been a trade in kills, but they've been securing the neutral objectives way more. And with RRQ spending so much time and effort to secure kills, Onyx has been translating that into turret advantages, and that is allowing them to actually seal the deal and prevent Naomi from actually going to their own jungle and finding information.
Question. Kyrie holding the Brave Smite emblem here. We usually see Quantum Charge from a lot of junglers. Why Brave Smite in this position?
I think he is preemptively expecting a lot of bursts coming his way, but look at Banana.
Going in, getting Chunk Versick with the flank already. CW still free, hitting in the back as Keyboy runs away. Clay! Beautiful rough waves, but CW purifies out of it. Kyrie still walking forward, isolating Versick. A good breath of the ocean. Onto 2. Boots zoning Naomi, and RRQ and Onyx disengage.
That's the Purify, man. It was so difficult. Even if RRQ get the perfect flank around, gets the Petrify, they need to cycle the crowd control, because otherwise Onyx will not waste that Purify and, you know, not save it for critical moments like that. So RRQ are the ones that are forced to try and make something happen, and Onyx, they can just react pretty well right here.
You can see that actually just coming into fruition so far. I thought it would be difficult for Sans in particular. Sans forced on the Purify, and we see he uses his IMU mostly on play, and without a flicker, usually it's really hard to land, but I guess that's Sans for you.
I think Onyx did a great job drafting here because they were expecting the Kadira pick. It's a bit of a prio pick for RRQ right now, but if you look at their roster, very few members are actually valid targets. 2 Purifies and a Firaga armor. Realistically, he can only use that, he can only attempt to pick off Keyboy or Kyrie, and both also aren't exactly ideal.
I guess you could play with the timers maybe, right?
Yes, but I think Onyx will play around the timers as well. And now, with full control here, RRQ just trying their best to secure some info, go for a pick-off.
Free Lord Nothing they can do about it. Banana jumps into the onward. Even the Primal Rat, but Sans does the same thing. He can copy whatever you try to do. Boots, look at this damage. Skylar getting some good chunk of damage as well. Onto Boots. Now Kyrie walking up. Just dashing forward, taunting the RRQ members and backing away.
Literally nothing. Nothing RRQ can do up until this point. They're just gonna watch all of their turrets burn and fall like ashes here. Onyx just slowly but surely, not even any crazy plays just yet in this 10th minute of the game. But that gold lead alone is enough for RRQ to be captured in their own base as we take a look at their in-game items.
Well, Sans definitely has a lot more damage. He went for the Enchanted Talisman as well, understanding that he might want more mobility considering that he is on the Purify. But now with the base turrets as their main target, we'll see if Naomi can make something happen. If there's any location to go for a big play, this is it, man. They want to go and get a fight before the Lord becomes too big of a problem and guarantees that the base turrets do fall.
Boots is a heck of a frontliner now. Has a Paraga armor, Divine Judgment. Going on to Fairsick, and he gets melted down just like that. Clay jumps in, but he does no damage. Now the last Insanity into the back, and a full dive. An explosion takes two, and they're looking for more. Skylar and Naomi, the two members left from the Kingdom. Sans cutting it, trying to look for some more. They're gonna go straight for the base right now as Naomi jumps into the GQ, but it's gonna be dodged away from. Naomi gets outplayed. It's another kill for CW, and Sans, 11 minutes and 29 seconds.
Was all it took for them to be able to dominate game number one. And there's no other word for it. That was domination. Arashi, your team, what is this? I did not expect this happening at all.
This is essentially Prime Onyx, man. They are here to make a statement, and boy, did they do that. The majority of the audience prediction was still in favor of RRQ, but man, that execution. And you can see immediately what the idea was. Denying Clay any playmaking potential. Denying Naomi technically by having the Kaja. It seems like at every step of the drafting phase, Coach Yeb has just seen and peered through the future. Whew, man, what can they do here?
Well, what they can do is reevaluate. I think that's the only thing you can do after a loss like that. We were talking about revenge, and right now Onyx are a step closer to getting sweet revenge. Not just any revenge, a stompy revenge.
If this is 2-0, that really just shuts down the Kingdom, man. Because they were all very proud of being able to win against Onyx in the first leg. And maybe that's just the impact that Sans has in the team as well.
But we can never count RRQ out. Remember in the first leg,
That's true.
Onyx did win game one. Remember, it was a reverse sweep in leg number one. But it wasn't an 11-minute game in game number one either.
You know, they used to be called the comeback kings. I keep throwing back to that because you never know, right? They're a team that never really gives up, and they're always willing to just gamble and make that big play when they know that it's necessary, which is why I like watching them play so much. But I think now the issue isn't in the execution, it's in that draft, man. It seems like Coach Jeb is so razor sharp right there. They gotta try and, you know, confuse, play some kind of mind game, because otherwise, look at this, man. There's no real way for them to actually find success there.
So last time Royal Derby, no Sans.
No Sans.
Now Royal Derby, no Zaya.
No Zaya.
So unfortunate, huh? We've never seen both in their prime just clash against each other.
Like, I want to see full throttle RQ and Onyx, and I want to see how both of these teams fare against one another.
I wonder if Coach Zaya is, feeding some instructions, right? Online maybe, right? Because there's no way he feels comfortable right here, like not being present when his team is just struggling for their lives against such a team of such high caliber. This is where he wants to try and, show the world that he has what it takes to stand up to Coach Yep in the drafting phase as well.
Right now, it's unfortunate for Zaya. All we can say is get well soon to Zaya, man.
Get well soon. We miss you.
Stitches?
Yeah.
He fell?
I think he fell.
Super
it was
unfortunate, man.
Whose story was it? Was it Albert's
At
story?
home?
Someone from Onyx. It was a player.
Yeah, it's just
it's just not meant to be, I guess.
It's just an unfortunate moment, man. Again, for Zaya. Hope he gets well soon fast, because again, we are getting into the last stretch of MPL Indonesia. It would be bad to not have him here, especially considering there's a high chance that RQ can still make it to the upper brackets, right? But Let's take a look at the player of the game, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G 308. What a player.
Gila Sans.
The
with
difference maker. He was gone last time, remember? First leg.
Look at the emblems, man. He went for, well, first of all, it's the mage emblem, right? Which people don't really agree with, but it has value depending on what you're going for. Here, I believe it's full cooldown. The emblem gives you a bit more cooldown. He went for the pull itself together to get faster cooldown on the Purify, which is why you're talking about playing around the timers. There's not a lot of opportunities, and there's a very slim window when it's down as well. So this is what I mean when Onyx, they can be put in the most difficult of situations, but they'll always adjust and do every single fine-tuned detail to try and get out of it. Look at the itemization. First, without the mana regeneration, went for the Enchanted Talisman. More cooldown as well, so he's a lot more mobile and very slippery, as we can see from that game, and we might see in the highlights. He was just so hard to catch, even though he wasn't on the flicker. Something we've been talking about in the middle of game number 1.
This is actually a very interesting order of items because usually people opt for Clock of Destiny first and then Enchanted Talisman. So you are able to get that full 12 stacks on the COD as soon as possible. But here he goes for the flip side.
Yeah, just wants to be able to spam more, provide more utility, and of course avoid capture a lot more. Which is why when Naomi, you see, try to do anything, he was always completely punished, which is in line with the win conditions. But look, some fights like this, where it really seems like it's already unfavorable, in true RRQ fashion, they are just willing to engage in fights that are a bit more questionable. And they always make risky plays, which is great, but sometimes, especially against a team as strategic as Onyx, might come to bite them in the back. So maybe they want to make some fine adjustments, because I think in the early game, it was still quite okay, but this is where it all starts falling apart, man. That play onto Kyrie just did not work out the way they wanted it to.
And again, I still don't understand the value of Edith. Still, don't see it.
Well, Banana was doing a lot more engages in this game, but I think they were just a bit too behind. And like we mentioned, there's just not a lot of targets for them to pick off, right? Due to the Purifies, due to the tankiness from the other members as well. Both Clay and, first Clay and Banana, everyone's trying to find that solid pickoff, but they just weren't given it at all. And eventually the gold difference is just way too big. And you can see that all their weapons have just been stripped, man. The counter engage, the distance management, the scouting from Naomi, everything is denied.
And I have to agree with Eterna here. When it comes down to Edith in the XP lane, I haven't been able to see it, man. We mentioned this I think it was game, which game was it with the Edith that was played in the XP lane as well instead of the roam position? It was match 1, right?
Before.
Match 1, I remember. I think might be Alter Ego versus
Evos?
Evos, yeah.
Game
Evos,
2.
There you go. Fluffy was the one on the Edith.
Evos utilized it.
And I expected Van Strong to be the one to play the Edith. I think, again, for the Edith, personally, Roamer works better. And this time, 2 times we've seen Edith, today, it's been XP.
I can agree with that. I think some people just really want more gold income to ensure that the Edith can still act as a damage dealer. But when everyone else is just behind as well...
But it's a waste, don't you think, Arashi? To put Banana, a highly mechanical XP laner, on a hero like Edith?
Well, technically, right, with the power of, with the Nature's Wrath, you need some mechanics. But I do agree, it's not exactly the same kind of flexible playmaking potential. But I think, again, even if they really want to do it, they have to try and find ways to ensure that he succeeds in the lane as well. Here, he doesn't really win out, especially being pitched up against an X-Borg that can just do true damage. And everyone else, there's no real winning lane here that RRQ can try and make plays with. So even Clay wasn't snowballing. No damage from Kadira, just not that big of a risk. So it's a bit of a snowball effect here that begins with RRQ just not having the initial tip of the spear. Maybe you can argue it was fair stick on the Boxia, right? As a fighter against a regen tank like Fredrin in the hands of Kyrie, able to counter it with the Turtle's Presence, but overall, just not enough aggression, not enough strong heroes in the early game to try and support this Boxia or this Cho.
I actually thought that that RQ had a good chance and a good possibility in the early game to take it. Right? Because sure, I understand, right? There aren't quote-unquote winning lanes for RRQ in the EXP or even in the gold, but at some point, Skylar was ahead in the early game because of the rotations from First Sig. So why? How did it not come together? Was it just Onyx outplaying RRQ? Was there something lacking from RRQ's game plan?
Because if you want to control the early game, I believe the XP is the key, not the gold lane. Edith had zero pressure because of boots.
Fair point. And because of that, in the mid lane as well, there wasn't really... Again, all the opportunities and plays from RRQ are nullified. And if you look at the objectives, man, there's nothing given to RRQ at all. It's a complete clean sweep
They have
from
something.
Onyx. The Turtle Lord and turrets.
187.
Yeah, 187 turret damage, that's something.
If you're gonna,
it's not zero.
If you're gonna pick pennies, yes, but they weren't given a lot due to the setup, right? And I think this is a big glaring weakness with RRQ. They're always relying on a huge moment to make a play, right? We've seen it again and again all the way from week 1. And on top of that, they are very good at utilizing crowd control, but you can make an argument that they are over-reliant. Right here, when everyone can survive the initial pick-off attempt, when everyone has a Purify to outplay the right moment where everyone comes in together, they just don't get that opportunity. And it's always one big moment. It's never like spread around across several skirmishes. It's always one huge team fight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
One huge pick-off, one huge team fight. There's always one huge thing that
There's
they're
only
looking
one.
for. There's only one
There's only
for
one.
RRQ. Unfortunately, again, I feel like also their template drafts have
Yes.
been finally, like, teams are finally caught up with their template drafts, and they need to try to diversify a bit.
They do. And they also need to buy some data packages, bro.
With
OVO.
OVO.
O-V-O.
OVO.
Eterna, do a V.
Why do we need to go for OVO, though? What do I
get it, because you guys did it. Oh, okay.
You don't want to be as late as Eterna to jokes. You guys can use OVO because you can get special promo that is instant, not late. Cashbacks up to
5,000 OVO points.
She's not late that time. It's a special.
Let's go!
Fun fact. Made a joke. Season 8 in the airport. She got it when we reached Bali day 3.
Yeah, I remember this.
No, I got it on the plane home from Bali.
What was it? Was a like a simple knock joke, I
couldn't
believe.
understand.
It was a up dog joke.
It's the up
I don't
dog
understand the up dog joke. Do you guys understand the up dog joke?
Kind of smells like up dog in here.
What's up, dog?
Nothing much. What about you?
Yeah, I couldn't understand that, but now it feels obvious. I feel stupid.
Man, that's nostalgic. I mean, hey, that was the grand finals over there was also RRQ Onyx. This is some nostalgia trip we're having right here.
We were casting until like 1 in the morning.
It was
I
a
think.
super long
Might
night
be
because
2 a.m.
every match went full games. And Onyx had to play 12 games in total with scrims as well between these games. It was insane, but it only showed us that, you know, the Onyx team, you can test them to their literal limits and they'll still be chill. Maybe because shampoo, they got
Still
good
be
shampoo.
handsome. That's a main factor here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, do you see Kyrie's new cut?
Oh,
Right?
I like his cut, G.
It's
his villain arc.
exceptional.
This is villain arc, man. He looks
Chef,
menacing.
look away.
Shavin at home, close your eyes. Don't do
I'm
it.
not gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask this time. But here it is, a beautiful hair using Head and Shoulders. Ladies and gentlemen, get your hands on it as soon as possible because you know what? Messy, wet, and itchy dandruff. Ew. No. Move on to Head and Shoulders, Gatot Kacha, and be 100% confident because your wet and itchy dandruff will be wiped out. And we actually saw quite a few wiped outs today. Very interesting as we come back to this game. Mr. Boots.
Oh, look at that smile.
What was that smile?
Oh, man. This guy, though.
It's the reverse Head and Shoulders.
I'm sorry, but I don't know exactly his title in Onyx. Is he like the physical coach for Onyx?
I think that's what Goni said.
Right? Yeah, so maybe like if you want to get fit, you just have to be bald, bro.
Oh, I thought go to Onyx.
I'm talking about like fit people losing hair.
Yeah, because again, when you, as a man,
As
you
a
work
man.
out, more testosterone, and when you have a lot of testosterone, you actually lose hair.
But testosterone is integral for hair growth.
No, but like, yeah, but I don't know. I'm not a I'm
Male-
not a
male
bio.
You're talking to a biotech girl here.
Eterna, I got my information from Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Well, you know.
He's the baldest of the bald.
Just throw my degree out the window. We gotta trust in that man, bro.
He's a wrestler.
Well, male pattern baldness, right? People say it's associated with testosterone. You want to shed some light on this, Eterna?
You guys want to focus on the game, maybe?
I mean, Paquito's a manly man, and we didn't get to see him there,
Yeah,
right?
Paquito ain't bald either.
But Taz is.
God did. Anyways,
guys,
argue with on it. Let's get
focus,
back to the
let's
game
focus.
here.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Okay, with 1-0 now in the hands of the Yellow Porcupines, what do Onyx need to do if they want to continue a 2-0 clean sweep?
You know what?
What?
Considering we're talking about templates here, Naomi has a lot of his popular, his heroes banned out. Right there, they left the show out because I think they feel that they can actually, they felt that they could actually deal with it using the Kaja. Why not just pick Naomi's hero first and now just throw a curveball?
For
you pick Naomi's hero, right, and instead hide Clay's hero.
I think that's not going to work, Arashi.
Don't you
the
think?
thing is, in the mid lane, you're already limited to such a small pool of heroes, right?
Okay, then who
the
to hide?
It's the Yve, Valentina, Kadira, and the Farsa for Clay, right? That's it.
Kadira, Yi, Farsa, Feramis, Valir, Valentina.
Feramis?
Yeah.
All right, we'll add Feramis in the mix, okay?
But you know what?
You don't pick it up in the first phase, you're done. Clay's going to be targeted heavily.
Then he brings out the fire, the Lapu. Just kidding. I mean,
the Lapu mid, something that
the Teruzla.
We've seen that before. But speaking of patch update impact, let's take a look at week 1 to 4. Beatrix, queen of the gold lane.
Claude.
Yeah, she's gone this week, bro.
She's literally gone. Claude Stain, Carrie nowhere to be found, and now Iritel and Bruno. I mean, we talked about this, right? I mean, the patch just kind of swerved it in the direction of more crit instead of attack speed, right?
And I think that there's a lot of value in mobility as well now. A lot of teams have been very, very dangerous in targeting your gold laner. If you're playing a carry, for example, or a Beatrix, you pick one hero and they can essentially get full countered, right? So I think it's just a bit too dangerous. And compared to that, the Claude, right, with more movement speed, the better mirror image, the Irithel that can hit while moving, right? Every single hero that is rising in popularity has some measure of safety or mobility. And I think that is the main factor here. So, I don't know, man.
So, is Claude the only hero that builds attack speed that survived through the patch?
I guess so.
Do you consider Beatrix attack speed build? No, right?
No, she's burst.
She was raw damage. Counter-Strike,
BOD,
Heptaseas, right? Just pure damage.
Yeah, that's it. So he's literally the only attack speed hero that survived.
Yeah.
Melissa?
No.
Question mark? Not really.
She wasn't even meta in the first patch. What do you mean? She's been out of the meta since MSC, I think.
But early when you mentioned the Yve, it just came to mind that in that game, if RRQ had their hands on a Yve, it would have been a lot more difficult for Onyx because that is crowd control that is not quote-unquote purifiable, right? The slow zone and Ice Queen 1 slow is a lot more difficult for Onyx to maybe maneuver out of. It's not as dynamic as RRQ wants, but I think that is why it's immediately banned out. And now, along with that, it's going to be the Baxia as well.
That's why. That's what I was about to say, right? Coming into the drafting phase here for game number 2, they completely understand your point. They completely respect that outcome, and so they deny it once again. The slight change that we see from Onyx here is the fact that Baxia gets taken out.
And now the big question is, what is Fersic going to play? The Baxia and the Fredrin has been denied away from him. When that usually happens, we see him go on the Lancelot and maybe even the lane. But now against a very oppressive force in a Fredrin, especially on the hands of the god in the jungle, Kyrie. I don't know about that. Valentina and Edith still the prio here for RRQ. Even though they lost with the Edith, they still see the value in it.
But now Clay has his hands on the Valentina. So a bit more versatile. And we've seen Clay able to adjust in what ultimate to steal away with the IMU and how to maneuver. So we'll have to see. For Onyx, it's going to be that Bruno yet again.
Nice win rate.
69. Nice.
Bruno and what? What do
What's
they want to go
team?
here? No.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cho!
Keyboy's Cho.
Man.
That's the boy.
Arguably the best Cho in the world.
Final MVP.
Man, you said Rossi was almost matching up to Keyboy. This is really like put into perspective
No, I'm just
how
saying,
much.
I'm not saying that Rossi is as good as Keyboy. I'm saying that he's grown on me as much as Keyboy's grown on me.
I
so it's
see.
a subjective thing, not an objective thing. But
My mistake.
objectively, this is a scary, scary show. Even internationally, it is already recognized. And now RRQ, what do they want to go for? You're right. First set, what is he going to play? We've seen him go Grok Jungle. Martis, that's also an option that he can go for.
Is he going to go for an assassin? Because the Cho is picked up already, so it kind of nullifies that possibility. It is going to be a Martis. So early game centric yet again, but they have to be careful to ensure that Onyx can't really deal with this the same way, just through battle spells and purifiers. Because if they have no solid crowd control and only slows, then sprints can be used to counter that as well.
Wow. You can see the fun fact, top, Onyx and RRQ have remained the top 2 teams at the end of the regular season since Season 8. Wow.
Yikes.
And no team has been able to overtake them for 4 consecutive MPL ID seasons. No wonder they're called the Royal Besties. Season 8, RRQ, Onyx.
I wonder if they're bored of each other.
Well, with new players in the fray for
so
RRQ,
sad.
I think Onyx may have found like, wow, worthy opponents back again.
But technically, RQ didn't make it to the grand finals last season.
Regular
so,
season. It's just
yeah,
regular
it's just regular season. So that was the small change that we saw last season. But I mean, this season it looks like it might actually get to that again. Well, GeekFam's been performing out of their minds though.
Well, so was performing last season too.
Hey.
They were
All
third
right,
place
we'll see. But there you go. RQ have actually banned out the Lancelot. What? Oh, they think that right. Wait, what?
Yeah, they still assume it might be a Fredrin in the XP lane.
Oh,
That's what makes it so frustrating when you're drafting against Onyx. You're like, all right, Fredrin, that's 100% going to the jungle. It is not good in the XP lane. But then Boots is like, bro, are you sure about that? You know who I am? It's Boots. I'm Boots. I'm going to walk all over you.
He's one of the only EXP laners that is able to pull it off as well. So they just have something extra here because people say it's an outdated strat, right? They're trying to flex at Fredrin, but Onyx has been consistently able to do so for RRQ.
It's funny because that's what RQ usually does.
Yeah.
Always first phase, always first pick, always Fredrin. It's been like a consistent pattern for RQ. But now, RQ have responded to the Bruno gold lane with their own Brody.
It's such a strange thing that has happened. In ISF, Brody was super prio by all of the countries. Even, oh my goodness gracious, Gord! Again, we're gonna see it in the hands of Sans, this time not paired up with an Ixia. But against the Brody and this composition, I can see the value in it.
They have good self-peel. Bruno with a small amount of crowd control. Fredrin and Cho having a Gord in the backline. Its damage is good wave clear. It's also a great engage. And to make things worse, they bring out the Ekbrok again. More slows, more protection, and the Firaga armor to nullify and waste resources from RRQ.
Is it now time for a Franco?
Oof. Can it work though? I think that's okay actually.
Double down and go Natalia, bro.
Whoa. Oh, that'll be even more risky, you know, against a Cho, Fredrin, and an export can be revealed very easily. Even the Gord can reveal the Natalia. You can bypass through the smoke as well.
With what?
Mystic Gush, Mystic Projectile.
All the spells
it doesn't
are
hit?
untargeted.
It needs a hit, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not as easy to hit Gord's skills. It's not point and click.
Ooh,
wait, it's an Edith Roam.
Edith
Yeah,
Roam.
okay,
There you go.
Oh, Banana in the Pakiro. Is this a macro game plan from RRQ? They have thrown the curveball.
Okay, finally.
We're in for a treat.
Finally, Miracle's happy.
Happy, man.
No Edith.
Fredrin in the jungle, not XP. Edith in the roam, not XP. It's paradise for Mirko.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Both compositions have been set in stone. Please tell us who you think will win it. Is it RRQ or will it be Onyx this time around? Man, the fans are loving it.
I'm loving it too, man. It's crazy. We haven't seen Naomi on an Edith. It has, engaged potential, but you have to question, Has Onyx found enough solutions? And what will they do? Because we have seen teams struggle with the Paquito pressure, the Paquito presence. Can Onyx find a solution? That could be the textbook example that a lot of teams are looking to Onyx for, you know, to try and cheat off their example.
And no purifies for RRQ. We'll see if that works out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of the Royal Derby. Onyx already leading with 1 point. It will take 1 more point for them to be able to win it all, take it all, and secure themselves in the top position of the regular season as we get into the game. See? There's no purifies whatsoever from the side of RRQ. They're not respecting Keyboy at all.
I think to be fair, the only real person who can bring the Purify would be Clay. But yeah, I guess he believes that the Flicker will give him more value as Sans got that Mystic Projectile down. Fairsick still be, whoa, very impressive maneuvers, forcing a Flicker early, a big win, or a small win for RRQ early on.
Look at the response from RRQ, man. They're bringing everyone to the mid lane to help with the wave clear advantage because Sans just kept pushing. If you look at the emblems right here, agility is all across the board for Onyx, and for RRQ, it's the maneuver heroes, the Valentina and the Paquito who has it. Everyone else goes for a bit more damage and tenacity, knowing that there is a chance that the gourd will just burst you down. It does true damage as well, so again, a hidden plus for the side of RRQ.
Do they have the answer towards the gourd?
Paquito.
Technically Paquito.
So just Paquito.
Here's the concern, man. If Paquito goes for a split push, Onyx can very easily engage because everyone else on their team can go for it. Here Fairsick tries his best to influence the rest of the lanes. Hasn't really been paying off, but let's see what happens in the first turtle fight. Will Onyx let it go?
That's definitely the question here. I think in terms of setup, wait a minute, Naomi already with an engage onto 2 members.
Sans doesn't have a Flicker right now. Clay, Mystic Gush coming in, first blood by Clay. Dead end from Bogor, already activated early on, but Kyrie looking for a re-engage or a bit of revenge. With the help of Boots here, this time Banana's level 4. I don't think Kyrie should go for this, and he knows it too. Fairsick picks up the turtle, and RRQ claims a victory early on.
That's why it's so good from Onyx, right? They can just decide, okay, you know what? It doesn't look favorable. We'll let it go. There will be other opportunities, and that confidence and decisiveness is why they are so efficient, and they don't really waste a lot of time on a maybe, right? They just go for absolutes.
But on the flip side, that was big brain there by Clay using the ultimate against Sans.
Mystic
and
Gush.
that was like in the moment, split second decision making.
Whoa.
We gotta appreciate Jakarta, man.
Absolutely.
Right? This is it. We are live here in Jakarta, Indonesia, to once again see the Royal Derby, and we just gotta take a moment of appreciation as we jump back into the game. 3 minutes has elapsed. You can see that it looks like they're looking for a gank onto one another.
CW gonna be engaged on Decimation. First, it picks up a kill. Meanwhile, Keyboy gets away the dragon on Skylar, but I don't think he's going to get much value out of this. It's actually Versik who claims a double with another Decimation. RQ 2,000 gold lead, and they're looking for more. Kyrie taking a bit of damage. Oh.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
What is going on?
Look at this pressure on the top side, though. RRQ, they're really good at they're really good at like using the early strengths to their advantage, but they're also very susceptible to getting things turned around on them. So they have to try and play it aggressively, but also very calculatively, especially against Onyx. So this is a bit of a test for RRQ. And will they go for a chance to shut down some of the players from Onyx, or are they going to go for objectives instead, like turrets?
How do they do that though? Do they utilize CW? Do they swap him to the bottom lane? Look for something there, but look at how Banana's just oppressive. I don't think that's also a good idea. What do Onyx do at this point?
They're banking on a 5v4 right here, knowing that Banana is on the bottom side. They rush with that turtle and take it. That's a true damage at work from the gourd. Wow.
Super fast. Clinical turtle take there. Didn't even give RQ time to react. That's how fast it was, and I think Keyboy was able to zone Fairsick away alone, and now Boots, Faraga armor down. Oh, Banana Just uses the dash to go to the bottom lane. Now we have, a 1v1, not
Civil
3v3.
We've been losing.
No, we won.
What?
We won the Rebellion one, remember?
Yeah, we did.
Once, and then we lost the Alter Ego one
1-1.
before that.
1-1.
All right.
All right.
But I'm sorry, I think I might be like helping the Indonesians because it's like a curse, but...
Right, hey. Mirko, what the heck? Well, now they're planning on for a dive right here, which is the play to go to when your opponents are just waiting around. And you can see Banana being way more active, trying to bully Boots into submission. But in the mid, so all the lanes are still managed relatively well from RRQ, but they really can't get any kills.
There it is. I'm wondering, right? Is there a certain power spike that we're waiting in from Onyx? Because, all right, sure, they were able to chunk that turtle really fast, and I think that was the only time where they were like, all right, let's get it. We haven't seen any pickoffs on the board, right? Onyx 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, no kills whatsoever. They haven't gone for anything more. So then, losing, you get what I mean?
Yeah, they're playing very reactively and very
passive,
safe.
Yeah.
It seems like their main focus isn't to contest objectives, isn't to look for an advantage, is to make sure that they don't give RRQ the advantage they need. And to be fair, they do have the more solid late game gold laner. And look at the waves, man. Despite everything, RRQ, they're not even trading for a turret. They're not really getting invades into the jungle either. So Onyx, they're doing a great job stalling this out. And I think it's going to start equalizing from both teams at about, 10 minutes maybe, with some items in the bag for Onyx. Especially with the true damage and that utility coming in from the Ice Queen's one on Boots. That could be what they need.
All right, so we're waiting on a certain power spike, right? We're waiting on a certain moment. As RQ, they're looking to push the tempo, but up until this point, they haven't been able to find that perfect opening just yet, but it might change as we are entering the 5v5 contest for the turtle, with RQ picking up most of it. Looks like they want to go for a contest.
Not gonna strike, but Banana, no Faraga armor. Retreat battle, it's gonna be won out by Versik there. Pretty clean, and Onyx have no answers to what RRQ are doing right now. It's a 3,000 gold lead with not much of responses from Onyx.
Versik was a level ahead as well.
He is ahead for sure. And right now, it's still turtles, but once the lords start popping up, we see that usually that's where it gets difficult, but look at that!
Way the dragon, beautifully done! Right on to Skylar, Boots picks up the kill, now they go in! They pull the trigger, Last Insanity slowing them down, slowly but surely. Versik gonna be taking a half HP, Naomi forced to use the Primal Wrath, but it's just one kill for nothing.
That's unfortunate. Skylar, man, he needs to respect the playmaking potential. This is Keyboy's Cho we're talking about. They do have counters, right? Utility to try and protect Skylar, but if he is out of position, it's a bit too difficult to react to Keyboy's fast plays. Now, with that swing and momentum sort of, I think Onyx are going to really try and counter and find something with the next objective, the Lord, because otherwise that will definitely translate to more turrets for the side of RRQ.
They're definitely looking for that right now. But the slow tempo coming from Onyx is just... It's awkward, it's uncomfortable for me, right? Because it only takes one moment for Keyboy, and I think that's what they're banking on, but RQ don't want to let that slide.
Ooh, good disengage. Actually, Kyrie dodged away from that onward. Now it's going to be the re-engage coming in. Last Insanity defensively by Clay. Onyx unable to push the tempo even further. And Banana is actually just trading up top, getting a turret, or pushing it even further, shoving it in. Kyrie also getting a pretty good invade down, making it level between the two junglers in level.
Good wave here for Banana there. Now the wave is pushing on the turret, so already that's just great value. And you can see that RRQ, they're still staying around the bottom side, just trying to punish and look for some pressure before they rotate when the Lord is up. So Onyx can maybe sneak it the way they did earlier, but CW!
Wow.
Whew.
That was so close. That was so close.
It's a pixel away from getting punished. Skylar was ready. He was there. He was like, oh, tell me when to go in, coach.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it. I mean, fortunately for Onyx, though, I mean, CW, very quick reaction speed. As once again, RQ, like you mentioned, they're looking for a pick before they go in. Naomi not receiving any damage from Sans earlier on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be free. No Mystic Gush and no Faraga armor left. He needs to regen, and Kyrie's already going to get onwarded. Earth Shattered, Appraiser's Wrath coming down from Kyrie, buying a lot of time. Oh, he dodges away from Last Insanity. Still gets a chunk of damage down. But Kyrie can just go back onto the purple buff, and RQ have already reset it. No Primal Wrap for Naomi. Keyboard's looking for the engage. Oh, he finds Skylar out of everyone. Brings him back to the team. The Mystic Gush does some damage and takes him out. Banana in the back going to be taunted down by Kyrie, and all the members from Onyx are low. But it's a Roamer traded in for a gold lane. Kyrie!
Banana!
It's a flicker from Clay, a splash of damage. Now CW is creating with the help of the last Insanity. Banana! Flickering forward onto CW! Knocking him out now, going on to Sans. Forcing him back. And it's a W for RRQ, a 3 for 2.
Whew, man, the Paquito power pick. That just saved them that whole situation, man. It was looking very shaky for RRQ, but they have done it. Skylar gets picked up again, but somehow, some way, RRQ in true RRQ fashion, go for it anyway.
I just love how these team fights are so long drawn, and not necessarily because it's messy, but because of the level of skill that both of these teams possess. The fact that they're able to dance around one another time and time again. And that was just the amazing standout in that particular team fight. Banana, how far he's risen, how far he's come as a player as well. And now, in the 10th minute, 11th minute of the game, it's a completely different story. It's RRQ with a 3,000, almost a 4,000 gold lead.
We'll have to see, man. Banana now with the empowered waves. RRQ can do some really good macro gameplay, but the waves aren't really managed that well. The wave on the bottom side is already crashing. The Lord on the top side is nowhere near. RRQ, not exactly the most value play, but they are still trying to go into the jungle, trying to get as much value as possible.
And now, it comes down to Onyx doing some recovery. It's all about damage control now. How do they clear out these waves? Did he just leave the Lord to get these tier 2s and sacrifice the tier 1 in the mid lane? Or did he want to fight for it?
They can, but it's a bit risky. Everything has to come in together so well. And I think RRQ, as long as they don't clump together and get comboed, it's going to be very difficult. But if they do get comboed, Sans is definitely able to do a lot of damage. That's a lot of AoE in the kit of Onyx. So positioning will be key here.
Oh.
Whoa.
What?
I think he was trying to use it to just clear out the wave. Now conceal play down below. Looking for CW, positions himself very well, but RRQ will just take the scraps. It's a tier 2 for free because of the zoning provided by the conceal. Now Boots trying to slow them down with the Ice Queen wand, but gets chunked instead by the damage from Clay.
So you see RRQ lacking in engage and catch, unlike game number 1, but at the same time, they have the macro advantage. So all they have to do is make sure that they have a solid foundation, solid formation in front of the neutral objective, and then let Banana do what he does best. Crazy things on the Paquito, and maybe Onyx will slip.
The splits, though, is definitely something that Onyx are going to be able to smell out, right? And that can actually be used against Banana, but look at that. He's playing it so well. He's not hiding in your regular areas, but I think Kyrie knows exactly what's up. Okay, and he's able to take the Lethal Wanderer away.
Look at this level advantage, though. Thursik, 15, Kyrie, 13.
And you can see
that's not a common thing we see.
Yeah, very rare.
Oh, jinx. Well, Onyx, right? You can see that they have put a lot of effort to preserving this mid turret. It is one of the more important turrets. It's where they can fall back to. And technically, if they're fighting in the jungle, this mid turret is a safe haven. But look at Boots abusing that Firaga armor. This is why it's so good against a team like RRQ.
But the timing. 2 seconds for the Lord to spawn, and now Boots is still in the base. RRQ with a lot of pressure. CW also up top, still farming here. RRQ going to take their time to set up for this Lord dance.
No way. Can Kyrie actually contest this?
2 levels down.
I mean, there's got to be a way that they dismantle.
Whoa!
Beautiful.
Man.
Beautiful preemptive movement there from a Banana. That's a waste of resource there for Onyx.
The best XP laner in Indonesia right now. Really, Naomi, well, onward. Earth Shadow connecting on the CW, but the way the Dragon locks him down, even with the Primal Wrath. The Immortality gets popped here, but Naomi, he had the Primal Wrath still there. Now it's giving the last Insanity, and Skylar gets bursted down! What was that damage? It's a disaster for RRQ. They lost 3 members out of nowhere. Banana is the only one here around the Lord Pit. Clay's gonna be spotted by the Mystic Projectile, and he's forced back. Wow, one mistake, one small mistake, one minuscule pixel mistake, and Onyx gets everything turned around.
And I don't think I've ever seen a Gord use Flicker that way as well.
Yeah.
What?
What?
That is just insane, man. RRQ now, out of nowhere, lost a base turret. And Onyx, we talked about that late game power spike. They have arrived, man. 15 minutes. That's way more than enough. They have taken the gold lead. They have taken the Lord. RRQ now. And damage control.
Jeez.
I told you it was unsettling. There's just something wrong.
It's disgusting
when
is what it
Onyx
is.
doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's the calm before the storm.
Exactly. It's so scary. It's so eerie.
We gotta watch it back. I
We
had
do.
no idea what just happened.
Well, Naomi initially gets picked off. Clay and Skylar get stunned. And now we talk about crowding together.
Flicker, that flicker.
Everyone knew it's time to go, and everyone moved without any hesitation. Everyone got so low, and they were too close to each other. We talked about positioning. That is just way too important. RRQ now trying to clear the Lord. What can Onyx do with the rest of the waves?
Well, they can take a base turret for free and a tier 2 up top. Looking for a base turret up top. CW and Keyboy walking forward. Clay, this is some damage. A good taunt over to Versing, and this might be a kill over. One more shot is necessary. Banana in the back of the Sans gets taunted up. Peeled down. Banana running away, but the Mystic Gush slows him down even more. And Cristiano Ronaldo picks up a kill.
Takes down Banana. That's a one-man advantage that Onyx has right now. With 4 members left standing, 2 waves are crashing, another one on the way in the bottom lane. Does RQ have what it takes to defend?
They have damage. They have clear right now on Onyx. They're waiting for the next wave. They're going for the bottom turret instead. Without Banana be able to threat the back line, it's going to be a free turret. Will Onyx try and go for more?
I mean, why not? Baiting a flicker already. Now Ferris is going to be taunted up and slain. Melted down. Clay's looking for a blade, but it gets locked down instead. The way the dragon was used up defensively. Kyrie loses immortality. Now Skylar gets kicked back by Keyboy. And Onyx are winning on all fronts. Banana, one man against the world. Going on to the mid waves. Clearing it out first. Onyx, low HP. Banana can make a play here. Keyboy not connecting on the G Kundo. One cannon minion. Cleared out again by Banana. Getting chunked by CW. Cannon minion cleared out now by Naomi. Mystic Gush on from Sans and a flicker as well. Mega kill. Banana cutting the waves. 1 minute wave coming down right now. Banana gets locked down and taken out. Sans picks up a double kill. They have wiped RRQ out. And it is the sweetest revenge for Onyx.
2-0. 2-0 by Onyx.
Wow.
So did Sans really make all the difference? Wow, oh my, from a 2-1 victory by RRQ.
Close 2-1.
Onyx have come back in a 2-0 fashion, super clean. What do you say about this performance?
That is just crazy, man. Like, they said they were prepared. They said they wanted revenge. And boy, we never thought it was going to be this dominant. That is just crazy. If you're wondering if Sans is the main difference maker, maybe there's other factors as well, but Sans is definitely a massive one for Onyx.
I'm thinking, man.
Oof. What a performance. I mean, I think the only thing that I can say is, damn, didn't expect it to be a 2-0 tonight, especially considering RQ held the early to mid down really well. But again, that unsettling feeling, the horror of seeing Onyx behind, it turns out it was true. It wasn't just a feeling of...
It's eerie, right?
It was eerie. It was unnatural.
Exactly. It's
But,
like...
oh, wow.
Ugh. Like they were letting go of all the objectives. They were
Disgusting.
letting go of... They weren't going for any engages whatsoever. So it's eerie. It's like you know something bad is about to happen.
It's almost like, you know the meme where, like one, it feels like Onyx were just sitting down on the sofa, chilling a bit too much, and then they stand up a bit to play the game. Wow.
An amazing performance. Sonic's all over. Must be super proud. We are moments away of taking to the interview with Onyx, the reigning champions here. And here we go. Bude Clara Mongsar, take it away.
Yang dari tim Onyx untuk tim RRQ. Leg kedua 2-0. Balas dendam Don Bang. Berapi-api sekali kalian sepertinya ya. Untuk match kali ini, cewek sendiri gimana ngelihat Royal Bestie untuk leg kedua ini?
Puas sih hasilnya.
Puas 2-0. Tanpa Ixia. Udah nungguin Ixianya cewek tapi enggak. Tadi muncul masalahnya. Dan cewek, apa yang mungkin kalian baca dari leg pertama, lalu kalian mungkin lakukan di leg kedua ini?
Kayaknya sih nggak ada sih ya. Kita fokus sama tim kita.
Fokus pada tim dan improve. Itu yang dilakukan oleh tim Onyx dan Don. Revenge lagi. Dan memang dari season sebelumnya mereka nggak pernah dikalahkan dengan tim yang sama. Ini menarik kalau cewek. Bisa diceritakan nggak sih gimana momen-momen tadi di game kedua? Early game, RRQ memegang kendali. Lalu gimana cara kalian mengambil satu momen yang caster pada berarti ini adalah game satu momen. Gimana untuk menciptakan momen itu,
Paling kalau dari kita ya pastinya komunikasi sih. Karena emang tadi di early lumayan lah di lane tuh press dikit.
Komunikasi. Siapa itu yang berperan untuk game
Kiboy
kedua?
Sih, katanya dia mau ngomong juga.
Kiboy ya? Kiboy, momen game yang kedua. Yang udah paling landak banget nih. Kiboy, gimana kamu melihat tadi game kedua momen yang begitu dramatis untuk kalian bisa untuk menang?
Senang lah karena balas dendam udah kelar. Tinggal satu lagi.
Balas dendam dan untuk tim RRQ. Tapi momen tadi gimana terciptanya? Karena itu game satu momen yang kalian bisa ngebalikin keadaan di game kedua.
Hoki sih.
Hoki bisa diciptakan gak sih?
Nggak terlalu tahu sih momennya, Boots yang ngerti banget.
Oh Boots ya, oke. Boots tahu banget. Gimana Boots?
Nggak tahu sih, kayak komunikasinya kayak sembur, bakar udah gitu deh.
Sembur, bakar.
Iya.
Yang nyembur nggak cuma kamu pula ya? Ada
Gilang
Sans juga, berdua sembur.
Ya Gilang nyemprot.
Gilang nyemprot, kamu sembur. Oh, oke. Dan itu sesuai dengan kalian punya komunikasi dan semuanya fokus untuk mengeksekusi.
Iya.
Iya. Tapi kalau dari Boots untuk pertarungan Royal Best di kali ini seperti apa Boots?
Terus ya senang menang soalnya.
Senengnya Boots kayak datar aja ya. Seneng sih. Ngomong-ngomong ya, kalian harus ada yang seneng nih. Satu player dari tim Onyx, dari line up MSC yang digadang-gadang super kuat, belum ada yang mengalahkan. Ada player yang akan menjadi player of the match. 2 game saja cukup untuk tim Onyx. Siapakah yang akan menjadi player of the match Onyx? Seperti siapa? Kiboy, Sun, siapa lagi? Semua nama disebut oleh Sonic. Mari kita cek bersama-sama, inilah dia player of the match dari tim Onyx. Minggu yang sangat manis. Kiboy rambut panjang. Kiboy, this is Kiboy. Berhadapan dengan Naomi tadi. Apakah udah memang kayak oke, sesuai dengan apa yang dari Kiboy prediksi dan Kiboy jalankan semua gameplaynya?
Ya hampir semua sih. Terus juga 2-0 juga udah lega lah. Tinggal satu tim lagi lah.
Lega, satu tim lagi. Aura dong. Tinggal aura ya untuk kalian. PR untuk leg yang kedua kalau ingin balas dendam. Tapi kalau dari aura sendiri, kalau dari RRQ ada nama Naomi. Kalau dari tim aura ada nama siapa boy?
Oh pasti, Samu Hate.
Si mantan itu ya. Menurutmu sendiri Samu Hate ini lagi ngomongin apa nih tentang Onyx untuk tim aura untuk minggu selanjutnya?
Ya kalau Samu Hate paling dia udah siapin banyak lah. Banyak hal, apalagi lawan gua kan. Ya ditunggu lah Samu Hate lah.
Samu Hate punya rahasianya Kiboy kah?
Banyak banget ya.
Oh banyak banget, punya banyak banget yang mungkin gak bisa di-spill di sini ya. Dan ngelihat tadi kita juga melihat pertarungan, bahkan Kairi, do you ask your coach to ban Power 6 Bucks ya? Enggak. Tapi kamu gimana? How do you see the match between you and Power 6 in this second half season?
Seru.
Seru ya. Tapi apakah sudah sesuai dengan yang Kairi harapkan dengan permainan 2-0 dan comeback di game kedua? Is this what you want, that comeback moment on the game, second game, and then the first game? Is this what you predict?
Yeah, because gua digendong teman gua terus.
Digendong?
Ya. Keyboy sama Gilang.
Oke. Sans, punggungnya pegel nggak? Katanya ngegendong Kairi, emang iya?
Enggak.
Katanya digendong sama Gilang.
Enggak. Main berlima, kita gendong sama-sama.
Gendong sama-sama. Gord muncul kembali untuk Sans. Sembur-sembur.
Ya, hero panas dingin.
Hero panas dingin.
Tadi combo panas dingin.
Oke, combo panas dingin, combo panasnya dari Boots.
Ya benar. Ini
Dinginnya
dari Gord.
bikin demam berarti dong.
Bikin ya meriang.
Bikin meriang ya. Dan untuk Royal Basic kali ini adakah yang ingin Sans sampaikan?
Sonic?
Untuk tim RRQ dulu?
Oh, buat Sonic aja.
Buat Sonic aja, milik dia ya.
Makasih banyak udah dukung. Kita masih ada match minggu depan. Kita kasih yang terbaik lagi minggu depan. Thank you.
Minggu depan lawan tim Aura.
Ya.
Minggu depan lawan tim Aura. Apa yang Sans harapkan mungkin dari tim Aura? Apakah pengen sama hati yang main atau?
Gak ada sih. Yang diharapkan ya main yang bagus dan ya semoga menang lagi.
Semoga menang lagi. Dan mungkin PR terbesar adalah dari Boots ya. Karena ada rookie yang begitu bersinar dari tim Aura, yaitu Aran. Boots siap untuk melawan kembali untuk Aran.
Takut sih.
Takut?
Aran.
Lebih takut nonton horor atau ketemu Aran?
Lebih takut ketemu Aran.
Kenapa itu Boots?
Soalnya Aran jago.
Aran jago. Oke, semangat Boots. Ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan untuk Aran kah?
Jangan galak-galak bang.
Jangan galak-galak bang. Sekali lagi yuk kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim Onyx. Menutup hari Sabtu malam minggu kita malam yang tidak terlalu panjang untuk Onyx karena 2-0. Seperti apa game comeback dari tim Onyx? Mari kita bedah bersama-sama bersama caster. Langsung saja.
The perfect way to end the day, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful comeback story from... I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm offended.
We love like revenge stories and we love it being done.
It's a great storyline.
Right?
I will
Do you
agree.
not? Like we saw in the interview, right? It was like Keyboy's like, I want revenge, blah, blah, blah. And then he got it. And it was 2-0. It's a good story. It's nothing personal.
I really hope that, one more game, right? Could be closer, but it is what it is. And the player of the match, it's your boy, Keyboy. The Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. That Cho performance, man. We keep saying, we know he is one of the best Chos, if not the best Cho in Mobile Legends.
It's crazy. Usually, like when Chos pop off, it's like when they're ahead.
Yeah.
This guy was the reason they got ahead.
Yeah, that's why it's crazy. It doesn't even matter in that sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Can you imagine? We all know that he's going to do crazy things, and still when he pulls it off, we're like, whoa!
Keyboy.
It's like, what is going on?
This guy's unreal.
He keeps exceeding expectations. It's unreal.
By the way, advice to Keyboy: don't go bald again, man. Like this hair is so much better. He looks like a Chad. Now he looks kind of like a nerd, but it's fine when you have Chad skills. Doesn't matter. Thoughts, Eterna?
No comment.
Long hair or short hair?
No comment.
Come on.
Everyone is beautiful.
Oh my god. All right.
What?
You got the
Eterna
PG political
PR trained right
No
here.
matter what. Right?
What a professional answer. Well,
but it was a beautiful performance once again by Keyboy. I think a lot of players, a lot of teams out there have PTSD from his Cho.
I think you can give a shout out to Sans as well on the gourd,
for
man.
sure.
He made that gourd look like mechanically intensive. By all means, gourd is, throw a ball out, leave a puddle, zoom, burst with your laser. That's about it. And in the early game, of course, RRQ were able to actually get ahead. Farsik on the Martis was doing really good as well. But we're talking about this. Putting the Edith in the hands of Naomi, cool. So now Banana is on Paquito. But now Naomi is just so limited in his playmaking potential.
Oh, man. It is mechanics. He goes, G-Kun goes towards Naomi, flickers towards Skylar, bro.
And look at everyone else, man. They know that, oh, Sans is doing his thing. Cover, cover. Banana tries to try and stop the Mythic Gush. It's not allowed. And credit to Banana, man. He was able to make some plays that really saved the game. But this is where, initially, the play was stopped by a Mystic projectile. And afterwards, look at Sans. Fire the laser. Nah, you're not getting away. He flickers before Sans even, before Skylar even flickers.
That's why.
This guy's instincts, man. People have been talking about how if you're trying to catch him, he will flicker as you flicker, right? There's just an instinct going on. He shows it again in this game.
And like,
unreal.
Gord is so immobile. It's a difficult hero to pull off. Like, honestly, try it in your ranked games, right? It's not as simple as it looks. Even the skill shots don't land as simple as we see it, but for some reason, he's able to make it look so easy, so effortless.
And he's able to constantly use his flicker again aggressively, right? Usually with the Gord, you're targeted, you're weak, you're vulnerable. You're usually forced to use your flicker defensively, like we saw in the early game. But towards that mid game, when Eterna was talking about that eerie oncoming doom feeling of dread, he just never flickered backwards. It's always aggressively. And I find that crazy, man. As a Gord player myself, I don't get it. As a Gord Lord,
Wow.
Gord Lord.
Whew. Well, there was a 17-minute game, so sure it wasn't as quick as we saw in game number 1. No, would you say it's an improvement?
Yeah,
Would
for
you
sure.
not say that that was exactly what Onyx was planning?
I will have to say that the mid-game power spike was exactly what Onyx were going for. That's why they had to give away a lot of neutral objectives to start, but I don't think they expected to be that far behind early on, because they were losing a lot of fights as well. It wasn't just, giving neutral objectives, everything going as planned, keeping it below 2.5k. It was 3k, about to be 4k actually at one point. And then RQ misstep one time. Skylar was mispositioned, and boom bang bada bing. Keyboy, I don't know what he has in his eyes, bro, but he can see these things.
It's love.
Love.
I see.
For Skylar, okay.
By the way, speaking of execution, the fact that Keyboy is just so active on the sides, it's partially why everyone from RRQ are trying to stay close to each other, right? So they can protect each other. And that in turn plays really well into how Sans is playing. He lands the mythical projectile on multiple people. So you can see
and the export, and the Bruno, the world, the last.
Exactly, man. Onyx, the more you just rewatch the game and pay attention, the more you just realize there are layers upon layers of strategy and preemptive adaptations available at their disposal. This is why, even though RRQ was winning, like we said, you have that feeling like, okay, when's it gonna come? Something's about to happen. Even though usually against RRQ, you're like, this is an RRQ thing. They will just take over the early game and not let you recover.
They're taking over.
Why do you do that?
I think the layers, like we mentioned, there are layers to the draft. It's just like there are layers towards the coach's name. His name isn't just Yeb. His name is Coach Yeb. So when we call him, it's Coach title. It's Coach. He's a coach. And his name is Coach Yeb.
Where did this come from? I heard it yesterday when I was watching you guys. Where did Coach Yeb come from?
There was an asset, I believe.
If you no. Just every single time you see the draft,
All right.
you see there's a name on the enemy team, Rave, and then there's Coach Yeb. So he's not just Coach. He's not just Yeb. He is Coach Yeb. That's his name. Okay, it's him. So when you call him by his title and his name, it's Coach Yeb.
So basically, it was a 3v1.
Yeah, because Achil and Coach Yeb
against Rave.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
That's brutal. And by all means, we're talking about Keyboy and Sans. CW on the Bruno did very well, staving off a lot of that damage. Still doing a lot of damage and using that worldy very efficiently too. So everyone, again, is just playing really well. Begs the question, how exactly are you supposed to win against Onyx, man? Because everything is just so solid, from execution to draft. It always seems like they have plan A, B, Cs, You can't simply have a plan A and B and expect to come out on top.
And now, the main issue for Kyrie was, alright, he's the best assassin jungler in the world. I've been saying he's the best jungler in the world, not just assassin, but I guess he just proved it here. He played a utility.
Alright, you said world.
World.
In the world.
World.
Alright.
World.
We'll see at M5.
Do we not already see it in MSC and Snapdragon?
No, you can't do that.
Oh, why not?
Because it's different.
Okay, so who's the best jungler in the world right now?
Say it. Say it.
Man, that's a hard...
The most recent one is MSC and Snapdragon. So yeah, on
Kyrie,
M5 there is going to be maybe a change. Maybe
because
someone
I
comes
really
up. What was that?
like
A change.
Wise.
He's trying to swim. You really like Wise?
Yeah.
Wise isn't playing. He's not in MMPL PH. He took a break.
No, so that means
No,
you
fine.
can't like shuffle rosters.
I'm not sure about that.
I
but
thought you could shuffle roster.
not sure about that.
Well, we'll
But
see.
Keys to success, though. I'm sure about this.
Yep, it's Keyboy. Screening Naomi's movements. Like we said, when Naomi's movements and information gathering was limited, in game number 1, that was very, very brutal of a put down from Onyx. In game number 2, was better, like we mentioned, because Naomi at least was still able to maneuver around. He wasn't exactly the target for the Way of the Dragon. But afterwards, it's that pick-off momentum, man. I dropped my pen. And Skylar, you know, in the previous matches, we've seen him get picked off as well. So I wouldn't say that you can blame him for the loss, but you know, he has been very aggressive, and people usually critique him for being too passive. But now, I feel like you're seeing him getting picked off a lot more, even against Rebellion in yesterday's match as well. So improvements are still available, and that's a good thing, right? Because now it's not just a dead end. RQ just isn't ramming against a wall, not knowing what to do.
You're so optimistic.
You have to be, man.
Even though you just got pushed down to level 2.
No.
To number 2.
Let's be honest here,
Level
it happened
2.
yesterday. Let's be honest here, it happened yesterday.
What did?
RQ was second yesterday. There was just a mistake. Well, yesterday. Onyx got this like same match rate.
Well, agree to disagree,
Oh.
but moving on, looking at the
But
shift
on the
right
website,
here.
it's.
The website said Onyx. The standings here said RQ.
Oh.
Now
We
it's
don't talk
official.
about
It's
that.
real.
Well,
We're in the real world.
RQ
The
went
real
down.
world.
And on that point, though, they're still not. They haven't pulled too far ahead crazily compared to the other teams. So, by all means, the season is still very competitive. Rebellion is just on a very positive trend right now. We'll have to see if they can shoot past Geek Fan potentially.
Is this the first time that Rebellion Zion has come up that far in the standings?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you're right. I think that the
Yes.
season 10, when they made it to the playoffs, they barely got in 6th place. And now we get to see the chance to upper RRQ with that loss. Now it gets scary for them. They lose one more time, and if Geek Fam continues their win streak, Geek can actually take the... Whoa! Rebellion has a chance to make it to upper!
Exactly.
That is unreal.
But
That's crazy.
But they only have 4 more games left.
If they win all 4 of their matches
But then
2-0...
the rest have to lose all
True.
of their matches as well, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, what's that team right there with the red arrow?
Alter Ego?
Bigatron?
Alter Ego is green, bro. The green arrow.
Oh.
He's colorblind.
Mirko
Yeah,
is
I'm
colorblind,
Lafelle.
confirmed.
I am a bell.
Colorblind.
Bigatron. What?
Nice
how,
Susu.
how do you figure your chances, Mirko,
Apparently.
for Bigatron?
Sorry, we're talking about
We're talking about the
Colorblind
71%
people.
chance.
Yes, colorblindness is a very serious issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, but at least we're not 9th, you know.
Oh boy,
You
I didn't
know,
say it.
I'm a Godiva fan.
What?
Whoa,
You're gonna dish the whole team?
I just gotta say I love Godiva.
Oh,
and
Lafelle just...
But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. But a lot of people have actually said that they saw this coming, right? Coach Phil, ex-RRQ coach, he was like, he actually said different teams for the other combo. It wasn't Evos, but Aura Fire was in. So a lot of people have actually seen this coming, and it's very interesting because a lot of people said that Aura Fire were one of the most favorite teams to win this season.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
Right?
Papulong put Aura as #1 in his talent prediction, remember? Well, he does like to, root for the underdogs, but I think it was fair. Seeing the preseason, how good Aura were, and even PL President. But somehow, some
and
way...
Snapdragon.
And
That was the
Snapdragon.
reason why.
Offline tournaments, though. I honestly don't know what it is, but for tomorrow, we have Bigatron versus RQ.
There can only be one, Mirko.
There can only be one what?
I got goosebumps.
One winner in tomorrow's match.
And then tomorrow...
We
there's
can't really
also-
afford to give one up, Mirko, so you know.
Well, you can afford to. Come on, bro. You're fighting for upper...
We don't play odds like that. We don't gamble.
But we have another match.
Yes.
We do. We have Dewa United going head-to-head with Evos.
That's interesting.
The White Tigers. I don't know which way that one's going to swing at all.
The thing is, if Evos lose, their chance to playoffs, it's going to be real hard.
What
They're going to
number
have
are
lower chances. They're 8th. Alter Ego have taken their
Oh, yeah,
position.
you're right.
If Aura wins and if Evos continue this loss streak, they will be 9th.
This season's so messed up. I love it.
It's
EVOS hasn't played as many games as the rest of them, though.
well, true, but that's what we said early on in this, like when they were 4 and 4.
You're right.
Now they're 4 and 7.
You're right.
Well, no, sorry, 4 and 6. Now they're 4 and 6. So they have a lot of matches at hand, but so far it just hasn't been looking
Are you
good.
trying to say that you're already counting them out for tomorrow? 4 and 7.
Definitely. Well, technically they were just lost, right?
All right.
They're both coming off losses.
And I don't know which way it's going to swing for Bigatron and RQ either.
Yeah, me too. I don't know for sure.
Do you not feel like your teams are very fluctuating in performance? Like,
Of course not. Did you
There's
not
not-
watch? Yes, wait.
that backfired quickly.
Oh, man. It's a weird week for us, huh, Mirko? We both lost in day 1. Now, we're going to go against each other in the last day.
We're not the same. I lost twice. I mean, I lost once. You lost twice. We're not the same.
Well, hang on.
And yet they're not number
Well,
one
hang on.
or number 2 on the standings.
If you lose tomorrow,
Well, tomorrow is tomorrow. We're talking
tomorrow's
about
a different time.
Wait, tomorrow's against RQ, right?
Yep, exactly. We'll let fate decide, Mirko.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Which matchup are
Can feel
you
the
excited
tension.
for most? Are you excited for RQ and Bigatron? Are you excited for Dewa and EVOS? Because I think a lot of people are just anticipating. It's so close in the standings that an outcome of a single game, not even a single match, a single game is going to count. Aura, come on, you know?
I love seeing the copium here, but honestly, I feel like this season we're going to see exactly what happened in Season 10.
What do you mean?
To the final day.
Oh,
We
yeah.
will not know who makes it to the playoffs until the final day. Maybe even the final match.
Maybe like upper brackets is kind of a little bit more clear.
For Onyx,
But for
maybe.
playoffs?
But for RQ, again, if they continue their loss streak here, or if they can, if Bigatron somehow are able to beat RQ tomorrow, then we have a problem for RQ.
How many more matches does RQ have? 4 or 5? I think it's
Not
4.
quite sure. It might be 4. They've been playing quite a bit.
I can't math, but
4.
does
4
that-
more matches.
Is there actually a possibility that they don't make it to upper brackets if they lose
There is.
consecutively 4
Yeah,
matches?
For sure. Because Geek Fam are on a roll
Oh, there
right
you
now.
go.
All their wins are 2-0, and they still have 5 more matches. So if they continue this win streak, heck, even Rebellion Zion has a chance to take RQ's position.
That's the crazy part, man.
God,
That
that's
team has
so
improved so
crazy.
much, it's ridiculous.
And remember, Onyx, sure, they did just win. They have a higher chance, but it's not impossible that they lose out on their upper bracket slot as well. If somehow, some way, something happens and they lose their momentum, their synergy, everything, and then that can happen.
Rebellion Zion.
Upper brackets.
Upper brackets.
Underdogs, really.
You would never
No.
imagine that happening.
Was there someone who in the preseason predicted that Rebellion would be all the way up there?
No one.
Who predicted that?
Owl?
Was there? Owl? Did Owl do that?
I think maybe Owl did it, but
Maybe.
speaking of Rebellion Zion, you guys can craft your own dream team, right, Eterna?
Ooh.
You can.
How?
TikTok.
Ooh. How do you do it on TikTok?
Oh, it's super easy. Because right now, MPL has a TikTok Pop Task Challenge
Uh-huh.
for every one of you all, even for us.
Even for
where
us,
you guys
okay.
can win a total prize of up to 200,000 diamonds.
200,000?
That's how much. Like, what would you do with that amount of diamonds? Right? 200,000. And if you guys want more information on that, all you need to do is scan the QR code right below
Mirko this time.
Miracle. I was going to say Rash because he's usually on that side. But yeah, below Miracle. And you guys stand a chance to win 200,000 diamonds. What would I do with 200,000 diamonds?
Buy a
Uday
house.
has 400,000 diamonds. I don't know how and
And she
why.
used it all. She's down to 20,000.
Huh?
Yeah.
What did she use it on?
I have no idea.
Like literally every single skin in the game?
Probably.
Well, what are you waiting for, guys? Let's join in and make sure that you participate
I
because
need to win now.
there's a lot of great teams you can craft on your own, man. There's a lot of amazing players. Pick and choose.
Pick and choose.
Tackle and grapple.
Choose a Rashi.
Huh?
Every single time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ending the end of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in to MPL ID Season 12, week number 6, day number 3. We do still have one more day ahead of us to close out week number 6. And with that, thank you. Me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, we would like to say thank you for today, and we'll see you tomorrow. MPL ID Season 12, we
own this.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan